Hey everyone, welcome back to Mr.X Files. If you're new here, this is the place where we dive into the mysteries that keep you up at night. Whether you're here to relax, fall asleep, or spiral into an existential crisis at 3 in the morning, you're in the right place. Drop a comment, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And yeah, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Alright, let's get into it. Tonight, we're diving into a story wrapped around one of the most polarizing conspiracy theories out there. The claim that the moon landing was a hoax. Now, imagine stumbling upon actual proof of it. Not just whispers or grainy YouTube clips, but something undeniable. And then ask yourself, what would you do with it? While we unravel this tale, drop a comment. Where are you tuning in from? And what time is it for you right now? It's wild how stories like this reach people from every corner of the world. If you're into eerie, brain-tingling stories that help you unwind, hit subscribe to Sleep Theories. Now find your most comfortable spot. Close your eyes, and let's begin. Ryan Jacobs wasn't one to chase shadows. If anything, he'd spent most of his adult life avoiding anything remotely dramatic. At 32, he lived in a quiet second-floor walk-up in Portland, Oregon. Nothing fancy, just a place with creaky floors and an old radiator that hissed like it had secrets. He worked as a freelance video editor, the kind who spent hours hunched over his MacBook, fine-tuning wedding montages and cutting together corny ad reels for local businesses. It paid the bills. It kept things simple. Ryan liked simple, but trouble has a way of slipping in when you're not looking. It was a grey, pissy November afternoon when everything shifted. Rain tapped at the windows like it was trying to get in. Ryan was at his buddy Kyle's place, a cluttered basement full of vintage tech and conspiracy memorabilia. Kyle had just picked up a reel of film at a garage sale. No label, no info. He popped it into the projector with a crooked grin. "You ever seen anything weird?" he asked. "Like, really weird?" Ryan had shrugged. "I edited a guy proposing in a Sonic the Hedgehog costume once." But once the reel started rolling, Ryan stopped laughing. The hum of the projector filled the room, low and constant, like a nervous breath. Grainy black and white footage flickered onto the wall, showing what looked like familiar moon landing scenes. But they were off, subtly, chillingly off. The timing, the movements, the tone. Ryan leaned in, squinting. One astronaut casually adjusted his helmet. Not the clunky, weightless motion you'd expect in low gravity, but a smooth, practiced gesture. Another shifted his weight impatiently, like he was waiting on someone. Then, a man in jeans and a headset walked into frame, muttering something and fixing a prop rock. His shadow stretched unnaturally long beneath hot studio lights. That's when Ryan's stomach dropped. "Jesus," he whispered. Kyle chuckled nervously. "What? You seeing what I'm seeing?" Ryan didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the screen. The edges of the frame revealed too much. Coiled cables, sandbags, the shine of a stage light reflector. The camera panned awkwardly, and a crew member walked across the moonscape with a clipboard, utterly indifferent to the so-called mission unfolding behind him. Then came the voices. They crackled through the tinny speaker, clear, calm, almost bored. "Hold the flag higher. Yeah, like that. We need it to feel epic. Cut the glare on the visor. Reflections trash. And then, don't forget the dust. This ain't Earth, remember." Ryan's chest tightened. Each line hit like a hammer. He couldn't look away. The footage cut to a wide shot, revealing the entire soundstage. The lunar surface was too perfect. Craters arranged with symmetry. The landing module gleamed unnaturally, like it had been wiped down before the take. And there, just behind the faux terrain, was a director's chair. K. Kubrick, bold white letters on a black canvas. Ryan blinked. "No way," he muttered. "That's gotta be fake." Kyle, suddenly quiet, scratched his beard. "Man, what if it's not?" The film ended on one final frame. A crew member leaned against a wall, sipping coffee. The astronauts rehearsed in the background like it was just another scene in a long day of shooting. Nothing dramatic. Just another take. Ryan sat frozen. The image burned into his brain. The worst part wasn't the possibility that the moon landing had been staged. It was how ordinary it all looked. Like it was normal. Like it had always been that way. And suddenly, he wasn't so sure what was real anymore. Ryan leaned forward, elbows digging into his knees, stomach twisting like he'd swallowed glass. The reel had stopped, but the images kept flashing through his mind. If what he'd seen was real, truly real, then everything humanity believed about that moment in 1969 was a lie. Not just a little whitewashed, not slightly exaggerated, a full-blown fabrication. He rewound the reel, hands trembling, and watched key segments again, frame by frame, looking, begging for something off, a giveaway, a misplaced shadow, a bad edit, anything to tell him this was fake. But the more he watched, the worse it got. The footage wasn't polished, wasn't flashy, it was raw. Too messy to be orchestrated by some internet prankster. The idle chatter between crew members. Tonight, we're diving into a story wrapped around one of the most polarizing conspiracy theories out there. The claim that the moon landing was a hoax. Now, imagine stumbling upon actual proof of it. Not just whispers or grainy YouTube clips, but something undeniable. And then ask yourself, what would you do with it? While we unravel this tale, drop a comment. Where are you tuning in from? And what time is it for you right now? It's wild how stories like this reach people from every corner of the world. If you're into eerie, brain-tingling stories that help you unwind, hit subscribe to Sleep Theories. Now find your most comfortable spot, close your eyes, and let's begin. Ryan Jacobs wasn't one to chase shadows. If anything, he'd spent most of his adult life avoiding anything remotely dramatic. At 32, he lived in a quiet second-floor walk-up in Portland, Oregon. Nothing fancy, just a place with creaky floors and an old radiator that hissed like it had secrets. He worked as a freelance video editor, the kind who spent hours hunched over his MacBook, fine-tuning wedding montages and cutting together corny ad reels for local businesses. It paid the bills. It kept things simple. Ryan liked simple. But trouble has a way of slipping in when you're not looking. It was a grey, pissy November afternoon when everything shifted. Rain tapped at the windows like it was trying to get in. Ryan was at his buddy Kyle's place, a cluttered basement full of vintage tech and conspiracy memorabilia. Kyle had just picked up a reel of film at a garage sale. No label, no info. He popped it into the projector with a crooked grin. "You ever seen anything weird?" he asked. "Like, really weird?" Ryan had shrugged. "I edited a guy proposing in a Sonic the Hedgehog costume once." But once the reel started rolling, Ryan stopped laughing. The hum of the projector filled the room, low and constant, like a nervous breath. Grainy black and white footage flickered onto the wall, showing what looked like familiar moon landing scenes. But they were off, subtly, chillingly off. The timing, the movements, the tone. Ryan leaned in, squinting. One astronaut casually adjusted his helmet. Not the clunky, weightless motion you'd expect in low gravity, but a smooth, practiced gesture. Another shifted his weight impatiently, like he was waiting on someone. Then, a man in jeans and a headset walked into frame, muttering something and fixing a prop rock. His shadow stretched unnaturally long beneath hot studio lights. That's when Ryan's stomach dropped. "Jesus," he whispered. Kyle chuckled nervously. "What? You seeing what I'm seeing?" Ryan didn't answer. His eyes were locked, on the screen. The edges of the frame revealed too much. Coiled cables, sandbags, the shine of a stage light reflector. The camera panned awkwardly, and a crew member walked across the moonscape with a clipboard, utterly indifferent to the so-called mission unfolding behind him. Then came the voices. They crackled through the tinny speaker, clear, calm, almost bored. "Hold the flag higher. Yeah, like that. We need it to feel epic. Cut the glare on the visor. Reflections trash. And then, don't forget the dust. This ain't Earth, remember. Ryan's chest tightened. Each line hit like a hammer. He couldn't look away. The footage cut to a wide shot, revealing the entire soundstage. The lunar surface was too perfect. Craters arranged with symmetry. The landing module gleamed unnaturally, like it had been wiped down before the take. And there, just behind the faux terrain, was a director's chair, K. Kubrick. Bold white letters on a black canvas. Ryan blinked. "No way," he muttered. "That's gotta be fake." Kyle, suddenly quiet, scratched his beard. "Man, what if it's not?" The film ended on one final frame. A crew member leaned against a wall sipping coffee. The astronauts rehearsed in the background like it was just another scene in a long day of shooting. Nothing dramatic, just another take. Ryan sat frozen. The image burned into his brain. The worst part wasn't the possibility that the moon landing had been staged. It was how ordinary it all looked. Like it was normal. Like it had always been, that way. And suddenly, he wasn't so sure what was real anymore. Ryan leaned forward, elbows digging into his knees, stomach twisting like he'd swallowed glass. The reel had stopped, but the images kept flashing through his mind. If what he'd seen was real, truly real, then everything humanity believed about that moment in 1969 was a lie. Not just a little whitewashed, not slightly exaggerated, a full-blown fabrication. He rewound the reel, hands trembling, and watched key segments again, frame by frame, looking, begging for something off. A giveaway, a misplaced shadow, a bad edit, anything to tell him this was fake. But the more he watched, the worse it got. The footage wasn't polished, wasn't flashy, it was raw. Too messy to be orchestrated by some internet prankster. The idle chatter between crew members, the offhand technical jargon, the weary tone of people who'd done 100 takes, it all had the smell of truth. Not truth like you'd find in a press release. Truth that gets under your skin. This isn't some tinfoil hat YouTuber's fever dream, Ryan muttered, almost to reassure himself. This is something else. He stared at the projector, its soft hum now an unsettling buzz that seemed to vibrate straight through his bones. The cold of the basement had deepened, or maybe it was just his nerves catching up. He turned toward the open box of reels, 3 more, each labelled with cryptic handwriting. One, in particular, caught his eye. Lunar Simulation, Final Take. Words seemed to shimmer slightly under the flickering light bulb above, like they wanted to be seen. Ryan's hand hovered over the reel, his fingers inches from the cool, scratched metal. He knew what he should do. Pack everything up. Call Kyle. Say it was weird, but ultimately nothing. Move on. Forget. But something in him rebelled at the idea. He'd always been a cautious man, never the guy to chase ghosts or jump at shadows. He fact-checked, double-sourced, played devil's advocate with himself, until there was no debate left to be had. But now, reason and instinct were tearing at each other, and instinct was winning. "Shit," he whispered, breath fogging slightly. In the chill, "This changes everything." He loaded the next reel. The machine clicked and whirred, and as the image faded in, Ryan leaned back, almost afraid to see what came next. His body felt heavy. Each breath was shallow, like the weight of those metal canisters was pressing down on his chest. He could feel the sweat cooling on his skin, matting his hair at the temples. The footage played again in his head, looping without mercy. The fabricated moonscape, the sterile lights, the casual coffee break behind the facade of history. And that damn chair. K. Kubrick. Clear as day, Ryan had mocked conspiracy theories for years, thought the people who believed this stuff were a little cracked. But now the neat lines of logic he'd clung to all his life were starting to blur. That smug certainty was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous. Doubt. He dragged, his hand through his hair, fingers catching on damp strands. The box of reels seemed to leer at him, daring him to keep going. He knew what he'd seen, but saying it out loud, even in his own mind, felt like crossing some sacred boundary. Could it still be fake? An elaborate film school project? A buried Hollywood B-roll from some forgotten sci-fi epic? Possible, but unlikely. Too unlikely. And then the question that refused to let go. Why was this even here? This wasn't a secret guarded by government, agents, or buried in the archives of Langley. It was here, in the back room of a rundown historical society in Tillamook, Oregon, gathering dust, forgotten, as if someone had hidden it in plain sight, or worse, left it on purpose. The urge to shut it all down was powerful. He could seal the box, pretend it was nothing, toss the whole thing under the vague label of unverified historical media, and walk out. Go back to editing wedding vows and bar mitzvahs, safe, normal, but something gnawed at him, a pull, deep in his gut. This wasn't just film, it was a thread, one that, if pulled, might unravel everything. His rational mind wrestled with a growing, visceral terror, but behind the fear was something else, possibility. What if this was his shot, not just to reveal something massive, but to do something that mattered? Ryan exhaled shakily and leaned toward the projector. The reel spun, the screen began to flicker, and somewhere in the back of his mind, a voice whispered a warning. There's no going back now. Resting on the edge of his desk, Ryan buried his face in his hands. His brain was spinning, thoughts crashing into each other like waves in a storm. If this footage was real, not some clever forgery, not some forgotten film project, then it wasn't just a revelation. It was a detonation, a seismic shift that could crack the foundation of everything people believed about one of humanity's proudest moments, the moon landing. A lie? A flawless illusion crafted to fool the entire world. It wasn't just about the footage, it was about trust. Trust in institutions, in history, in the stories we've passed down like sacred scripture. If this was fake, what else had been manufactured? Who decides what becomes truth? He felt sick. His eyes burned from staring too long, both at the screen and into the abyss of what it all meant. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Who would believe him? Some freelance video editor from Oregon with a box of dusty reels. It sounded insane even to him. And yet, the footage was real. It felt real in that awful, intimate way that truth does when you're not ready for it. He wasn't looking for the spotlight. He didn't want interviews or headlines or some documentary deal. Ryan just wanted answers. And right now, those answers were sitting in that damn box, silent and heavy. The smell of old celluloid clung to the air, grounding him, reminding him that this wasn't a dream. This was happening. He glanced at the projector. The film still looped through. The machine, a faint shimmer under the weak bulb above. He thought about hitting play again, just one more time, to make sure he hadn't missed anything. But his fingers twitched at the thought. Something deep inside him recoiled. Curiosity wrestled with dread. What if this footage wasn't supposed to survive? What if someone had buried it here on purpose, too damning to destroy, too dangerous to keep? The walls felt closer. The corners of the room stretched with shadow as dusk slipped through the windows. He rubbed his temples, heart thudding behind his eyes. He couldn't pretend anymore. He couldn't unsee it. The truth was real. It was in the reels. And now it was his. Over the next few days, Ryan threw himself into the work. He digitized everything, catalogued meticulously, named files with dry, unassuming labels. He backed it all up on 3 different hard drives. The editor in him, the meticulous, methodical part, took over. But even as he tried to stay focused, the footage kept getting worse. Scripts, storyboards, production notes. A short clip of a man in a NASA patch discussing the illusion and how important it was that the public believe. Ryan watched in silence. It was like peeling back the skin of history and finding rot underneath. And then, strange things started happening. It began subtly. A black SUV parked across the street from his apartment. It sat there for hours. Lights off, windows tinted. Then there were the odd clicks on his phone, like someone else was listening. Every time he tried to upload a file, his internet would slow to a crawl or cut out entirely. Coincidence, he muttered to himself. You're just tired, paranoid. But it didn't feel like paranoia. Not really. Deep down, he knew. The first real scare came late at night. He was reviewing a clip, one of the worst ones, an astronaut breaking character mid-walk, adjusting, his helmet like it was part of a Halloween costume. The room was quiet, except for the fan in his PC. He had his headphones on, eyes locked on the screen. Then, everything went black. No warning. Just darkness. His heart jumped into his throat. He ripped the headphones off, scanning the room. The computer was still humming. The power was still on. But the screen stayed dark. Then words appeared. White. Centered. Stop. Just that. No explanation. Ryan froze. Mouth dry, chest tight. He stared, pulse pounding, waiting. A second later, the message vanished. The screen flickered. His system rebooted. When it finally came back up, the file he had been working on was gone, vanished like it had never existed. He searched everywhere. Recycle bin, recovery folders, gone. He didn't sleep that night. He lay in bed, every creak of the apartment turning into something sinister. His thoughts spiraled into worst-case scenarios. Was someone watching him? Tracking him? What if they were already inside? The next morning, the black SUV was back, this time parked closer. Engine idling. That was enough. Ryan stopped pretending. He made 3 copies of the footage. One he hid, in his closet, stuffed behind old blankets. Another went into a safety deposit box at the bank. The third he mailed, no return address, to a friend in Nevada, someone he trusted implicitly. And then he reached out to the only journalist he believed could handle it. A woman named Claire Maddox, named Cla, a journalist with a reputation for chasing down stories most wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. Government corruption, corporate whistleblowers, missing persons. She didn't flinch. When Ryan reached out, she didn't ask for proof over email. Just said, "Meet me downtown. Busy place, bring the footage." They met in a cafe that buzzed with the chatter of clinking cups and laptops tapping. Ryan looked like he hadn't slept in days. Eyes bloodshot, shoulders hunched under the weight of what he'd seen. Cla wore a grey peacoat and thick-rimmed, glasses, her presence sharp and focused. He slid the laptop across the table, clicked play. Her face changed immediately, paled. She adjusted her glasses with a shaking hand. "Ryan," she murmured, "do you realize what this means? If this is real?" "Yeah," he said, his voice low but steady. "If this gets out, it has to get out." Ryan cut in, almost too loud for the setting. "People deserve to know. All of it." Cla glanced around nervously, lowering her voice. "You don't understand. This isn't just some dusty secret in a file cabinet. If this is what it looks like, the people behind it won't just let it go. They won't let you go." Ryan leaned back in his chair. He already knew. The late-night clicks on his phone line, the SUV, the shadows that felt too focused to be coincidences. But hearing her say it out loud made it real. The days that followed were chaos stitched together by paranoia. Clay tapped her sources, former government techs, aging cinematographers, a retired NASA engineer. Everything came back the same. The footage was legit, unedited, old, and very, very dangerous. Ryan's apartment got hit next. No forced entry, nothing stolen, but drawers turned inside out, his hard drives unplugged, his backup disks missing, his phone lit up with blocked calls that ended in silence. The black SUV started showing up again, closer this time, sometimes right outside his building. Kalar saw it too, told him to lay low. "Let me take the heat. You vanish for a while. You're too exposed." But he didn't vanish fast enough. One night after leaving Clar's office, Ryan noticed a car behind him. Close. Too close. He took a turn. So did they. Another turn. Still there. His chest tightened. Cold sweat beaded on his neck. He ditched the route home and drove west until the city lights faded behind him. Checked into a dive motel with buzzing neon and stained carpet. Paid cash. Parked in the back. He sat in the room all night with the hard drive in his lap, the weight of it somehow heavier than steel. He couldn't sleep. Couldn't eat. Just watched the door and waited for it to rattle. By morning, he knew what he had to do. He texted Clar. "Need to meet. Got the original. One last handoff." They agreed on a small cafe near the docks, someplace quiet, safe. But when Ryan got there, Clar wasn't waiting at their usual corner table. Instead, taped to the inside of the door was a torn sheet of notepad paper. Her handwriting was messy, rushed. "Trust no one. They're watching me too." His heart dropped to his shoes. Clar was gone. Ryan didn't wait around. He got on the first bus out of town, the hard drive stitched into the lining of his jacket like a smuggled treasure. He didn't know where he was going, only that it had to be far. He sat at the back of the bus, hood pulled low, eyes scanning every face that boarded. Every time someone made eye contact, his pulse surged. He wasn't just carrying data anymore. He was carrying a secret that could blow the roof off the world's most sacred narrative. And that secret, it was too important to bury. Thank you for joining us tonight on Mr. X Files. As you drift off, let this tale remind you of the thin veil between truth and deception, and the courage it takes to pull it back. Sleep well, and sweet dreams. There was something off about the place. An unsettling weight in the air that made Evan tighten his grip on his suitcase. He rolled his shoulders, brushing it off. "You're just tired," he told himself. After all, it had been a hellish day. 2 delayed flights, a gate change that almost made him miss his connection, and a TSA agent who acted like he was smuggling plutonium. The airport rose ahead, its peaked white roof sharp against the dusky sky. It reminded him of snow-capped mountains, or maybe alien tents set up for some eerie, quiet invasion. The architecture was striking, sure, but it had an edge to it, like someone wanted it to feel unnatural. Evan frowned, but kept walking. Inside, the place buzzed. Travelers darted around like ants, voices echoing off the high, cavernous walls. Rolling suitcases clacked over tile floors. Somewhere, a baby screamed. He glanced at his watch, still 2 hours before the next flight. Enough time for coffee, maybe a bite to eat, and definitely some space to breathe. He drifted aimlessly at first, just stretching his legs. But then he noticed the murals. They were massive, sprawling across, entire walls in a riot of color and chaos. The first one froze him in place. Fires consuming cities, soldiers with blank, gas-masked faces, children huddled in corners, their eyes wide and empty beneath a blood-colored sky. He took a step back, unsettled. But just down the hall was another mural, this one bursting with color. A rainbow stretched overhead, smiling faces, hands reaching toward each other as if bridging divides. The shift was jarring, the contrast too clean, too precise. "What the hell?" he muttered, eyes narrowing. He stepped closer, studying the first mural again. Beneath the painted destruction, there were shapes hidden in the smoke, patterns in the clouds, jagged symbols etched into the crags of painted mountains. Even the shadows the figures cast seemed intentional, like a code. "You see it too, huh?" a voice said behind him. Evan spun. An older man stood there in a worn janitor's uniform, mop in one hand, the other draped casually over a cleaning cart. His face was lined like old leather, but his eyes were sharp. Too sharp for the easy smile on his lips. See what? Evan asked, cautious. The man nodded at the mural. People think it's just art, but nah. These walls talk, if you're willing to listen. Evan gave a nervous chuckle. What are they saying then? End times? Depends who you ask, the janitor said, voice low. Some say it's prophecy, others think it's a warning. Evan tilted his head. A warning about what? The janitor didn't answer right away. He just stared at the mural, his expression unreadable. Some folks say there's stuff beneath us. This airport, it's not just runways and terminals. There's tunnels, deep ones, miles down, supposedly for storage, but he let the sentence hang. Evan raised an eyebrow. But what? The man leaned in, voice a whisper now. Some think there's more under here than anyone's saying. Whole levels, places you're not supposed to find, stuff you're not supposed to know. Before Evan could press further, the janitor straightened and gave him a nod, then pushed his cart down the hallway. He whistled a strange, warbling tune that echoed in the vast, sterile space. Evan watched him disappear around a corner. Probably just messing with me, he thought, trying to shake it off. Local colour. Every airport had. It's weirdos, right? Still, as he wandered on, the unease lingered. He began to notice things he hadn't before. Odd little statues near baggage claim, twisted gargoyles with too many teeth and wings curled like spider legs, hallways that bent ever so slightly, subtly nudging his path without him realizing. And the symbols. God, the symbols. They were everywhere now that he was looking, burned into the floor tiles, carved faintly into support beams, woven into the carpet's abstract design. He hadn't noticed them before, but once his eyes adjusted, they were impossible to ignore. Geometric, repetitive, ancient, like a language built on rhythm and obsession. He kept walking, still had an hour to kill, but he no longer cared about coffee or stretching his legs. Something was calling him deeper, and he was already following, echoed faintly through the thick metal, low and rhythmic, like a chant, or maybe a conversation in a language he couldn't place. Evan's breath caught in his throat. He stepped back, heart hammering against his ribs, his palms slick with sweat. The tiles beneath his feet were worn and uneven, some chipped, exposing raw concrete like wounds beneath the polished surface. The flickering fluorescent lights above him popped and buzzed at irregular intervals, casting jagged shadows that danced along the hallway walls. The deeper he moved into this part of the airport, the more the air changed. Less like a building, more like a tomb. At first, he told himself it was just nerves. Airports always made him feel on edge. So many people, so many schedules, too much movement. But this was different. This wasn't nerves. This was wrong. The silence wasn't natural. It didn't feel like the absence of sound. It felt like something pressing down on him, swallowing everything. No footsteps, no intercom, no ambient buzz of faraway travelers. Just him and the door. It was wedged between two maintenance doors, almost easy to miss. No sign, just a faint gap, slightly ajar. A weak fluorescent bulb flickered above it, buzzing, like a dying fly. He stared at it, unsure whether he'd found it, or if it had found him. Don't, a part of his mind warned. This isn't yours to open. But another part, the same reckless instinct that had made him wander down here in the first place, whispered, "It's already open." He stepped forward. 1, 2. His sneakers let out a soft squeak against the old tile. He hesitated at the door, peering into the crack. It wasn't an office or storage room. It was a stairwell, narrow, old. The concrete steps sloped down at a steep angle, vanishing into shadows. The air was cool, with a damp metallic tang that burned faintly in the back of his throat. He pushed it open. Crack! The hinges wailed, too loud in the silence. He winced, but no alarms sounded, no voices called out. Just that same low, thrumming hum vibrating through the walls like a distant heartbeat. What the hell is this place? Each step down felt heavier than the last, as if gravity itself was tightening around him. The stairwell's lone light flickered above, casting uneven shadows that jittered along the walls like broken limbs in a strobe light. He tried to calm his breath, but his chest felt tight, like the air didn't want to go in anymore. At the bottom was a hallway, cold, sterile. Unlabeled doors lined either side, each identical, their surfaces smooth and metallic. No signs, no numbers, just blank faces staring back at him. He turned. The stairwell behind him seemed impossibly far now, swallowed by shadow. The door at the top had closed without a sound. He took another step forward. The floor was smooth beneath him, unnervingly clean. The lights above sputtered occasionally, throwing brief epileptic flashes down the corridor, revealing more doors, more of the same blank monotony. Except one. It was different. He saw it before he was even close. He felt it. The air around it buzzed with static, the hum louder now, almost pulsing. The door was thicker, more imposing. Unlike the others, its surface wasn't smooth. It was carved. Deep grooves etched into the metal in strange, intersecting shapes. Symbols. Familiar ones. His breath hitched. He'd seen them before. In the murals. In the floor tiles. Back upstairs where everything still pretended to be normal. Up there, they looked like harmless design choices. Down here, they felt like warnings. He stepped closer, raising a trembling hand toward the handle. "Don't do it," his gut whispered. "Whatever's behind there." He pressed his ear to the cold surface. There were voices, not loud, not frantic, low, measured, layered in a language he couldn't understand but felt somehow wrong, like hearing something you weren't meant to, like stepping into a room mid-prayer and realizing the words are meant to bind, not bless. He backed away instinctively, his skin crawling, every instinct screaming to go, but his feet stayed planted, frozen, listening, and the voices, somehow, kept going. The voices behind the door spoke in low, deliberate tones. The cadence was too steady, too controlled to be casual conversation. Evan couldn't make out the words, but there was weight in them, an urgency, a ritual-like intensity that made him pause with his hand on the door. Every instinct screamed at him to turn around, to walk away, and forget this part of the airport ever existed. But the curiosity was stronger now. The pull had its hooks in deep. With a shaky breath, he gripped the handle and turned it. The door opened smoother than expected, releasing a soft hiss. A sterile glow spilled out into the hallway, casting long shadows and bathing the concrete walls in pale light. Evan stepped inside and froze. The room was massive, far larger than anything should have been beneath an airport. Monitors lined every inch of the walls, each one displaying something different. Blueprints, topographic maps, live camera feeds, endless streams of data scrolling at unreadable speeds. The air pulsed with a soft hum, broken occasionally by sharp, electronic beeps from machines he couldn't see. At the center of the space sat a circular table. It looked like a command post, rimmed with low lights and covered in papers, folders, and odd objects, devices maybe, or tools for something stranger. And around it stood a dozen figures, still and composed. They wore dark suits, clean lines, military precision. They didn't glance at the screens. Their attention stayed on the table, on each other. Their words came in hushed tones, too quiet to understand, but carried a pressure that filled the air. Controlled, measured, dangerous. And then there was her. At the head of the table stood a woman, her presence a razor edge in the room static, calm. Her back was straight, one hand resting on a thick black file marked with the same strange symbols Evan had seen above, on the murals, the floors, the door. The design wasn't decorative. It was a seal. Her face was lit just enough to reveal cold, sharp eyes that scanned the group like a strategist sizing up her pieces. Occasionally, she gestured as she spoke, her voice soft but firm, the kind that didn't need to rise to be heard. She wasn't just in charge, she was the room's gravity. Evan couldn't move, his thoughts scattered under the fluorescent glare. This wasn't a back room, this was a control center, a hidden one, coordinated, operative. And whatever they were orchestrating, it wasn't small. Before he could process more, a man near the table shifted and looked directly at him. Evan's stomach dropped. The gaze wasn't startled, it was assessing. One by one, the others followed, heads turned, expressions unreadable. Then the woman looked up, their eyes locked. She didn't speak, she didn't signal, she just watched, and Evan knew. He wasn't supposed to be here. Not just in the room, but in any part of what this was. The room wasn't a maintenance corridor or forgotten storage closet. It was something far more deliberate, constructed with purpose, concealed beneath the ordinary, like a tumor under healthy skin. Evan stood in the threshold, heart hammering, swallowed by the enormity of what lay before him. He didn't belong here, not even close. He was an intruder, a ghost flickering into a world stitched together behind closed doors. And then, one of them noticed him. The figure barely moved, just a slight tilt of the head, a glance toward the doorway. But the effect was immediate. Their gaze landed on him, sharp and unblinking, and the air in the room seemed to warp. Evan's breath caught in his throat. A cold line traced his spine. He wanted to run, to pivot and sprint back through the maze of hallways, but his feet might as well have been bolted to the floor. Then, contact. A hand gripped his shoulder. Hard. He spun, breath snapping out of him, to find two men in black uniforms standing behind him. Not security, not police. These men didn't ask questions. They already knew the answers. Their faces were blank, carved from stone. Their eyes were precise and without emotion, like measuring instruments. One leaned in slightly, voice like gravel smoothed by formality. "You're not supposed to be here." Each syllable was measured. A statement, not a threat. Evan tried to speak. His mouth opened, but all that came out was a weak exhale. His brain fumbled through excuses, apologies, explanations, anything, but the words jammed in his throat, lodged by panic. The second man gave a slight nod. Then, sharp pain. A sting in the side of his neck. A needle. He barely registered it before his limbs betrayed him, turning gelatinous. His knees buckled slightly. He gasped and staggered, but already the edges of the room were softening, smearing into a wash of lights and shapes. The circular table, the monitors, the woman at the head. They all bled into each other, fading. She was the last thing he saw. Her eyes locked onto his again, not startled, not angry, calculating, clinical. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared, like she was watching data upload. Then, black. When Evan woke, he was slouched in a hard plastic chair near his gate, the sudden blast of airport ambience slapping him fully conscious. Rolling suitcases, boarding calls, the buzz of idle chatter. It all crashed back in, jarring and surreal. His heart raced. His body was trembling. What the hell just happened? He blinked hard, trying to reorder his thoughts. His head throbbed, a dull pulse blooming at the base of his skull. He touched his neck. No mark, no bruise, no evidence of a needle, no proof anything had happened at all. A boarding announcement barked over the intercom. His flight. Disoriented, Evan stood and grabbed his carry-on. But something felt off. Too light. Panic surged again. He dropped the bag onto a bench and unzipped it, fingers fumbling through the contents. Gone. His camera. Vanished. The spare memory cards he kept tucked in the side pouch. Gone too. Any trace of what he might have seen, what he might have recorded, erased. He staggered down the jet bridge, still half in a daze. But the unease didn't fade. It grew. The camera was only the beginning. There were gaps in his memory, strange holes where details should be. Time felt warped. Images came to him, like aftershocks. The woman's eyes, the glowing monitors, the whispered conversations, the symbols. Always the symbols. They haunted him now, like etchings burned into the back of his skull. He flew out of Denver that night, but the airport never let go. He tried to explain it to people, what he'd seen, how he'd felt, the lingering sense of wrongness, but every time the words left his mouth, they sounded cracked and broken, like a dream recounted hours after waking. Friends smiled politely, nodded, gave him the kind of look you give someone who needs a break. The story never landed. Not really, but Evan knew he hadn't imagined it. Something was down there, outright dismissing his story. That's what they all did. Friends, co-workers, even his own brother waved it off like Evan was just tired or stressed. After a while, he stopped bringing it up. What was the point? No one wanted to believe that something strange, something real, had happened, so he buried it, told himself it was easier that way. Better to let it fade than keep reliving it. But sometimes, when a news clip flashed on about Denver International Airport, or he caught the jagged silhouette of its white-tinted roof in a photo, that feeling would creep back in. That pressure in his chest, the symbols, the murals, that goddamn room under the floor. They clung to him like shadows, half remembered but never forgotten, like a dream that left him sweating but couldn't fully recall. In the years that followed, Evan did whatever he could to avoid flying through Denver, even if it meant spending hours on layovers elsewhere. It became an unspoken rule in his life: stay away. Still, it didn't matter. No matter how far he stayed, from that airport, he couldn't shake it. That crawling sense that he'd stumbled into something vast, hidden, organized. He tried to silence it, tried to move on, but one question kept gnawing at the back of his mind, whispering through the cracks of his sleep. What the hell had he seen beneath the airport that night? And how far would someone go to make sure he never found out? Thank you for spending this time with us here at Mr.X Files, the host's soft voice murmured, weaving comfort into the quiet. May this tale of mystery and unease guide you gently into sleep. As you drift, remember, sometimes the line between the known and the unknown is thinner than we think. Sleep well, and sweet dreams. Welcome to Mr.X Files, the channel where we explore the strange, the haunting, and the just plain unexplainable. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most elusive phenomena of all: alien abduction. Before we begin, I'd love to know where you're listening from and what time it is in your part of the world. There's something magical about imagining us all gathered across time zones, connected by stories. If you enjoy unraveling the unknown in a calm, reflective space, don't forget to subscribe. Now, get comfortable. Let your thoughts slow. And prepare to wander into a place where reality and imagination blur. Evelyn Harper never saw herself as remarkable. She lived in a sleepy speck of a town just beyond the Midwest's reach, where the sky seemed bigger than the earth itself. By day, she was a third-grade teacher. By night, she was a woman content in her solitude. She used to joke, "My only roommates are books and bugs," nodding toward the symphony of crickets that chirped just outside her old screen window. She liked it that way. Life was steady, safe, predictable. Her days ticked by in familiar rhythm. She'd rise with the birds, their calls slipping through the cracked window of her modest farmhouse. Mornings smelled like dark roast coffee and the faint, earthy scent of dew on crops. Her favorite mug, chipped on the rim from years of use, always sat waiting beside the crossword from the town's only paper. By the time her second cup was drained, sunlight poured across the fields beyond her back porch like honey over linen. Her Classroom was a mosaic of finger paints, flashcards, and tiny shoes scuffling on hardwood floors. The kids loved her stories, how she wove history into fairy tales, math into mystery adventures. They hung on her every word, not because they had to, but because she made learning feel like play. After the final bell, when the echo of laughter faded down the hall, Evelyn would linger. She'd stack chairs, wipe glue from tables, and hum softly to herself. There was a peace in that quiet, an intimacy she never found in crowds. Evenings belonged to her alone. She'd cook something simple, roasted squash from her garden maybe, or heat leftover stew while the kitchen lamp cast a warm circle of light across the counters. Later, she'd curl into her armchair by the window with a worn paperback, or her journal. Beyond the glass, the fields rolled into the horizon like a sea of rustling green, and in those still moments, Evelyn felt like she was suspended between two worlds, the one she lived in and the one just out of reach, her lap. Evelyn's favourite time of day was dusk, when the sky turned lavender and peach and the first stars pierced through the fading light. She'd step out onto her porch, mug in hand, and watch the heavens come alive. Crickets began their nightly chorus, their rhythm steady, blending with the breeze that whispered through the fields. It was a time for reflection, for dreaming, a moment to feel small, yet connected to something vast. To anyone else, her life might have seemed quiet, lonely even. But to Evelyn, it was perfect. She'd carved out her own little corner of the world, peaceful, still, untouched by the noise and chaos that seemed to consume everyone else. She didn't need much, just the stars, the silence, and the certainty that tomorrow would look the same as today. But even with all that comfort, there was always something beneath the surface, a quiet restlessness, a whisper tugging at the corners of her mind. On certain nights when the moon hung heavy and the world felt hollowed out, Evelyn would stare at the sky a little too long, wondering, not wishing for change or escape. No, she loved her life, but trying to grasp the vastness out there. She never expected her world to shift. Evelyn Harper wasn't someone who chased danger or sought mystery. She believed in the beauty of small things, her students' laughter, the warmth of the sun, the soft flicker of stars above her farmhouse roof. Her world was small. That's how she liked it. But the universe doesn't always care what we prefer. Sometimes it comes for us anyway. And the stars she'd always adored, they were about to become something else entirely. It began on a Tuesday, a plain, almost boring one. The air was warm, heavy with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and Evelyn had just eased into her porch chair, tea in hand. Her home sat on the edge of a wide field, nothing but open land stretching into sky. She loved that, how the world breathed, out there, the way the wind played in the grass. But that night, the quiet didn't feel peaceful. It felt wrong, still, too still, like the earth was holding its breath. Evelyn shifted, uneasy, her eyes lifted to the sky. The stars were oddly bright, more vivid than usual, scattered like shards across the velvet dark. The moon hung low and full, its glow ghostly. She sipped her tea slowly, trying to shrug off the weight building in her chest. The crickets sang on, steady and familiar. The comfort of their song helped. Then they stopped all at once. Not a slow fade, no tapering off. Just silence, complete, crushing. Evelyn froze, cup halfway to her lips. Her pulse quickened. She glanced toward the field, searching for any sign of movement. Crickets did quiet when a predator passed through. She'd seen it before. A fox, maybe. A cat. But this wasn't the same. The silence lingered, grew. She set her mug down gently. Her hands shook, fingers curled tight around the armrest. She leaned forward, squinting, scanning. The grass had gone still. No wind, No motion. The world felt frozen. A chill trickled down her back. She pulled her shawl closer, realizing how exposed she was. Just a woman in a chair, alone beneath a sky too wide. Then she saw it. A light. Faint, hovering over the field. It looked like a lantern. Small, gentle, but it didn't move. Didn't swing. Evelyn blinked. Once. Twice. Her eyes burned. She didn't move. Didn't speak. The light stayed. Watching. Evelyn squinted into the dark, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. Maybe it was just her exhaustion. 3 sleepless nights in a row and the creeping fog of loneliness. But the light out there didn't flicker like something far off. No, it held steady, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat, casting a pale shimmer across the edge of the cornfield. It reminded her of fireflies, only wrong. At first, she figured it had to be a plane, but then it shifted, fast, precise, like a needle stitching through the air. "What the hell?" she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. The light didn't glide. It jerked, zipping back and forth with a precision no aircraft should have. It bled from soft blue to eerie green to a bone-white glare, like it was breathing, like it knew. Evelyn rose slowly, her stiff knees cracking as she stood. Her fingers clenched the porch railing tight enough to blanch her knuckles. She couldn't look away. Something primal rooted her in place, part awe, part terror. Her thoughts tumbled over one another, searching for logic. "Maybe it's a drone," she said aloud, needing to hear a voice, even if it was her own. "Some rich kid screwing around?" But her gut said no. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't built by human hands. The glow intensified, flooding the field with a cold, ghostly light. The tall grass shimmered like metal threads, every blade outlined in a sharp silver-blue edge. She took a step back without realizing it, her heel crunching the gravel. Her chest felt tight. The air buzzed, not loud, but low, like something deep underground was waking up. It hummed through her bones, vibrating in her ribs, the way a cello string hums after it's struck. Then the air changed. It thickened, almost greasy, like the air before a storm. But there were no clouds, no wind, just the night, holding its breath. So did she. And then, nothing. The light vanished, clean as a blown-out candle. Darkness swallowed the field again. The stars seemed dull, as if they hadn't yet recovered. Evelyn didn't move. Her eyes scanned the now empty horizon, heart hammering against her ribs like it wanted out. The stillness was absolute. No crickets, no breeze. Just silence so loud it pressed in on her ears. She stumbled back toward the door, her breath ragged. Her fingers fumbled for the handle like she'd forgotten how it worked. She slammed the door shut behind her and twisted the lock, as if that would stop whatever it was. The living room, once a haven, felt alien. The old fridge hummed in the kitchen, and the wall clock ticked on, but the sounds seemed disconnected from reality. Fake. Thin. Pacing across the faded rug, Evelyn pressed a trembling hand to her temple. "You're losing it," she told herself. Too much quiet. Too many damn nights alone. She tried to believe it, but the image of that thing, glowing and alive, was etched into her brain like a brand. She checked the windows again, and again. Her breath fogged the glass as she peered into the black, half expecting the light to reappear. Every groan of the old farmhouse made her flinch. Shadows stretched and twisted in the corners, playing tricks on her mind. She thought about calling Claire, her sister, or maybe Sam from the school, but what would she say? "Hey, I think I saw something." Not. From here? She didn't sleep. A single lamp kept the dark at bay, while she curled on the couch with her favorite book in her lap. She couldn't read. The words blurred. Her mind kept circling the same image. those sharp movements, that sound, the way the world had felt like it had paused. It wasn't just a light in the sky. It was something else, something watching. When the sun finally crept over the hills, warming the tops of the trees and brushing the field in gold and amber, she exhaled for the first time in hours. The birds returned. Crickets chirped like nothing had happened. The world had resumed, but Evelyn knew better. The next morning, she moved through her routine like a ghost. She taught her third graders, smiled when she had to, nodded along during lunchroom gossip, but she wasn't really there. Every time she glanced out a window, she half expected to see that light again. She felt it still, that presence. Whatever it wasn't finished. When Evelyn got home that evening, the dread settled in her chest like a stone. She double-checked every lock, front door, back, windows, even the little one in the laundry room she never used. Her eyes kept flicking to the field beyond the fence, barely visible in the waning light. The sky outside was awash in soft streaks of orange and rose. But to her, it felt like the world was bleeding out. She sat by the window, clutching a mug of chamomile tea with both hands, like it might anchor her to the present. The steam curled against her face, but it didn't warm her. She waited. It came again. Around midnight, the light. Only this time, it was brighter. It moved like it was frantic, searching for something it couldn't quite see. Evelyn's breath hitched. Her hands trembled as she reached for her phone. Okay, just record it, she whispered to herself. But as her thumb hovered over the screen, a strange heaviness washed over her. Her limbs went slack. Her vision blurred at the edges. Her phone clattered to the floor. She collapsed onto the couch before she could even call for help. When she came to, the morning sun had filled her living room. Everything looked normal. Almost. She sat up slowly, heart pounding with leftover panic. Was it a dream? She murmured, wiping sleep from her eyes. But then she looked down. Her bare feet were smeared with dirt, not dust from the floor, soil, like she'd been walking barefoot through the field. Her stomach dropped. She ran her hands over her arms. Faint scratches lined them, thin, shallow, like from tall grass or brambles. No, she said aloud. No, I didn't go out there. I couldn't have. But she had no memory. Nothing between reaching for her phone and waking up. She wanted to believe it was sleepwalking, stress, something, anything, normal. But the scratches said otherwise. That day, she avoided the window. She didn't look at the field. She didn't let herself think about the light. But the marks, on her body, itched reminders that wouldn't let her forget. And that night, as she lay in bed staring at the ceiling, every creak of the house sent a fresh wave of anxiety through her. Deep down, she knew this wasn't over. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. It started slow. The lights came more often, appearing further out, just above the horizon. Sometimes they hovered in the distance, glowing faint like dying stars. But each night, they stayed longer, watching, waiting. Evelyn would sit in the dark, lights off, heart pounding. She told herself they couldn't see her, that she was safe inside. But the lights crept closer. Their glow spilled across her fields, transforming her familiar land into something cold and sterile. The soil gleamed like glass. The trees stood like statues. The lights began to pierce through her curtains, brilliant beams that lit up her living room like daylight. Her home no longer felt like a refuge. It felt like a stage. And then came the marks. The first one showed up one chilly morning as she stood in front of the bathroom mirror. Just below her collarbone, a small, perfect circle. No pain, just there. Precise. Wrong. More followed. On her forearms, her thighs, the back of her neck, all the same shape, same size, same eerie symmetry. She tried to make sense of them. Maybe an allergic reaction. Maybe she'd scratched herself in her sleep. But she knew better. These weren't bug bites. They were intentional. And then the humming started. At first, she thought it was the fridge. A low, almost imperceptible sound. But as the nights passed, it grew louder. It wasn't coming from the appliances. It wasn't even coming from outside. It came from everywhere. It resonated through her walls, her floorboards, her bones, a droning vibration that lived inside her chest and made her insides feel wrong, like something was trying to tune her frequency. She buried her head under her pillow, but the sound followed her. It wasn't just noise, it was pressure, presence. Her house, once a place of solitude and peace, now felt like a trap. The chirping of crickets returned, but it wasn't comforting anymore. It sounded distorted, mocking, like something pretending to be normal. Worse was the silence that followed the lights, the kind of silence that made her feel like the world outside her walls had been turned off. She stopped going out onto the porch at night. She kept the curtains shut, lights off, doors locked. But it didn't matter. She felt them. One especially bitter night, Evelyn sat curled up on the couch in 3 layers of clothes. Her flashlight, now practically glued to her hand, rested in her lap. She hadn't slept properly in days. Every noise made her flinch. She wasn't just afraid anymore. She felt hunted. The tea sat cold and untouched on the table, its steam long gone, curling into nothing. Evelyn barely noticed. She hadn't slept in days. Her eyes stung from the strain. Her body was wired with tension that refused to ebb. It wasn't just exhaustion anymore. It was something deeper, like her very bones knew what was coming. The humming began again. At first, it was barely there, a murmur under the silence, but she felt it, like a shiver rolling up from the floorboards, curling under her skin. Then came the sound, low and insistent, building like pressure inside her skull. Her jaw clenched. She gripped the flashlight tighter, the metal warm from her hand, and then the light. It started faint, a pale glow on the horizon, just like before, but this time it came in. It spilled under the doorframe, seeping through the seams in the curtains like liquid fire. Within seconds it was everywhere, filling the room with a brilliance so unnatural it made her eyes ache. But it wasn't just light, it was presence. It pressed down on her chest, on her thoughts, until even breathing felt like defiance. The shadows it cast didn't belong. They were long, distorted, wrong. They didn't match the furniture, or her own body. They moved on their own, twitching and sliding across the walls like they were alive. Evelyn froze. Her body refused to move, refused to scream, even as her instincts screamed inside her. Her fingers clenched the flashlight until her knuckles turned white. But she couldn't lift it, couldn't point it, couldn't act. And then she saw them. Figures. They emerged from the corners of her vision, slow and silent, like they'd always been there, just waiting. Tall, unnaturally lean, their limbs, too long, bending at odd angles with a grace that made her stomach twist. Their movements were deliberate, almost elegant, like dancers in slow motion. She tried to see their faces, but they were blurred, shrouded in the shimmering glow. She couldn't tell if they were looking at her, but she felt it. Their attention pressed against her like a weight on her chest. Her flashlight slipped from her hand and hit the floor with a dull thud. She barely noticed. Evelyn's breath came in short, sharp gasps. Her body screamed to move, to run, but the air felt thick, like syrup in her lungs, like her own limbs were betraying her. She tried to scream, but her throat locked tight. No sound escaped. The figures drew closer. They sharpened as they approached, their edges clearer now. The light around them pulsed, brighter, hotter. The humming roared in her ears, a deep, bone-rattling vibration that made her teeth ache and her eyes water. It wasn't just sound, it was a force, shaking something loose inside her. The light became blinding, erasing the room in pure, merciless white. Evelyn's face was wet with tears. Her body trembled, her mind frayed at the edges, and then nothing. Darkness. She woke on the couch, curled in the same position, the flashlight lying on the floor beside her. Everything was still, too still. The kind of quiet that feels deliberate. The light was gone. The humming had faded into some distant corner of her memory, and now there was only the ticking of the clock. Familiar, yet hollow. Evelyn sat up slowly, every joint aching, her limbs leaden like she'd run a marathon in her sleep. She reached up and touched her neck. There was a new mark, cold, smooth, almost metallic. It stung faintly under her fingertips. Her thoughts were disjointed, like a puzzle dumped out of the box. Images flickered in her mind. The light, the figures, the sensation of being seen. Something had changed. Evelyn Harper was not the same woman who had once sipped tea in peace, grateful for the quiet. That quiet had been shattered. Something had entered her life, or she'd been taken into something else. And as she stared out the window into the open field, bathed in dawn's pale glow, she knew this wasn't the end. Whatever had happened, it had only just begun. When she woke again, it was in her bed. That in itself was strange. She didn't remember going upstairs. Her sheets were rumpled, damp with sweat. The silence pressed in on her. No humming, no crickets, just the slow tick, tick, tick of the clock on the wall. She sat up, muscles sore, and that's when she saw it. On her nightstand, a small metallic object, smooth, silver, its surface glinting with the faintest hint of blue. Intricate swirling patterns were etched into it, like tiny veins. Alien, beautiful, wrong. She didn't remember bringing it home, didn't remember much at all, just fragments, light, movement, pressure, and those eyes, if they were eyes at all. Her life was never the same after that. The visits didn't stop. They became part of her world. Eventually, Evelyn stopped fighting them, stopped pretending she could resist. There was no more porch sitting, no more tea, no more dreams of peace. Something had claimed her, or maybe something had awakened something inside her. And now, every night, as she lay awake in the dark, listening for the first whisper of that hum, Evelyn no longer wondered if they would return. She wondered what they were waiting for. Evelyn started keeping a journal, not the kind with little hearts doodled in the margins, but a rough spiral-bound notebook she'd picked up from the gas station, its pages soon crowded with cramped handwriting. She wrote down everything she could recall, the lights, the sounds, the strange vibrations under her skin, the dreams. She scrawled in it late at night, sometimes with trembling hands, documenting the changes that no one else could see. She started researching, deep diving into forums and late-night conspiracy websites, watching old interviews with people who spoke in hushed tones about missing time and visitors. The similarities were unsettling. The humming, the marks, the dreams. At first, it was horrifying, like staring into a mirror you didn't know was there. But somewhere in that darkness, she found a strange comfort. These people understood, even if the rest of the world didn't. She tried to talk to someone once, a friend from college, someone she trusted. They met at a cafe. Evelyn picked at her muffin, her voice low, guarded. "Have you ever felt like something's been watching you? Like, really watching?" The friend had smiled politely too. Politely? "You mean like paranoia? You sure you're getting enough sleep?" Evelyn had laughed, brittle and forced. Yeah, maybe that's all it is." She never brought it up again. After that, she pulled inward, stopped reaching out. The journal became her only confidant. But the worst part wasn't the lights, wasn't the humming, wasn't even the figures. It was the dreams. At first, they were vague, colours, sensations, a low murmur of sound. But as the nights wore on, they sharpened. In them, she lay on a table, cold, metallic, sterile. Overhead, lights buzzed softly, far too bright to look at. Shapes hovered above her, faceless, indistinct. She couldn't move, couldn't scream. She felt soft hands, too soft, brush along her arms, her scalp, her ribs. There were whispers, fast and fluid, in a language that seemed to skip across her mind without touching down. She always woke gasping, her chest tight, a cold sweat soaking her sheets. Evelyn didn't know what they wanted, didn't know why they kept coming. But she knew, deep down, that this wasn't random. They had chosen her, and whatever was happening, it wasn't something she could stop. She stopped trying. In time, a quiet resignation settled in. Not peace, but endurance. Like bracing for a storm you've weathered too many times to pretend you're safe. And still, she hoped. Hoped that someday she'd understand. That the visits had a reason. That her suffering meant something. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. The voice of the host, calm and soothing, drifted through the speakers like a lullaby. Evelyn's story is one of many, accounts that remind us how little we truly know about the world around us and the universe beyond. May her tale of mystery and quiet terror carry you into a restful slumber where dreams blur the line between fact and fiction. Sleep well, and sweet dreams. Jake Wilder wasn't the kind of man who went looking for the unknown. His life was quiet, tidy, clockwork in its consistency. A freelance videographer tucked in a modest second-floor apartment in a sleepy suburb, Jake filled his days with weddings, promo shoots, and editing reels that paid the rent. His apartment mirrored the man, functional, precise. Shelves lined with camera gear, hard drives labelled with gaffer tape tabs, coffee mugs washed and returned to the same spot every evening. No chaos, no surprises, and that was just how he liked it. So when the email came, another job, another corporate retreat, he barely blinked. Film the team-building exercises, capture the keynote speakers, snag a few scenic B-roll shots, easy money, meals and lodging paid. The resort was up in the Howard Mountains, nestled away from the world. 2-hour drive, no big deal. He packed light, camera gear, chargers, extra batteries, and hit the road, Friday morning. When he arrived, Jake was taken aback. The hotel was massive, not the usual beige conference centre, but something out of a fairy tale. Ivy climbing up old stone, turrets rising like watchtowers, stained glass windows catching the light like shards of gem. Luxury SUVs lined the circular drive, and valets in tailored uniforms moved with military precision. It didn't feel like the kind of place where people held trust falls and PowerPoint presentations. Still, a job was a job, and Jake wasn't the type to ask questions. Jake pulled his battered sedan into the staff lot, acutely aware of how out of place it looked among the sleek black SUVs and polished imports. He killed the engine and sat there a moment, watching the gleaming facade of the hotel rise before him like something out of a magazine. He gave a dry laugh. Hell of a place for a corporate gig, he muttered, grabbing his gear from the back seat. But he'd been in enough of these swanky places not to let it rattle him. Flashy didn't mean anything once the lens was rolling. He followed the side path to the service entrance, just like the directions had said. Inside, the hotel was even more extravagant. Polished marble floors stretched out beneath chandeliers, the size of small cars, and everything gleamed like it had been wiped down twice in the last hour. A fire flickered in a massive stone hearth across the lobby, and somewhere overhead, soft classical music played. Strings and piano, soothing, but a little too perfect. The scent of lilies hit him next, subtle and sharp, mixed with something woody and clean. Jake adjusted the strap on his shoulder and made his way to the check-in point. A woman in a sharp navy pantsuit barely looked up from her clipboard. "You're the videographer?" she asked. "Yeah." "Jake Ryland." "Lauren," she replied, briskly. "You're covering the conference hall. Wide angles and crowd shots this morning. CEO's speaking at 3. Be in position by 2:30. We don't do late." "Got it," he said, already mapping out the layout in his head. Lauren pointed without looking up again, and Jake followed her gesture through the hushed corridors. Everything was spotless. No scuff marks, no stray cords, no clutter. He passed, staff in black polos setting up round tables, adjusting centerpieces of white orchids, and aligning chairs to exact angles. The whole place ran like a well-oiled machine, and nobody stopped to chat. That kind of efficiency either came from years of practice or fear of getting it wrong. The conference hall itself was huge, lined with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a thick stretch of forest. It was the kind of view you didn't expect at a corporate event. Raw, untouched nature, framed by luxury. Jake paused at the back of the room, letting the calm wash over him for just a second, then back to business. He set his tripod, framed the stage, ran checks on his mic levels, then double-checked everything again. An old habit from his early days, when things went wrong more often than they didn't. By mid-morning, he had what he needed. Shots of the venue, the attendees sipping espresso and exchanging business cards, their conversations a murmur of polished elevator pitches and quiet chuckles. They were mostly middle-aged, sharp suits and clean lines, their confidence worn like an accessory. Jake didn't envy them, but he respected the hustle. Lunchtime rolled around, and he grabbed a sandwich from the buffet, a stacked club with house-made chips. It beat the hell out of the instant ramen he usually inhaled between gigs. He ate quickly, barely tasting it, mind already back in the hall. Back in position, camera leveled, Jake was tweaking his focus when something shifted. A group of men in dark suits slipped through a side door. Not rushed, but with a quiet, practiced precision. They weren't part of the staff. Too polished. Too precise. Jake frowned behind his lens, instinctively tracking their movement. They spoke briefly with Lauren. Her face was unreadable, but something in her body language stiffened, just a little. No warm smile. No clipboard corrections. Just a curt nod and a gesture toward the back of the hall. The men moved as one, disappearing behind a pair of heavy doors. Jake blinked. "Huh," he muttered under his breath. Could have been security. VIP detail. And maybe. But something about them didn't sit right. The way they entered without hesitation, like they owned the place, and the way Lauren's tone had changed, even without saying a word. He shook it off, telling himself not to get distracted. This wasn't his business. He was here to shoot, edit, deliver. Nothing more. Still, as he adjusted his focus and framed his next shot, he caught himself glancing toward those double doors again. Just for a second. Jake told himself, again, to focus. It was probably nothing. Corporate retreats pulled in all kinds of VIPs. CEOs, investors, politicians. He'd filmed enough of these to know the drill. Big names came with their own orbit of suits and whispers. But this didn't feel like that. He tried to shake the thought. Just another job, he told himself. Beautiful location, good paycheck. Keep your head down. But something was shifting. He could feel it. What had started as a routine weekend gig was beginning to twist at the edges, subtle at first. Jake couldn't name it yet. All he knew was his instincts, those old stubborn ones he'd learned not to ignore, were starting to hum. He didn't realize it yet, but nothing about this weekend was going to be ordinary, the quiet undercurrent he felt now. It was just the first ripple. His world, the life he'd worked so hard to keep simple, was about to be torn wide open. It started the second night. Jake was heading back to his room, camera bag heavy on his shoulder, back, aching from 12 hours of shooting. He was already thinking about the edits he'd knock out before bed. Color grading, audio tweaks, just another late night in a quiet hotel. But as he passed through the lobby, he slowed. Near the side entrance stood a group of men. Dark suits, no name tags, no smiles. They weren't staff. Jake could tell in a heartbeat. Hotel employees had a certain energy, polished, practiced, a kind of easy warmth. These guys had none of that. They stood still, not stiff, but alert, calm, but coiled. Each of them wore an earpiece, and they spoke in short bursts, barely above, a whisper. Their eyes didn't just look, they swept. Each glance measured, logged, moved on. Jake slowed his steps, raising his arms in a casual stretch like he was working out a kink in his shoulder. But really, he was watching. Outside the glass doors, he caught sight of a row of black SUVs, unmarked, tinted so dark they reflected the pine trees beyond, like slabs of black ice. Something about it made his chest tighten. He'd seen private security before. He'd filmed events with billionaires and their handlers, politicians with detail in tow. But this felt different. There was no chatter, no relaxed posture, just that low, electric tension that prickled at the base of the neck. Jake drifted closer to a potted plant and pulled out his phone, pretending to check messages. One of the suited men glanced his way, just for a second. Expression blank, but there was a sharpness in his gaze. Jake looked away, pulse ticking up. He told himself again. It wasn't his concern. He wasn't here to dig into secrets. He was here to film a damn conference. Still, as he stepped into the elevator and the doors slid shut, the image of those men stayed with him. Who the hell were they, and what kind of retreat needed that kind of presence? The next day, the feeling deepened. It was small things, easy, to miss if he hadn't already been on edge. Late morning, Jake was setting up in a breakout room when he caught movement down a side corridor. A new group of guests was arriving, not the usual crowd. These weren't your typical consultants or execs. They were too coordinated, too composed. About a dozen of them, men and women, all dressed like they'd walked off the set of a political thriller. Tailored suits, clean lines, expensive watches, quiet shoes. They moved in twos, speaking softly, heads bowed close. No laughter, no idle banter. Just murmured words and sideways glances, like each sentence carried weight. Jake ducked behind his tripod, pretending to adjust the angle while he watched. He spotted little details, the kind that didn't make sense in a casual business retreat. Slim leather portfolios gripped tight, like they held nuclear codes. Messenger bags worn from travel, but spotless, as if handled with gloves. One woman clutched a black case that looked too rigid for a laptop and too small for anything casual. They didn't hesitate, didn't glance around. They knew exactly where they were going. Jake tracked them as they disappeared through a pair of heavy double doors near the back of the conference wing. Doors he hadn't noticed before. No signage. No authorized personnel only placard. Just a small keypad beside the handle and a circular camera perched above it, blinking red. A sudden, chill draft slid down his back. He had been over this hallway a dozen times the day before. How had he missed that door? And more importantly, why were they going in there? None of them were on the event schedule, not listed in the name, roster Lauren had given him, not in any of the panels or breakout sessions. Jake stood still, heart tapping a little faster, his fingers tightening around the tripod handle. Something was going on here, and he had a sick feeling he was closer to it than he wanted to be. As the day wore on, more arrivals trickled in, each one fitting the same strange mold. Jake couldn't help noticing it. The hushed voices, clipped exchanges, eyes that never rested too long in one place. There was a kind of tension hanging in the air, invisible but dense, like a storm no one wanted to name. Near the mid-afternoon break, he spotted a woman, mid-40s maybe, moving through the lobby with the quiet precision of someone who was used to being watched. Her navy suit fit like it had been sewn onto her, every line flawless. She clutched a slim tablet to her chest, glancing around before speaking softly to an older man in a charcoal suit. He looked like old money, slicked back silver hair, posture like a statue. They spoke only briefly, too quietly for Jake to hear, and then the man swept the room with his eyes, sharp and quick, like he was expecting someone to be listening. Jake turned away, adjusting the focus on his camera just for show. His gut had started to tighten. Later, he slipped outside to grab a sandwich and stretch his legs. The same black SUVs were still parked out front. He paused near the entrance, pulling out his phone and pretending to scroll, but his eyes were on the drivers. They hadn't moved much since morning. Same suits, same sunglasses, hands clasped or resting near their hips. One leaned against the hood of a car, earpiece gleaming in the sun like a warning. They weren't just hired help. They were a presence, intentional, controlled. By the time evening settled in, the mood at the hotel had changed completely. The upbeat, polite chatter from earlier was gone. The energy had turned low and tight. Staff bustled from one end of the building to the other with clipped, whispered instructions. Even Lauren, who had moved through the day like she had everything under control, now seemed different. Her voice was sharper. Her gaze kept drifting toward the double doors at the back of the wing like something, or someone, was late. Jake felt it in his chest now, a drumbeat of tension he couldn't ignore. This wasn't just a conference anymore. Something else was happening here, and every piece of it, the arrivals, the security, the hushed conversations, pointed towards something much bigger than it looked on paper. But what? That part, he still couldn't piece together. As he headed back to his room, Jake felt the weight of the day pressing down on him. He wasn't the kind of guy who looked for conspiracies. He filmed corporate speeches and sizzle reels, not dark secrets. But this was something else. And the worst part was how little he knew, how the silence around everything only pulled him in deeper. He passed that hallway again, the one that led to the unmarked doors. It sat in shadow now, quiet and still, but it felt like it was watching him. Later that night, just as he was loading footage onto his laptop, a knock came at the door. Jake opened it to find a young staff member standing there, shifting awkwardly on his feet. Mr. Ryland, he asked, holding out a sealed envelope. Jake took it. Yeah? There's been a small change to tomorrow's schedule. The clients requested you avoid filming certain areas. The man pulled out a folded map of the hotel, one section highlighted in orange. Jake frowned. That area wasn't anywhere near the listed events. Why? He asked. The staffer blinked. I'm not sure. I was just told to deliver the note. Without waiting for more questions, the man nodded and hurried away, leaving Jake in the hallway with a growing sense of unease. Back inside, he unfolded the map again, tracing the highlighted zone with his finger. It was isolated, far from the main conference spaces. There was no reason for it to be off limits, unless something was happening there that wasn't meant to be seen. Jake lay in bed for an hour, staring at the ceiling, thoughts racing. He knew he should let it go, focus on his job, stick to the schedule, but the questions wouldn't let him rest. By midnight, he was up again. He slung his camera over his shoulder, not to film, just in case, and crept out into the quiet hallways. The hotel had a dreamlike stillness at night. Golden light spilled down from sconces, soft and warm. The carpet hushed his footsteps. Somewhere, distant, the faint strain of music echoed, maybe from the bar, maybe not. He followed the corridor past the guest rooms, toward the restricted wing. When he reached it, his breath caught. 2 security guards stood by the double doors. Their shoulders were relaxed, chatting quietly, one of them checking his watch. They didn't look like they were expecting company. Jake ducked into a recess near a housekeeping cart, watching. Then, a crackle from one of their radios. Something garbled. The taller guard turned and gestured. The other nodded and followed him down the hallway, their footsteps fading as they rounded a corner. Jake's heart jumped. Now or never. He slipped out of the shadows and moved to the doors, easing one open just enough to slip through. It closed behind him with a soft click. The hallway beyond was dim, the air suddenly colder, touched with that sterile, too clean scent hospitals always had. He moved quietly, camera clutched tight but unused. Empty rooms passed on either side, some with conference tables, others bare. Then he heard it. Voices, low, urgent. Jake edged closer, heart thudding in his chest, and pressed himself against the wall near the last door on the left. He tilted his head, trying to catch the words. That was when he realized. They weren't speaking English. Jake crept closer, his shoulder brushing the cold wood of the panelled wall. One of the double doors was cracked open just enough to glimpse inside. What he saw stopped his breath in his throat. The room beyond was massive, old-world elegant, with dark wood panelling and velvet drapes pulled tight against the windows. Around a long, polished oval table sat more than 24 figures, their faces lit by the glow of a projector screen. Jake recognized a few of them instantly. A high-ranking senator, the CEO of an oil conglomerate, a European royal whose face had been all over the international news during a recent scandal. They weren't just talking, they were plotting. Jake eased his camera up, hands trembling as he focused through the gap. The projector's current slide read, Global Economic Transition Strategy. Phase 3. His stomach turned. He adjusted the zoom. Documents were spread across the table. Charts, graphs, maps. The next slide flicked into view. Media Consolidation Plan, 2025-2030. Energy resource redistribution models, population control measures. Jake swallowed hard. The words looked like something ripped out of a dystopian novel, but this was real, and it was happening here, now. He zoomed in slowly, capturing each face, each title. His breath fogged the viewfinder. He didn't even hear the footsteps until a hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Hey!" a voice barked. Jake spun around, startled. A security guard glared at him, radio in one hand. "What the hell are you doing here?" I thought this was part of the event," Jake stammered, already knowing how weak it sounded. The guard didn't waste time. He yanked the camera from Jake's hands and shoved the door closed behind them. "Come with me." Jake's heart pounded as the guard gripped his arm and marched him down the hall. The last thing he saw before the door slammed shut was the projector, flashing a list of future meeting dates and global cities. They were planning more. He was taken to a small windowless room, just 4 walls and a hard plastic chair bolted to the floor, the kind of place designed to make you forget time. He sat there, blood cold in his veins, staring at the cameraless tripod the guard had left leaning by the door. He didn't know how long it was before the door finally creaked open. A man in a charcoal suit stepped inside, mid-50s, clean-shaven, every hair perfectly in place. His expression was unreadable as he closed the door behind him and calmly sat down across from Jake. "Mr. Wilder," he said, voice smooth as silk but heavy with quiet authority. "You've seen something you weren't supposed to." Jake couldn't speak. His throat was dry. His hands balled into fists under the table. The man placed Jake's camera down in front of him, minus the memory card. "This footage," he said, tapping the camera once, "never leaves this room. Understood?" Jake hesitated, eyes locked on the lens like it might still be recording. "Yeah," he said finally. The man leaned forward, eyes sharp but not unkind. "You seem like a smart guy, Jake. Let me offer you a little advice. Walk away. Forget what you saw. This isn't your fight." Before Jake could respond, the door opened again. 2 guards entered and wordlessly flanked him. He was escorted through a maze of back hallways and out a side exit into the cold night. One of the guards handed him the camera bag. "Leave. Don't come back," he said. Jake didn't say a word. He just walked. But as he climbed into his car, hands shaking, something inside him had already shifted. He couldn't walk away. Not now. The images haunted him. The documents, the names, the phrases like population control. It didn't feel like paranoia. It felt like the truth. Over the next few weeks, Jake disappeared from public view. He took time off work. He set up encryption software, firewalls, changed his phone, bought a burner. He started cross-referencing faces, dates, locations. He dug into archived media, footage, and obscure press releases. What he found mirrored what he'd seen. Fragments, whispers, inconsistencies, buried just deep enough to avoid attention. He uploaded his findings in encrypted packets to forums where whistleblowers and conspiracy theorists argued in caps lock. He gave no name, no origin, just evidence. He slept with the lights on. Then, one night, as rain tapped softly against his windows, Jake sat hunched over his laptop in the glow of a desk lamp. A file upload ticked toward 98%. Then there was a knock at the door, not loud, not aggressive, just knocking. Jake froze. No one should know where he lived. Not anymore. He hadn't told anyone, not even his brother. The knock came again, firmer now. He reached for his laptop, slammed it shut. His heart was thudding in his ears. He didn't answer the door. He never would. Thank you for joining us tonight on Mr.X Files. Let this tale remind us. In the shadows of power, some truths are buried, not to protect us, but to control us. Liam Mercer had always considered himself a man of logic, a guy who could stare down a problem without blinking. In a world full of panic headlines, wild theories and overreactions, he clung to reason like a lifeline. It wasn't just a personality trait, it was survival. His friends at the office used to call him the fixer, not just because he could untangle lines of code in seconds, but because he had a way of steadying the room when everyone else was spiraling. "Liam, my screen's freezing again," someone would say, halfway to a meltdown. Without missing a beat, he'd stroll over, fingers flying. Probably a driver conflict. Let's take a look. Every problem was a puzzle, and every puzzle had a clean solution. No superstition, no gut feelings, no drama. His routines were as precise as the lines of code he wrote. Every morning at 7 a.m., the same harsh buzz of the alarm cut through the silence. He never hit snooze, didn't see the point. He'd drag himself out of bed, brew exactly 1 cup of dark roast, black, no sugar, nothing fancy, and scroll through news feeds on his tablet. International politics, tech news, local weather, it all passed through his brain like numbers on a spreadsheet. No commentary, no rabbit holes, just facts. That's what he trusted. His apartment was the physical echo of his mind. The walls were a flat, cool grey. Furniture, streamlined, purposeful. No clutter, no distractions. Even the wires behind his desk were twist-tied and labelled. His bookshelf had exactly 3 categories: programming, system architecture, and a small section of dog-eared sci-fi paperbacks, his guilty pleasure, though he'd never admit it unless pressed. Mornings were easy, a closet filled with the same palette, grey, navy, black. Decision fatigue? Never heard of it. At work, he was always 10 minutes early. Always. He'd nod to the receptionist, never chatty, never rude, and settle into his cubicle like a machine sliding into its socket. His workspace was surgical, screen wiped down, mousepad clean, keyboard spotless. Even the tiny potted succulent on the corner of his desk was meticulously rotated once a week for even sunlight. Not that he cared about plants. He just knew it made people less uncomfortable around him. He liked his job, didn't love it, but it did what it needed to, paid the bills, fed the mind, and most importantly, followed a rhythm. That's what Liam valued: patterns, predictability. What made him stand out wasn't raw talent, though he had that in spades. It was his refusal to speculate. If a server crashed, while others spiraled into theories, maybe it's a breach, or could be some weird memory leak. Liam would already be elbows deep in logs. Doesn't matter why yet, he'd mutter, not looking up. Let's fix it first. Outside the office, Liam's life was a mirror image of his work. Saturdays were for the same booth at the corner cafe. He'd order a vanilla latte, not because he loved it, but because the barista already knew it. He hiked the same trails, always the marked ones, no shortcuts, no deviations. His friends, a tight-knit crew of old college buddies who shared his idea of a good time. Movie debates, board games, quiet evenings, no loud clubs, no drama. To the outside world, Liam might have seemed boring, but to him, boring was safe. Boring was right. No surprises, no variables, just a clean, unbroken rhythm. Which is why what happened next left a crack in that perfect routine. It started small. He sat in front of his screen, fingers tapping out code like usual. But something felt off. His palms were damp. That never happened. The clack of keys under his fingertips sounded distant, like they were underwater. "You good?" asked Julian, the lab technician, pausing as he passed behind Liam. His voice was casual, but his eyes lingered a second too long on the monitor. Liam nodded quickly, too quickly. "Yeah, fine, just latency." Julian didn't push, just gave a short, "All right," and walked off. But Liam felt his pulse pounding in his ears, thudding like it was echoing off the inside of his skull. He stared at the screen. A line of code flickered, just once, then vanished. A syntax that shouldn't exist. He blinked. Gone. His hands hovered above the keyboard. Don't react. Don't show anything. He clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to wipe his sweaty palms on his jeans. He could feel the unnatural stillness in the air, the subtle shift in something he couldn't quite name. It was nothing. Probably a refresh glitch. Probably. But for the first time in years, Liam Mercer didn't trust what he was seeing, and that scared the hell out of him. His upper management doesn't like delays. The words were flat, clipped, and hung in the air like a warning. Liam forced a small nod, jaw tight, and turned back to the server. He clicked through the routine diagnostics, eyes scanning but not really seeing. His mind was somewhere else, racing, unraveling. What he'd just seen, it wasn't nothing. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't some weird placeholder file or misnamed archive. The diagrams, the logs, that grainy video with the man disappearing mid-frame. The kind of vanishing you didn't fake, not with effects, not with editing. It was too raw, too real. His gut told him the truth loud and clear. This wasn't some tech demo or concept experiment. This was something else. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the technician. Guy hadn't moved much. His posture was rigid, arms crossed too tightly, fingers tapping out a slow, arrhythmic beat against his bicep. Not a casual lean, not relaxed. Liam kept his own movements measured, hands steady as he simulated a server patch cleanup. He wasn't really fixing anything anymore. He was stalling, thinking. His internal clock screamed he'd been in there too long. Way too long. "I'll need a few more minutes," Liam said, keeping his tone calm, even. "The encryption's... it's layered in a way I didn't expect." The technician's brow creased just slightly, barely a flicker, but he didn't answer. He just shifted his weight, still leaning in the doorframe, still watching too closely. The room felt tighter with every passing second. Liam could feel the weight of it on his chest, the pressure behind his eyes. Did the guy know? Had he seen Liam's reaction? Or worse, was this whole setup bait? Finishing the last fake diagnostic, Liam's mind spun. He needed to get out, but how? Walk away and pretend he hadn't seen anything. That was the safe move. But if what he'd seen was real, truly real, then leaving it buried could be dangerous. It could be criminal. Could he live with that? "I'll test the backup now," he said aloud, keeping his voice smooth. "Nothing out of the ordinary here, just routine maintenance." He navigated to a safe, non-sensitive folder, something that would look right if the tech was watching. But his real focus was elsewhere. He was stalling long enough to act. If he couldn't take the files, maybe he could leave himself a way back in. He risked a glance. The tech had shifted, now half looking at his phone, thumbs scrolling. Not fully distracted, but enough. It was a tiny window. Liam moved quickly. A few keystrokes, innocent looking. Hidden inside a diagnostic query, he embedded a simple keylogger, enough to give him remote access later if he played it right. It was risky. If they were monitoring traffic, if someone spotted the code, it would be over. But the pull of it, the need to know more, was too strong. "There," he said, forcing his voice steady. "Server's stable now. You shouldn't have any more issues." The technician stepped forward, eyes briefly flicking to the monitor. "Good. You'll need to file a report before you go. Standard protocol." "Of course," Liam said, already gathering his tools, careful not to move too fast. He kept his expression neutral, but inside his thoughts were a thunderstorm. The technician led him to a small office. A clipboard was handed to him, paper form. Old school, just questions, basic stuff. Liam read each line, filling it out slowly. Issue description, resolution steps, confirmation of functionality. His pen scratched across the paper, his handwriting as clean and mechanical as he could manage, even as his hands twitched ever so slightly. When he handed it back, the tech barely glanced at it before giving a short nod. "You're clear to go." Liam forced a smile. "Thanks. Let me know if anything else comes up." The walk back through the building felt endless. Same hallways, same white walls, same hum of overhead fluorescence. But everything felt different. Like the building itself was aware of him now. He passed through 2 security checkpoints, showed his badge, signed the logs. Standard procedures. Still, every step weighed more than the last, like gravity had turned spiteful. When he finally reached his car, his hands were trembling so badly he nearly dropped the keys. He sat behind the wheel, gripping the steering column, breathing in tight, shallow gasps until the dizziness faded. What the hell did I just step into? The drive home was a blur. Street signs passed like ghosts, brake lights like red eyes in the dark. His mind kept playing it all back. Those impossible blueprints, the log entries that referenced times that hadn't happened yet, and that man in the video, flickering, gone. Liam couldn't shake the feeling. He hadn't just found something. He'd opened a door, and whatever was on the other side, it knew, see, let alone step through. And yet, God help him, part of Liam was exhilarated. If the tech was real, if even half of what he saw was legitimate, it would rewrite everything. History, physics, human understanding, the damn rules of reality. But as his battered Civic rolled into the narrow driveway of his apartment complex, a sharp chill crawled up his spine. Doubt was already whispering. What if someone saw? What if the tech caught it? The keylogger, the hesitation. What if that technician wasn't just another stiff in a lab coat? He scrubbed a hand down his face, shook his head hard like he could toss the thoughts out of his skull. He'd been careful, methodical. No alerts, no red flags, no reason anyone would suspect a thing, or so he kept telling himself. He got out, slammed the car door with a little more force than necessary, and turned toward the stairs. His eyes flicked instinctively to the street. There, half a block down, sat a black sedan, parked just off the curb, not running, tinted windows like obsidian, so dark you couldn't even guess if someone was inside. It didn't look familiar. Could have been a neighbor, a delivery, hell, even an Uber waiting for someone. But Liam's gut clenched all the same. He kept walking, slow, casual, pretending he hadn't noticed. But every step up those stairs felt like he was ascending towards something inevitable. Inside, his apartment was cool, still, and exactly as he'd left it. The same muted lighting, the faint hum of the fridge, the soft tick of the analog clock on the kitchen wall. Still, he locked the door and slid the deadbolt home. The rest of the afternoon passed like sleepwalking. He moved through the paces, unpacking tools, double-checking the server logs he'd copied, making himself a grilled cheese he barely tasted. His thoughts spiraled, looping back to those corrupted but readable diagrams. The grainy video file, that man, mid-stride, flickering like bad reception before vanishing altogether. Gone. Gone. The term temporal displacement protocols echoed in his brain like a stuck key. It sounded like sci-fi jargon, a joke. But everything about that data, the precision, the layers of encryption, the subtle yet intentional obfuscation, screamed authenticity. Liam had worked on government contracts before. He knew what a sanitized file dump looked like. This wasn't that. And if this was real, why was it sitting on a rusted old server in a lab so neglected it needed a freelance tech to clean it up? The whole thing felt wrong, like a lie told too well, like a dream you don't realize is a nightmare until it's too late to wake up. As he left the lab earlier, the technician had nodded to him. Nothing out of the ordinary in the gesture, but Liam had caught it. That microsecond too long, eyes dropping to the flash drive barely poking out from his gear bag. He zipped the case shut quickly, forced a casual smile, the kind you give someone at a bus stop. The technician didn't say a word, but Liam felt his stare on his back all the way down the corridor. Leaving had taken longer than it should have. Checkpoint after checkpoint. ID scanned, signatures logged. Routine. But today, it didn't feel routine. Today, each security guard's eyes seemed to hold questions. Their badge scanners hovered just a second longer than necessary. One even unzipped his bag and rifled through it, fingers brushing a little too close to the hidden compartment where the drive was stashed. Breathe. Keep breathing. You didn't do anything wrong. That's what he kept telling himself. That's what he had to believe. Because the truth felt too big to carry. When he finally stepped out into the cool, late afternoon air, it hit him, like the first gasp after being underwater. The sky was streaked with gold and blue, the scent of a storm drifting in from the west. It should have felt peaceful. It didn't. His car sat alone, near the far edge of the lot, shadows stretching long toward it like fingers. As he approached, the flash drive seemed to pulse in his bag, not in sound or light, but in presence. He could feel it. Was it a mistake to take it? Should he have walked away, left it buried, forgotten? The questions circled like vultures as he slid behind the wheel and shut the door. He started the engine out of habit, not intention, and sat there, staring straight ahead as the dashboard lights blinked on. The drive home had been a blur. He kept replaying the same handful of moments. The technician's half glance, the muted suspicion in the guard's tone, the tightening of his own chest when the server booted into that other directory. Did they know? Could they know? Or was his mind just trying to make patterns where none existed, tripping over paranoia? He glanced at the passenger seat. The flash drive sat there now, having shifted from his bag. Just a little rectangle of plastic and metal. Ordinary. Inert. But it might as well have been a live wire. Inside it maybe, just maybe, was the truth behind what he saw. Or proof of a massive hoax. Or something else entirely. His logical brain whispered one thing over and over. Destroy it. Now. Burn it. Smash it. Get out from under it before it pulls you under. But he didn't reach for it. He just stared. And in that moment, Liam Mercer realized he'd already crossed a line he couldn't uncross. There was no going back. It wasn't just dangerous. It was protected. Liam could have burned the flash drive, tossed it in the bay, buried it in the woods, hell, smashed it under a hammer in his kitchen, pretended none of it ever happened. He could have gone back to debugging code and sipping coffee, like the world wasn't teetering on the edge of something cosmic. But that part of him, that need to know, to understand, was louder, hungrier. By the time he pulled into his apartment, complex, dusk had swallowed the city whole. Orange street lamps buzzed to life as Liam eased into his usual parking spot. He killed the engine and sat there for a moment, scanning the lot. Most spaces were empty, save for a few scattered sedans and beat-up compacts. But near the entrance, nestled just under the reach of a flickering porch light, sat a black SUV, clean, polished, tinted so dark it mirrored the world around it. It could have been anyone's. Probably was. Still, Liam's gut twisted. He grabbed the flash drive and headed inside, telling himself it was nothing. The apartment was exactly as he left it. Silent, still, cold with the absence of life. He set his bag down gently and bolted the door behind him, fingers lingering on the lock longer than usual. The only sound was the low hum of the fridge and the faint tap-tap of his own pulse in his ears. Liam stood there, just inside the doorway, the flash drive clutched tight in his palm. He stared at it like it might bite him. His laptop waited on the desk, black screen reflecting the dim light above. Waiting. He sat down, laid the drive beside the keyboard, paused. Everything in him told. Him don't. That this wasn't curiosity anymore. It was obsession, but he couldn't stop. Not now. Not with everything he'd seen. He plugged it in. That night, alone in the glow of his screen, Liam opened the files again. He pored over line after line of technical data, schematic overlays, heat maps, and metadata, timestamps that shouldn't exist. Logs described sending inanimate objects back in time, a coin, a compass, a pocket watch, then tracking changes in their composition, metal fatigue, weathering inconsistent with the time they'd been gone. Then came the human trials, sparse, sanitized, but one line stood out like a siren. Subject failed to return. Possible instability in temporal anchor. Liam stared at it for minutes, the cursor blinking at the end like a heartbeat. Over the next week, his world unraveled. He barely slept. Meals became afterthoughts. He stopped shaving, stopped checking his email. Time blurred. If what he was reading was real, then history, our entire history, could have been molded like clay. Artifacts that didn't make sense, sudden spikes in innovation, dead-end mysteries buried under classified stamps. It all clicked. But understanding came with a cost. He started noticing things. That black SUV, it came back, parked in different spots, never quite close, never quite far, always just there. His phone glitched more and more, garbled audio, dropped calls. One night, it buzzed once and powered off completely, wouldn't turn back on. Then, one Thursday evening, he found his apartment door cracked open. Nothing stolen, nothing disturbed. But the flash drive had been moved. He hadn't touched it. That was the breaking point. A day later, a package arrived. No return address, just his name on the label in blocky, impersonal font. Inside, a single piece of paper. Stop digging. His hands trembled as he held it. He should have stopped. Should have erased the files, torched the drive, and walked away. But he didn't, because some part of him, some desperate, furious, human part, knew people deserved to know the truth. So he called the only person he trusted with something this big, Sarah Lynn. Investigative journalist, old college friend. The kind who once uncovered a citywide surveillance leak and lived to tell about it. They met at a coffee shop just before midnight, a quiet place on the edge of the city where the lights flickered and the barista didn't ask questions. Liam sat in the back, eyes on the entrance, fingers white-knuckled around a paper cup. When Sarah arrived, he handed her the flash drive without a word. "If something happens to me," he muttered, barely above a whisper, You have to get this out." She tucked it into her satchel, her brow creased with concern. "Liam, are you okay? You look..." The bell over the door jingled. 2 men walked in, suits, black, no coats, no coffee orders. Liam's stomach dropped. "Go!" he hissed, grabbing Sarah's wrist. "Now." But it was already too late. The men approached, smooth and silent like they'd done it 100 times. "Mr. Mercer," one of them said, his voice flat and practiced. "You need to come with us." Liam's eyes darted toward the fire. Exit, fight or flight. Could he even make it? One of the men gently but firmly seized his arm. Sarah stood. "Excuse me, what the hell is this? Who are you?" The second man turned to her. "This doesn't concern you, ma'am." His tone wasn't angry. It was final. They led Liam outside, into the waiting SUV, the same one, he was sure of it. Now! As the door slammed shut behind him, Liam stared straight ahead, his pulse roaring in his ears. He didn't know where they were taking him, or what would happen next. But he knew one thing. He'd been right. And the truth was never meant to be found, wasn't content to stay quietly in the background. A small, almost hidden part of him had always wondered what lay just beyond, the veil of his orderly, predictable life. He never voiced these thoughts, not even to himself, for fear of disrupting the delicate balance he'd created. But every now and then, something, an offhand comment, a glimpse of something unusual, would stir a restlessness in him, like a whisper of something lurking just out of sight. It was during one of those quiet evenings, just after closing time, when Jacob first noticed the book. It had been slipped between 2 much older volumes, its dark leather cover weathered and unmarked, almost as if it were trying to hide. At first, he thought it was a mistake. Someone had left it there by accident, but when he opened it, something in him shuddered. The pages weren't filled with stories or facts, but strange diagrams, cryptic symbols, and names of places Jacob had never heard of. His fingers lingered on the pages, a deep sense of unease crawling up his spine. He couldn't resist. Curiosity tugged at him like a hidden string, pulling him further into the mystery. He began to research the book's origins, tracing the names to local legends, forgotten towns, and places that had disappeared from modern maps. Some were outright disturbing, stories of families vanishing, inexplicable deaths, strange rituals held under the cover of night. There were mentions of a group called the Keepers, who had supposedly watched over something dangerous, something hidden away, just out of sight. Jacob didn't tell anyone about the book. He couldn't. He couldn't bear to sound foolish, or worse, to admit that his comfortable, predictable life had just been upended by something that felt wrong. But the deeper he dug, the more he began to feel a creeping sense of dread, like a shadow in the corner of his mind, growing darker with every passing day. Something about the book felt alive, as if it were calling to him, urging him to uncover its secrets, despite the consequences. One night, as the wind howled outside and the rain battered against the windows, Jacob found himself alone in the library, once again, reading by the dim light of a single desk lamp. He had the book open in front of him, the cryptic symbols now seeming to pulse under his gaze. And that's when he heard it. A faint scratching sound, coming from somewhere deep within the library. His first instinct was to dismiss it, but the noise grew louder, more insistent, until it sounded like something, or someone, was moving between the shelves. Jacob stood up, his heart hammering in his chest. He wasn't supposed to be alone tonight. The library had just been closed, and all the patrons had left hours ago. He moved toward the sound, his footsteps tentative, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up. The air was thick, almost stifling, as if the very walls were pressing in on him. When he rounded the corner, he froze. There, standing in the middle of the aisle, was a figure, a man in a dark coat, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. Jacob's breath caught in his throat, and for a moment, He thought his mind was playing tricks on him. But no, the figure was real. Jacob's mouth went dry, and the man tilted his head ever so slightly, as if studying him. I didn't hear you come in," Jacob stammered, his voice barely a whisper. The man didn't respond. Instead, he stepped aside, revealing the shadowed depths of the library. Jacob felt a cold chill run down his spine as the figure gestured toward the back, where the old, unused part of the library stood, where books hadn't been touched in years. Jacob hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to run, but something, an odd sense of compulsion, a need to understand, kept him rooted to the spot. Before he could say anything else, the man's voice, low and gravelly, broke the silence. "You've found it, haven't you?" The words were like a spark in dry tinder, igniting something deep within Jacob. His throat went dry. The book, the symbols, the unsettling feeling that had been growing inside him for weeks. I don't know what you mean," Jacob said, though his voice cracked with uncertainty. The figure didn't answer, but he gave a slight nod toward the back of the library again, as if urging Jacob to follow. Jacob was caught in a web of fear and curiosity, two opposing forces pulling him in different directions. He didn't want to go, didn't want to know what the figure knew, didn't want to face whatever it was that had been hidden away for so long. But at the same time, the mystery gnawed at him, louder now than ever before. "Some things," the figure finally spoke, his voice heavy with years of secrets, "are never meant to be uncovered." And with that, the room seemed to grow colder, the air thicker. Jacob felt a pulse in his chest, a sickening sensation of inevitability. He knew then, with a certainty that struck him to the core, that some questions weren't meant to be answered. But it was too late. He had already crossed the line, just experts in their fields. They were the architects of some of the darkest chapters of history. Jacob could barely comprehend what he was reading, the weight of it pressing down on him like a physical presence. The more he flipped through the pages, the more the lines between reality and nightmare blurred. It felt like he was digging into a well that should have stayed buried. His eyes settled on a particularly alarming diagram, rocket schematics, intricately detailed, with equations scrawled across the margins. Beneath the diagram, there was a chilling note in bold ink. "The eagle must rise again." Jacob's fingers faltered over the paper as if the words themselves were a poison. The date on the page, 1947, seemed oddly insistent. It wasn't just historical data. The more Jacob read, the more he felt the unmistakable pulse of something dangerous, something alive within these pages. The notebook seemed to breathe with the weight of secrets it had kept hidden for decades. His mind raced. What did this mean? Why was it here? And why him? He turned the page, the leather creaking in protest. More diagrams, more notes, and then a chilling list of names. He didn't recognize most of them, though a few were familiar from his history books. But there, toward the bottom of the list, one name made his blood run cold. Liam Grant. Jacob blinked, as though he had imagined it. He turned the page back, scanning the list again. There it was, clear as day, his grandfather's name. But why? His heart thudded heavily in his chest. His grandfather had never spoken of these things. Liam Grant had always been the quiet, distant figure, a man whose life was wrapped in unspoken mysteries. The old stories Jacob had heard about him as a child were strange, but never this dark. What had his grandfather been involved in, and why was this notebook showing up now after all these years? A soft knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, sending a jolt of panic through him. He quickly shoved the notebook under a pile of old paperwork, heart hammering in his chest. "Mr. Grant," came a voice from the hallway. It was Jenny, one of the library's assistants. She was young, always full of energy, and clearly oblivious to the storm swirling in Jacob's mind. "Yes?" Jacob cleared his throat, trying to sound normal. "Just wanted to let you know, we've got a few people waiting in the reading room," she said. poking her head in. "You all right? You look a little pale." "I'm fine, Jenny. Just a long day." Jacob forced a smile, but his mind was elsewhere, racing through the pages of the notebook, trying to piece together what was happening, what his grandfather had left behind. "Okay, well, I'll be at the front if you need anything," Jenny said, then left, the door clicking shut behind her. Jacob sat still for a moment, the room eerily quiet now that she was gone. The weight of the notebook still pressed down on him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it was calling to him, drawing him deeper into something far beyond his understanding. He ran his hand through his hair, trying to steady his thoughts. He had to keep calm. He had to finish reading it, no matter the cost. But something inside him whispered that once he started down this path, there would be no turning back. The sense of curiosity that had always simmered beneath the surface had suddenly transformed into something far darker, a relentless force driving him forward. He stood, grabbed the notebook, and tucked it under his arm. He couldn't stay here, not with this. The library, the town, his whole life. None of it felt safe anymore. There was something else out there, waiting for him to uncover it. Something dangerous. And as Jacob walked out of the back office, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He needed answers. But as the door to the library swung shut behind him, he realized he might not like the truth once he found it. Brought to the US under false pretenses, hidden behind the facade of progress and scientific advancement. As Jacob's investigation deepened, the web of lies and manipulation grew ever more tangled. These men weren't simply recruited for their expertise. They were given new lives, new identities, and in many cases, protection from the very countries they had once served. The more Jacob read, the more he was struck by the chilling irony. These individuals, who had once been responsible for some of the darkest chapters in history, were now the very people credited with launching mankind into the stars. The incongruity gnawed at him. How had the world, how had his own country, been so willing to turn a blind eye to the past in the name of science? His mind couldn't stop racing. The names, the dates, the documents, they all fit together too perfectly. It was all starting to make a twisted kind of sense. These weren't just experiments. They were part of something far larger, a hidden agenda stretching back decades. The rockets, the biological and psychological experiments, the mind-bending secrecy. Each step had been meticulously planned, each maneuver executed with chilling precision. Jacob felt like he was peeling back layers of history, but each layer only revealed deeper shadows. He turned a page, the brittle paper crinkling under his fingers. A small, faded photograph fell out. Jacob picked it up and studied it. The image was grainy, taken in the early 1940s, of a group of men standing in front of a large building. Their expressions were stoic, their postures rigid. But one figure stood out. A man who looked strikingly familiar. Jacob's heart skipped a beat. It was his grandfather, Liam Grant. He wasn't just in the picture. He was standing at the center of the group, eyes intense, hands folded across his chest. The other men in the photo, some wearing military uniforms, others in civilian clothes, appeared to be deep in conversation. But his grandfather stood apart, like an anchor amidst a storm of secrets. His mind reeled. Jacob had never known much about his grandfather's past. There had always been a cloud of mystery surrounding Liam, a reluctance to discuss his time in the war. But this was something else. Jacob ran his finger over the photo, trying to calm his racing pulse. His grandfather had never mentioned this connection, had never even hinted at it. Was it possible that Liam, the quiet man who had raised him, had been involved in this covert operation? The weight of the question was suffocating. Had Liam known? Had he been part of this web of government secrecy? Or was he simply another pawn in a game too large for any of them to understand? As Jacob sat there, staring at the photograph, he felt a sudden chill in the air, as if the walls of the library had closed in around him. The silence was no longer comforting. It was oppressive. His fingers hovered over the notebook, the words, "Do not ignore this," echoing in his mind. He had already gone too far, uncovered too much. But it wasn't enough. He had to know. He had to understand what his grandfather had been involved in and why someone had sent him this book. He could feel eyes on him. Not physically, but somehow, deep in his gut, he knew he wasn't alone in this room anymore. The thought sent a shiver up his spine. Someone was watching, waiting for him to make his next move. And as much as he wanted to stop, as much as he wanted to put the notebook down and walk away from it all, he couldn't. There was a part of him, a part that had always felt restless, always craved more, that knew he had crossed a line. No longer just the librarian of a quiet town. Jacob Grant was now part of a much darker story, and there was no going back. His eyes darted to the door again, a nervous glance. It was locked. The library was empty, save for the sound of his breathing, ragged in the silence. But the unease in his stomach told him that the real danger wasn't in the quiet streets outside, but in the tangled history he had stumbled upon. The truth, it seemed, was never meant to be uncovered. And yet, as Jacob stared at the photo of his grandfather, the deep, unsettling truth was that someone wanted him to find it. Jacob had always admired the polished stories of scientific achievement, the carefully curated history that painted America's post-war rise as a triumph of intellect and innovation. But as his research dug deeper into the origins of the nation's technological boom, his admiration began to sour. The truth behind the heroic faces was darker than he'd imagined, and it gnawed at him like a cancer. It wasn't just the moral compromises, those he could handle, in theory. It was how deliberately they'd been buried, how well they'd hidden the rot beneath layers of red tape and rewritten history. Declassified memos surfaced, with jarring details. Government agencies had gone to extraordinary lengths to conceal the Nazi ties of the scientists they'd welcomed with open arms after the war. Employment records were falsified. Public statements were orchestrated like a Broadway show. Heroes, they said. But in reality, they were war criminals, hiding in plain sight. Jacob's stomach turned. He wasn't just uncovering lies. He was tearing through decades of carefully constructed mythology. The web tangled further with each new document. Then came the deeper rabbit holes. References to other classified projects tied to paperclip. Cryptic names like Operation Bluebird and MK Ultra. They weren't just science experiments. No, these were dark experiments in psychological manipulation, mind control, and chemical warfare. The implications hit him like a punch to the gut. What had he known about America's post-war history? Had it all been nothing but an elaborate facade? Had the world he'd grown up believing in been nothing but lies? And then there was the black sedan. At first, Jacob told himself it was just coincidence, a neighbor's visitor or some random delivery truck. But the car seemed to show up at the most inconvenient times, always parked across the street or a few houses down. The tinted windows were like a void. Sometimes, late at night, he thought he saw something move inside. A flicker of shadow, a slight shift of a figure in the driver's seat. But every time he dared to approach, the car would start up and drive off. It became a fixture in his life. Unsettling, unshakable. He started locking the doors twice, then 3 times, checking every window before bed. He'd draw the curtains earlier, his heart pounding with every rustle outside. Was someone watching him? Or was it all just his paranoia creeping in, fed by too many late nights hunched over documents? His dreams began to twist, haunted by faceless figures and the ringing phone, always ringing in the dead of night. Despite the fear, he couldn't stop. If anything, the threats, whether from the car or the voice on the phone, only pushed him harder. Someone wanted him to stop, which meant he was getting closer. He buried himself in government archives, waded through obscure journals, and even started knocking on the doors of retired journalists and academics, hoping to piece together the fragments of long-buried stories. It was at one of those visits that he met Howard, a frail old man with trembling hands and a mind that still burned with the hunger for truth. Howard had spent decades trying to expose the horrors of Operation Paperclip. His fingers brushed over old clippings like they were relics, his voice a whisper. "I tried," Howard said, the weight of his words heavy in the air. "I tried to tell the story, but they silenced me. The government, they don't let people like us talk. They crush us." Jacob felt his heart drop as Howard spoke of threats, anonymous phone calls, bank accounts drained, even the disappearance of colleagues who got too close. The old man's eyes locked onto his with an intensity that sent a cold shiver down Jacob's spine. "They'll come for you too. If you've gotten this far, you've already crossed the line." Jacob left Howard's house shaken, a pit of dread forming in his gut. The old man's warnings echoed as he drove home, his hands tight on the wheel. Was he risking too much? Was the truth really worth the cost? That night, the phone rang again. Jacob stared at it, dread bubbling in his chest. He hesitated, the weight of the world pressing on him. Slowly, he picked it up, his voice trembling. "Hello?" A flat, emotionless voice came through the line. "You've gone too far, Mr. Grant. We won't warn you again." The line went dead. Jacob sat frozen, the receiver still in his hand, his heart pounding. He had never once shared his full name with anyone involved in his research. Whoever was behind, this knew far more about him than he had thought possible. Panic started to set in, icy and relentless. He scrambled to back up everything, scanning documents, saving files to multiple hard drives. He even reached out to a trusted friend, asking them to hold on to a copy, just in case. But as he worked, a gnawing sense of futility clawed at him. It felt like he was running uphill in the dark, against forces far more powerful than he could ever hope to outrun. The next morning, the black sedan was gone. For a fleeting second, Jacob felt a lightness, like a weight lifting off his chest. But that relief evaporated the moment he saw it. An envelope slipped under his front door. His hands trembled as he reached for it, his breath shallow. The paper inside was stark, a single sheet with bold, capitalized letters that said, "This is your last chance." Jacob's mind raced. The words punched him in the gut. There were no second chances here. The truth was a dangerous thing, and now it was staring him down. He had two choices: destroy everything, walk away, and return to the quiet life he once knew, or push forward, risking everything for the sake of something far bigger than he could comprehend. He stared at the notebook on his desk, its pages, filled with secrets, each one a silent accusation. In the end, his need for truth outweighed his fear. The decision was made. He had to keep going. 2 nights later, Jacob vanished. His house remained untouched, lights still glowing faintly from the kitchen, a mug of tea cooling on the counter, its steam long gone. But the notebook, the files, everything was gone. It was as if he'd simply evaporated into the night. The only sign of anything unusual was a faint tire track in the gravel outside his home, leading off into the blackness. No one investigated his disappearance. To the world, Jacob Grant was just another librarian who'd quietly slipped away. But those who knew him, the handful who had glimpsed the depths of his research, knew the truth. They whispered about the secrets he'd uncovered, the dangers he had exposed, and the lengths he had gone to in order to shine a light on the hidden past. In the weeks that followed, rumors spread through the town. Some said he'd grown weary of his quiet life and left without a word. Others believed he'd uncovered something dangerous, something that had cost him his freedom, maybe even his life. But the truth, like the secrets he had tried to reveal, stayed buried in the dark. "Welcome to Sleep Theories," the voice over the speaker began, calm and soothing. "Tonight, we're diving into a chilling story, one that explores the dangers of uncovering the truth, secrets hidden in the shadows, and the unimaginable consequences of seeking knowledge that was never meant to be known." The soft hum of the intro music lingered in the background as the narrator continued. Before we begin, I'd love for you to comment below. Where are you listening from? What time is it? It's always fascinating to see how these stories connect us, no matter where we are. And if you enjoy these thought-provoking tales, please subscribe so we can keep bringing you stories like this one. Now, find a comfortable spot, let your mind ease into a calm state, and join me as we journey into a world where ordinary lives spiral into the unknown. James' heart stood frozen, his breath curling in the crisp morning air, his eyes locked on the sign in front of him. U.S. government property, restricted area, no trespassing. The words were bold, etched into the metal with finality. No one in their right mind would ignore this warning. Ordinary citizens like him were supposed to turn around, walk away, forget what they'd seen. But James didn't move. His boots, heavy with indecision, seemed to root themselves into the damp earth beneath him. His curiosity outweighed every other thought. The rational part of him screamed to leave, to go home, to forget all about it. But something about this place gnawed at him, like it was pulling him closer, beckoning him to uncover whatever lay, hidden behind that fence. He scanned the perimeter, eyes narrowing. The fence was taller than he'd imagined, rows of rusted barbed wire curling at the top like snarling teeth. The trees around it stood like sentinels, their branches clawing at the metal as if nature itself was trying to reclaim the land. But what struck him the most was the silence. The usual forest noises, the rustling of leaves, the songs of birds, were absent. Instead, there was an almost suffocating stillness, as if the air itself was holding its breath. James felt a pang of guilt. He was a rule follower, a man who lived his life avoiding risks. Yet here he was, standing at the edge of something that felt important, something he wasn't supposed to see. He forced himself to turn away, telling himself it was probably nothing. A long-forgotten military outpost, a relic of the past. But the feeling wouldn't let go. Whatever was behind that fence, he was certain it was more than he could understand. And maybe, just maybe, it was something he wasn't supposed to find. James had told himself it was probably just an old, forgotten weather station or some other abandoned outpost, but his gut told him otherwise. That's when he noticed it. The gap. Small, almost hidden, tucked away behind a cluster of wild shrubs at the base of the fence. If the sunlight hadn't caught the gleam of metal, he might have missed it altogether. The gap was jagged, like someone had forced it open without any care for precision. It looked fresh, too. Bits of torn metal fencing still clung to the ground, bent and broken as if they'd been shoved apart just days ago. James's heart began to pound. He stepped closer, feeling a nervous tingle crawl up his spine. The hole didn't look like an official entry point. It looked like a breach, unauthorized. And if someone had gone through all that trouble, the question echoed in his mind, why? Why go to such lengths to cut through the fence unless something beyond it was worth protecting or worth discovering? A chill ran down his spine. His mind raced with the possibility. What if someone had been here before? Someone who wasn't supposed to be. That thought made his legs go weak. He knelt, brushing his fingers over the torn edges of the wire, feeling the cold sharpness of it. His hand trembled slightly, but he couldn't pull away. He glanced around, half expecting to see a guard or hear the growl of a dog on the prowl, but the forest remained eerily silent. Still, the feeling of being watched clung to him, and for a brief moment, he wondered if it was just his nerves playing tricks. The rational part of his brain screamed for him to turn back, to forget he'd ever seen the gap, to go home and leave well enough alone. "This isn't your business," it whispered. "You don't need to know what's on the other side." But something deeper inside him, something more instinctual, urged him forward. It wasn't just curiosity. It was a pull, a need to understand. It felt like the gap had been placed there for him, daring him to cross, as though the world itself was challenging him to step beyond the line. Before he could second-guess himself, he sucked in a deep breath, forced his feet to move, and stepped through. The air felt different the moment he crossed into the other side. He could taste the coolness on his tongue, feel the heaviness of it in his chest. The trees here were darker, their branches twisted like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. The ground beneath him shifted, uneven and soft, the moss beneath his boots muffling his every step. James moved slowly, his senses heightened, every sound amplified, the crunch of his boots on fallen leaves, the faint rustle of his jacket as he moved. His pulse hammered in his ears, but he kept going, pulled forward by something he couldn't explain. He didn't know exactly what he was looking for, but he felt certain he would know it when he saw it. The forest seemed to close in around him, the light dimming as it filtered through the dense canopy above. Long shadows stretched out like fingers, twisting and dancing with every gust of wind. The deeper he went, the more uneasy he felt, like he was being funneled towards something that was just out of sight. He paused, leaning against a tree, breathing heavily, and glanced back the way he came. The fence was no longer visible, swallowed up by the thick underbrush. For a moment, he considered turning back, but the thought of walking away without answers was unbearable. His curiosity had already led him this far, and there was no turning back now. His senses were on high alert as he pressed forward. Then, through the dense trees, he saw it. A clearing. The sight stopped him in his tracks. His breath hitched in his throat. It wasn't the clearing itself that shocked him. It was what stood in the center. James crouched low, moving carefully toward the edge of the clearing for a better look. As he got closer, the details began to emerge, and his pulse quickened. At the center of the clearing stood a cluster of squat, nondescript buildings. They looked out of place, aging concrete walls stained with moss and streaked with rust, their windows covered with wire mesh. A dirt road wound through the space, leading toward a set of large, imposing steel gates. A row of government trucks sat neatly parked nearby, their plates marked with an insignia James didn't recognize. His mind raced. What was this place? It didn't look abandoned. No, there were signs of life, flickering lights in the windows, faint voices drifting on the wind. Figures moved between the buildings, some in lab coats, others in military uniforms. They moved with purpose, like people who had a job to do, like they were in control. James ducked behind a tree, heart pounding in his chest. This place, whatever it was, felt wrong, but it was too late to turn back now. Part of a carefully choreographed routine. Whatever this place was, it was active, and it was hidden for a reason. James's heart pounded as he crouched in the shadows, watching the scene unfold. Every instinct told him he shouldn't be here, that he was stepping into something far bigger than he could understand. But he couldn't look away. Something about this place drew him in, a nagging sensation that he had stumbled onto something important, something he wasn't supposed to see. And yet, despite the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind, James couldn't bring himself to leave. Not yet. Not without answers. The forest around him grew darker. The trees became thicker, their trunks towering above him, casting long, sharp shadows across the ground. He moved carefully, his steps muffled by the damp earth beneath him, trying to stay hidden in the thickening underbrush. He hadn't known what to expect. Maybe a weather station or some old military outpost. But what he found was nothing like what he'd imagined. After about a mile of navigating the dense woods, the trees began to thin, and the ground opened up into a clearing. At the center, a cluster of nondescript buildings stood, their concrete walls streaked with grime, moss creeping up the sides like a slow, inevitable decay. A few trucks were parked nearby, their tires caked in mud. The place looked abandoned at first glance, but as James crept closer, he realized it wasn't. Lights flickered in the windows. Faint voices drifted through the air, carried by the wind. James crouched behind a tree, his heart hammering in his chest. What was this place? He watched, unable to tear his eyes away. People in lab coats moved between the buildings, carrying files and equipment, their pace brisk but purposeful. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, rifles slung casually over their shoulders, their steps precise, almost mechanical. It looked like something out of a spy movie, a facility hidden in the middle of nowhere, guarded like a state secret. James couldn't shake the feeling that he'd stumbled onto something far bigger than he was prepared for. Something dangerous, something he wasn't supposed to see. That night, James couldn't sleep. His mind replayed the events of the day over and over. The scene at the facility pressing against his eyelids whenever he closed his eyes. The soldiers, their movements sharp and precise, their presence too controlled, too vigilant for a simple research facility. Research labs didn't have armed guards, especially not in the middle of nowhere, and certainly not guards who seemed so ready for trouble. He tossed and turned, trying to rationalize what he'd seen. Maybe it was a military outpost, some kind of training site, or a storage depot for sensitive equipment. But that didn't explain the secrecy, the barbed wire, or the overwhelming sense of isolation. It was as if the place had been deliberately hidden from the world, tucked away where no one would think to look. He told himself he was overthinking it, that his imagination was getting away from him. But the image of those soldiers, the way they moved like they were always watching, stayed with him. It refused to let him find peace. By morning, his curiosity had turned into something stronger. It wasn't just the need to understand. It was the pull of something deeper. He couldn't walk away from it, not after what he'd seen. His rational mind screamed at him to leave it alone, to walk away while he still could. But something else, the same force that had drawn him through the gap in the fence, pushed him forward. He needed to know. He had to know. That afternoon, James gathered his old binoculars and a camera he hadn't used in years. He stuffed them into a worn backpack, along with a few snacks and a bottle of water, telling himself it was just another day out in the woods. If anyone asked, he was just a curious hiker, documenting the beauty of the forest. But deep in his gut, he knew this wasn't a casual outing. This wasn't just an afternoon stroll. He was crossing a line, stepping further into something he didn't fully understand. And once he crossed it, there would be no going back. The forest felt different as he made his way to the gap in the fence. It was unnervingly quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and the rustling of leaves had fallen away, leaving an eerie stillness. It was as though the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting. James crouched low, slipping through the gap. Every sound, every shadow felt amplified. His heartbeat thudded in his chest like a drum, the steady rhythm of his pulse a constant reminder that he was heading deeper into unknown territory. He retraced the same path as before, moving through the thick undergrowth until the clearing came into view. The facility was exactly as he had left it. The squat buildings clustered together like silent sentinels, their concrete facades weathered but still standing strong. The guards were still there too, moving with the same methodical precision. James found a spot behind a thick clump of bushes where he could set up his binoculars and observe. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Trucks came and went, their drivers unloading equipment James couldn't quite make out. The workers continued their business, moving between the buildings, focused on their tasks. But then, something changed. A truck arrived, its engine rumbling low as it parked by one of the buildings. The driver climbed out and walked toward a nearby entrance, but his steps were measured, deliberate. James's pulse quickened. This wasn't just a research facility, he realized. This was something else, something far more secretive. James lowered the binoculars, his mind racing. Whatever was happening here, it was bigger than he could imagine. And he had no idea just how deep he was about to get. Of each visit, the pattern of activity, and the occasional shift change, everything about the place felt methodical, planned, almost too perfect. But it was the large, reinforced building with its steel doors and barred windows that consumed his thoughts. The more he watched, the more he felt drawn to it, like a magnet pulling him closer despite the warnings in his gut. One night, As he observed from his usual spot behind the trees, something changed. The facility was quieter than usual. No trucks, no workers bustling in and out. He felt the familiar pang of unease stir in his stomach. He scanned the area again, his breath shallow in the cold night air. His instincts were telling him that tonight was different. He could sense it. Then he saw it. 2 vehicles pulling up to the large building. The lights on the vehicles flickered briefly before they stopped at the entrance, too far for him to make out the markings. His hands trembled as he adjusted the focus on his binoculars. The figures who emerged weren't regular guards, but men in plain clothes, black jackets, their faces partially obscured by the hoods of their jackets. They moved with purpose, as though accustomed to the secrecy surrounding this place. One of them held a briefcase, the other a small box that seemed to hum faintly in the dim light. James watched intently, his pulse quickening. The guards at the reinforced building were alert, eyes scanning the perimeter as the men approached. Without a word, the guards opened the heavy steel doors, and the plainclothes men entered the building. The doors shut behind them with a sound that resonated deep in his chest, like the finality of a prison gate slamming shut. James couldn't explain why, but something about the whole scene felt off. Those men hadn't acted like they were just passing through. They'd been expected, like they belonged. They were too familiar with the place, with its security, as if they'd been there before. James swallowed hard, the weight of his thoughts pressing on him. Who were they? And what was so important that it required a secret meeting behind steel doors, in a place no one seemed to know about? He couldn't let it go. For the next few nights, James returned, each time getting a little closer, watching with unwavering determination. He continued to document everything, the patterns, the people, the deliveries. He noted the times the guards swapped shifts, when the workers came and went, and how the security around the reinforced buildings seemed to tighten whenever something unusual happened. He couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was hidden inside those walls, whatever was going on behind those steel doors, was far worse than he'd originally imagined. But then, as the days passed, something began to feel off in his own life. Small things. At first, they were easy to dismiss. A car parked outside his house that wasn't there before. The slight flicker of lights in his apartment when he'd been sure he'd turned everything off. The unmistakable feeling of being followed when he left his house for work. It was subtle, but it was there, like a shadow he couldn't shake off. James tried to convince himself it was all in his head, a result of his growing obsession with the facility. But deep down, he knew something wasn't right. One evening, after a long day of tracking the facility's movements, he returned home to find an envelope slipped under his door. His name was typed on the front. No return address. His hand shook as he opened it, and his stomach dropped when he saw the note inside. "We know what you've been doing. Stop now. There are consequences." His breath caught in his throat. A chill ran down his spine. It wasn't just a warning anymore. This was personal. James sat down on the couch, the note in his hands trembling. The walls felt like they were closing in on him. He wasn't just investigating a hidden government facility anymore. He had crossed a line, and whoever was watching him wasn't going to let him walk away from it. His phone buzzed, interrupting the heavy silence in the room. The screen flashed with a text from an unknown number. "You're getting too close. Let it go." James's heart raced. The pressure on him mounted, but the spark of defiance that had driven him this far refused to be extinguished. He couldn't back down now, not when the truth was so close. With a steadying breath, he opened his laptop, already thinking about his next move. He had to get inside that building. He had to see what they were hiding. Because whatever it was bigger than anything he'd ever imagined, and he wasn't going to let them bury it. James had always been good at observing, at keeping his distance. Working nights as a security guard at a local convenience store had taught him how to blend in, how to watch without being noticed. But this was different. The facility he had been watching for weeks wasn't just any research lab. There was something off about it. The way the guards patrolled, moving with a precision that made it clear they weren't just keeping an eye on things. They were hiding something. And the people in lab coats, they weren't just researchers. He was certain of that now. Every night, James would crouch behind the same line of bushes just outside the perimeter. From this spot, he had a clear view of the loading docks. His camera, a cheap second-hand model, had captured blurry images of crates being unloaded. No labels, just obscure markings. But there was one detail he couldn't shake. The guards. He'd memorized their movements, noted where their blind spots were. Every time he watched, his heart would beat a little faster, his confidence creeping up along with his growing suspicion. Something was happening there. Something he had to know more about. One night, James found himself crouched just 20 feet from a window that was slightly ajar. The voices that drifted out were muffled, but enough to send a chill through his veins. Latest subject showed increased resistance, one voice said, sharp and clinical. We'll adjust the dosage tomorrow. A second voice answered, colder, almost mechanical. Fine, but Asia protocols need to be flawless. We can't afford another incident. James froze, barely daring to breathe. Asia protocols. What the hell was that? His mind spun. He had heard whispers. People talked in town about strange government experiments, but he never took them seriously. Not until now. The voices faded, replaced by the monotonous hum of machinery and the distant chirp of crickets. But James stayed crouched, his heart hammering in his chest. His mind raced. What kind of experiments were they running? And who were they experimenting on? Over the next few weeks, he grew bolder. Night after night, he found new ways to get closer. One evening, he slipped unnoticed into the shadows of an open loading dock, crouching behind a stack of crates. Workers moved in and out, their conversations almost too casual to be real. But one word, one phrase, made his stomach drop. Doctor, Reinhardt wants the new batch prepped by Monday, a worker muttered. Subject 18 stabilized. Not after the last round, though. They're talking full sedation this time. James felt a cold sweat break out on his neck. Sedation. Full sedation. That didn't sound like any typical medical trial. The words rang in his ears as his camera slipped from his hand. Forgotten. His pulse quickened, his legs tensed as if ready to bolt. This isn't research, he thought. This is something else. A week later, he found an unguarded corner of the facility. Small venting, low humming. The air smelled faintly of chemicals, and through the grate, he could hear the voices clearer now, like they were speaking directly to him. Initial trials showed significant memory suppression, one voice said, casual as could be. Hallucinations are an acceptable side effect, as long as obedience metrics remain stable. James's breath hitched. He knew he had to get more evidence. He fished out his recorder from his backpack, the cheap plastic still warm from his body heat, and pressed it close to the vent. He held it there, his pulse loud in his ears, while the voices continued, indifferent to the fact they were discussing human lives. MK Ultra is yielding promising results in behavioral modification. We'll present the findings to the higher-ups. Next quarter, a voice said, so cold and clinical, like it wasn't talking about people but just subjects. His heart sank. MK Ultra? He'd read about it. Conspiracy forums, long nights scrolling through message boards. But hearing it here, this wasn't just some paranoid fantasy. It was real. That night, he couldn't sleep. The darkness outside seemed to press, closer, suffocating him. The next few days, James pushed further, driven by something between horror and determination. He found an unlocked utility shed, filled with dust-covered tools and scraps of paper. In the dim light of his flashlight, he rifled through a stack of files haphazardly tossed into a corner. The words jumped off the page. Hypnotic induction, psychoactive administration, neurological reprogramming. His hands shook as he turned the pages, his mind reeling. But one file stood out, a list of names. Some were crossed out, others had cryptic notes written in the margins. One name was circled. Phase 3, complete. Erasure. James stared at it, the weight of the words settling like a stone in his stomach. These weren't just experiments, these were people, and they were being controlled. His throat tightened, and for a moment, he couldn't breathe. The truth was ugly, and it was too big to ignore. They weren't just testing drugs or behaviors, they were erasing lives, erasing their memories, turning them into what? James didn't know, but the implications were too terrible to ignore. It wasn't long before he became a regular visitor, slipping past guards, documenting everything he could, sketches of maps, blurry photos of documents, scribbled notes on buildings, and recordings of overheard conversations piled up in his small apartment. It had become a chaotic archive, one he couldn't stop adding to. Each night, he returned home with more evidence, pieces of a puzzle that were beginning to form a horrifying picture. But the closer he got to the truth, the heavier the weight became. The facility was guarded for a reason. The people running, it clearly had no intention of letting their secrets escape. James felt the pressure build with every visit, but he couldn't stop. The need to expose what he had uncovered, to pull back the curtain on a conspiracy that had been hidden too long, was driving him. He didn't know it yet, but his time was running out. It was on his final visit that James made his mistake. His growing confidence got the better of him. It was late, the forest wrapped in thick silence, the kind of night that made even the trees seem unnervingly still. He had planned this visit down to the last detail, timing his movements with the guard rotations, using every shortcut he had learned in weeks of watching. This time, he was determined to get inside the main building, the one with the steel doors and the faint, flickering lights that pulsed like a heartbeat. He slipped through the gap in the fence, his heart pounding as he crept closer, flashlight and camera in hand. But as he neared the building, he noticed something new. A delivery truck parked near the loading dock. The back was open, revealing rows of metal crates stacked like forgotten relics, each with cryptic labels he couldn't decipher. He crouched behind a stack of barrels, camera raised, hoping the shutter would be quiet enough to avoid detection. Then it happened. A sharp crack, the unmistakable sound of a branch snapping underfoot. James froze, breath caught in his throat, his heart racing. A beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping over the ground just inches from his hiding spot. A guard's voice shattered the stillness, gruff and alarmed. "Who's there?" Panic flooded James. He bolted, boots pounding against the forest floor as he darted back toward the fence. The sound of shouts echoed in the air, followed by the heavy thud of boots as the guards gave chase. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest burning as he pushed himself harder, faster. But they were trained, and they were gaining on him. James felt the impact before he saw it, the crushing weight of a guard's body slamming into him, taking him to the ground. His camera skittered across the dirt, landing just out of reach. A second guard grabbed his arms, pinning him down as he struggled. "Don't move!" One of them barked, his voice cold, commanding. James's mind raced. He needed an excuse, a lie, anything that might save him, but the words wouldn't come. Panic clouded his thoughts. He was yanked to his feet, wrists bound tightly with rough rope, and dragged toward the facility. His camera, his notebook, all the evidence he had gathered, everything was taken from him. He was left defenseless. Inside the compound, he was shoved into a small, dimly lit room. The walls were concrete, the air thick and suffocating. A single overhead light buzzed faintly, casting harsh shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. He was shoved into a metal chair, wrists still bound, waiting. The door opened. A man in a dark suit stepped inside. His face was expressionless, his eyes cold and calculating. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his voice sharp. James swallowed hard, his mouth dry. I'm no one. I was just hiking. Got lost." "Don't lie to me," the man interrupted, slamming a thick file onto the table. Papers spilled out, some of them too familiar. To James, photos he'd taken, sketches of the facility's layout, notes on what he'd overheard. The sight of them made his stomach drop. "How did you find this place?" the man pressed. "Who else knows about it?" James opened his mouth, but no words came. His mind was blank, the weight of the situation sinking in. He could feel the intensity of the man's gaze, the pressure building in the room like a vice. His heart pounded in his chest, his thoughts scrambling for a way out. But there was no escape now. The evidence was gone, and so was his chance to stop whatever was happening behind those steel doors. The man's gaze was like a spotlight, boring into James's very soul. Every word he spoke, every shift in his posture felt like a needle piercing deeper into his mind. "I swear I didn't tell anyone," James stammered, his voice trembling. "I don't even know what this place is." The man leaned in closer, his face mere inches from James's. "And you never will." Before James could respond, the door opened. A guard stepped in, holding a syringe. The sight of it sent James's pulse into overdrive, a spike of raw panic flooding his system. "No, wait!" James shouted, struggling against the restraints. But it was no use. The needle plunged into his arm with a cold, clinical precision, and, within moments, the world around him began to blur. The light, the man's expression, all of it seemed to fade into nothingness as a wave of darkness consumed him. When James woke, he was lying in his own bed. For a moment, he thought it had all been a dream. The sunlight streaming through the window, the familiar hum of his apartment, it all felt so ordinary, so normal. But as he sat up, his head spinning, a wave of unease washed over him. His camera was gone. So were his notes, his photos, his sketches, every piece of evidence he'd painstakingly collected. Even his phone, which he had kept locked and secure, had been wiped clean. There were no messages, no photos, no browser history. It was as if the last few weeks had been completely erased. James stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face. He leaned into the mirror, eyes bloodshot, trying to shake off the fog. But when he looked at himself, something strange caught his eye. A faint bruise on his arm, right where the needle had gone in. The sight of it sent a cold shiver down his spine. That bruise was confirmation. What had happened wasn't just a bad dream. In the days that followed, James tried to piece together the fragments of his memory. But everything felt off, like a puzzle with missing pieces. He could recall the facility, the guards, the files marked MK Ultra. But there was a blankness too, a yawning emptiness in his mind, as though something had been taken from him. Every time he tried to focus, his thoughts slipped away, replaced by a dull, throbbing headache. He tried to tell his friends to share what he had uncovered, but no one believed him. They chalked it up to stress, suggested he take a break, get some rest. Even James started to wonder if they were right, if the memories were real, or if they had been planted there, a product of some twisted experiment. So, he went back to the trail where it all started. But when he arrived, the facility was gone. The clearing was empty. The chain link fence, the buildings, everything, erased, as if it had never existed. The only sign that anything had been there at all was a patch of disturbed earth, overgrown with weeds. James searched desperately for any trace, but there was nothing. The place was gone. The evidence, the memories, all of it had vanished. As he stood there in the clearing, staring at the emptiness, a sense of futility washed over him. Whatever had happened, whoever had taken him, they had erased their tracks with surgical precision, and part of him with it. James knew what he had seen. He knew what he had heard. But without evidence, without proof, the truth felt as elusive, as a shadow, slipping through his fingers the more he reached for it. Life, now, was different. The quiet predictability he had once cherished was gone. Paranoia gnawed at him. Every shadow, every flicker of movement in the corner of his eye felt like a threat. He avoided the woods. He avoided conversations about conspiracy theories. and he avoided questioning what had happened to him. But deep down, he knew the truth. Some secrets were never meant to be uncovered, and some questions, once asked, could never be unasked. Tonight, we're diving into a tale pulled from the tangled web of one of history's most persistent conspiracy theories, the Roswell incident. But this isn't just about little green men or secret government bunkers. It's about what happens when someone accidentally brushes too close to a truth that's been buried deep. Before we jump in, tell me, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it in your corner of the world? I love knowing who's listening across this strange, mysterious thread of time and space. And if you enjoy quiet, eerie tales filled with whispers of truth and fiction, make sure you follow Sleep Theories. Now, close your eyes, take a breath, and let's begin. Sam Ryder wasn't the kind of man who went looking for trouble. Hell, he barely looked up half the time. He lived a quiet, stubbornly analog life in Albuquerque, New Mexico, nestled in the back end of an old brick shop that sold and repaired antique radios. Ryder's Radios, the crooked wooden sign read, painted by hand back in the late 80s, and hanging by one rusted chain above the shop door. Below it, in fading script, restoring the past, one dial at a time. The shop was easy to miss. Just a narrow sliver between a pawn shop and an old tailor's studio. Places that had their own ghosts, probably. Inside, the place smelled like solder, old paper, and the warm musk of wood that had absorbed decades of desert air. Some folks said it smelled like their grandfather's garage. Sam liked that. Every morning was the same. He'd shuffle across Main around 7:15, nod to Maria at the cafe counter, and she'd already have his coffee, black, no sugar, waiting, in a cracked ceramic mug with good vibes only faded across it. "Mornin', Sam," she'd say, half yawning. "Hey, Maria, how's the kiddo?" He'd reply, never in a rush, the words soft like worn denim. Then he'd cross back, unlock the shop, and let the sunlight spill through the dusty glass windows, catching on the chrome and bakelite of the radios lined up like forgotten soldiers. Some gleamed, fully restored and purring with life. Others were in pieces, chassis half exposed, wires dangling like veins in mid-surgery. He loved them all the same. To Sam, each radio wasn't just a machine. It was a whisper from the past, a portal, a story. Some were heirlooms, passed down, through war and weddings and living room fights. Others were flea market flukes or barn discoveries, dug out of mouldy boxes and brought to him like lost pets. There was an old man once, retired Air Force, grey eyes, trembling hands, who brought, in a battered field radio from 42, "Think you can make her talk again?" he asked. "Maybe," Sam said, kneeling beside it. "But it'll take time." The man just nodded, and Sam never asked questions. He didn't need to. The silence between them said enough. Then there was the young couple with that sleek art. Deco Zenith. Found it at a swap meet. "She still works?" the woman asked, eyes lit with hope. "Not yet," Sam replied, setting it gently on the workbench. "But she will." He had a knack, not just for repairing circuits, but for listening. People opened up around him. Maybe it was the quiet. Maybe it was the way he never interrupted, just nodded and looked at them like their words carried weight. And they did. To Sam, memory had mass. It lived in things, in switches, in scratches, in static. His hands moved like a pianist's, soldering, joints and coaxing warmth out of cold copper. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't fast, but it was real, tactile, the kind of work you could feel in your bones. He didn't have a smartphone. Still used a flip phone with a cracked screen and duct tape on the back. No social media. No apps. Didn't trust that stuff. Said it made people forget how to sit with silence, how to appreciate the hum. At night, he'd settle into his threadbare recliner with a paperback thriller and a jazz station playing softly on an RCA Victor he'd rebuilt years ago. The radio hissed slightly between songs, like it was breathing. He liked that too. His life was quiet, predictable, unremarkable, some would say. But it was his. and Sam Ryder wouldn't have traded it for anything. Until, of course, the day he opened up that old walnut-cased radio with no serial number and found something that should have stayed buried. He'd always said it. The comfort of the familiar was enough. "I don't just fix radios," Sam liked to mutter, usually with a screwdriver between his teeth. "I restore voices from the past. Every crackle, every fuzzy waltz or forgotten broadcast that stumbled out of a dusty old speaker, it was like time travel in reverse. Proof that even in a world sprinting toward tomorrow, some echoes refuse to fade. But the past has a funny way of circling back, especially when you least expect it." For Sam Ryder, all it took was a knock on the shop door and a woman who looked like she'd stepped out of a faded photograph. "I'm looking for Sam," she asked, voice trembly but polite. "That's me," he replied, glancing up from a zenith he was repairing. She had silvery hair pinned into a loose bun and wore a cardigan despite the heat. Something about her posture made him stand up a little straighter. "I'm Martha Green," she said, adjusting the leather strap of the heavy chest she was dragging in behind her. "This belonged to my father. He was stationed at the Roswell base back in the 40s. Sam raised an eyebrow. "Roswell, huh?" "Yeah. He never talked much about it. But he always said this trunk had his most important papers." She gave a nervous little chuckle. "I found it in the attic yesterday. I don't know why, but I couldn't just toss it. Figured maybe you'd know what to do with it." Sam blinked. I mostly work on electronics." "I know, but you seem like the kind of person who respects the past. And I just..." She looked away, her fingers curling slightly as if remembering something unpleasant. "I can't bring myself to open it." Something about her tone, the way she lingered in the doorway like the air inside had changed, made him nod. "I'll take a look. Promise I'll be careful." She gave a tight smile, thanked him, and disappeared into the dry afternoon light. Sam locked the door, placed the chest on his workbench, and pulled his desk lamp close. The thing was old, World War II era by the looks of it. Weathered leather, tarnished brass, the kind of trunk that had seen train stations, barracks, basements. He popped the simple lock with a flathead screwdriver and slowly lifted the lid. Faint smell hit him. Dust, maybe a hint of mildew, and something oddly metallic. Inside were brittle yellow documents, sepia-toned photographs, and a few reel-to-reel tapes bound with string. At first it was dull stuff, inventory lists, handwritten, duty rosters, notes about fuel shipments and base maintenance. Sam nearly dismissed it all as military bureaucracy frozen in amber, until he saw the folder. Project Aurora, Confidential, was stamped across the front in blocky black letters. His stomach dropped. He flipped it open. The first thing he saw was a schematic. Sleek, almost organic curves forming the outline of an aircraft that didn't look human. No rivets, no propellers, just seamless surfaces and impossible angles. It looked wrong in the way something deeply unfamiliar always does. Then came the photos. Black and white shots, grainy and slightly out of focus. One showed a desert clearing strewn with wreckage, jagged metal shards with odd symbols etched into their surfaces. In another, soldiers in old fatigues stood around a tarp-covered object, their faces eerily blank, eyes averted from the camera. Then came the final photo. Sam stopped breathing. A stretcher. A small figure lying still on it. Its limbs were too thin. Its skin looked like wax paper. Its head was oversized, with almond-shaped black eyes staring directly into the lens, as if it knew. He set the picture down, hands trembling. The room suddenly felt colder. What the hell is this? He'd heard the stories. Everyone had. Roswell, 1947. Weather balloon. Government denial. 100 documentaries and 1,000 drunken theories. He'd always figured it was just Cold War paranoia meets sci-fi fever. But this was different. This was in his hands. He looked at the tapes. Their labels, written in shaky cursive. Crash recovery debrief. 0708-47 field report. Witness. A subject examination. His heartbeat ticked up. Curiosity mixed with nausea. He hesitated, then reached for one of his refurbished reel-to-reel players, the kind he'd restored for an old audio file just a month ago. The machine clicked and whirred to life as he carefully threaded the tape. Then, click, he pressed play, a burst of static, then a man's voice. Calm, too calm. July 8th, 1947. Recovery operations have concluded. Debris has been secured and transported to Hangar 18. Biological specimen recovered from the site is undergoing preliminary examination. Initial findings indicate non-terrestrial origin. Static swallowed the voice. The reel kept turning, but the words had already punched through the silence like a hammer. Sam sat frozen. The small fluorescent light above him buzzed faintly. Somewhere outside, a car passed, but it felt a world away. His hands gripped the edge of the workbench. What he held wasn't just some Cold War artifact or family heirloom. It was evidence of something he wasn't sure he wanted to understand. Non-terrestrial origin. The words echoed through Sam's head like a bell tolling in an empty canyon. He rewound the tape, hands jittering, and pressed play again. The same flat, official voice spilled out through the static, unchanging, undeniable. Preliminary findings indicate non-terrestrial origin. This wasn't some grainy YouTube video, or an old man rambling in a conspiracy forum. This was real. A recorded statement, confident, clinical, from someone who'd seen it with their own eyes. Sam leaned back, his chair creaking beneath him. His stomach churned, his skin damp with sweat. Every instinct told him to lock the trunk back up, burn the tapes, and pretend none of it ever happened. But some deeper part of him, the part that reverently brought ancient radios back from the dead, refused. This was history, bigger than him, bigger than anyone. Still, the moment he made the decision to share it, something in the air shifted. Dread crept in, low and slow, like the tension before a summer storm. He didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, still foggy with unease, Sam arrived at the shop balancing a cup of black coffee and a newspaper tucked under his arm. But something was wrong. The front door, usually stiff and stubborn, hung half open. The old deadbolt, busted clean through. He dropped the cup. Shit! Coffee splashed across the sidewalk as he rushed in. The familiar scent of solder and old paper was tainted now, replaced by something stale and bitter. Violation. The shop was in ruins. Not like a thief looking for cash. No, this was targeted. His workbench was torn apart, tools tossed like toys, parts and wires scattered like confetti. The chest sat gaping open, its belly gutted. He rushed to it, boots crunching over broken glass. His breath hitched as he knelt beside the trunk, hands trembling as he poured through the mess. Tapes. Come on, where are they? Shit. Gone. The reels that had captured whispers from 1947, the folder with the sketches, the photos, especially the photos, all vanished. Only a few crumpled memos remained, fluttering in the disturbed air like leaves after a storm. Then he smelled it. Cigarette smoke. Not fresh, but not old either. Stale and lingering, clinging to the air like the presence of someone who'd stayed just a little too long. Sam's spine stiffened. He stood, swaying slightly, and turned toward the front window. The street looked normal, too normal. The sun cast long golden bars across the quiet road. But then he saw it, a black sedan, parked directly across the street, its paint dull and featureless. The windows were blacker than night, no reflection, no view inside. Its engine idled with a soft purr, almost polite, almost apologetic. His heart thudded against his ribs. That car hadn't been there yesterday. It hadn't been there ever. He stepped back slowly, pressing himself against the wall just inside the door. The cool plaster against his back grounded him as his breath came in shallow, panicked gasps. Whoever they were, they hadn't taken everything. They'd taken exactly what mattered, and left everything else untouched. It wasn't theft. It was a message. We see you. Sam inched toward the side window, fingers twitching as he parted the curtain by a hair. The car remained still, menacing in its silence, the way it just sat there. It wasn't surveillance. It was intimidation, the kind that didn't need to say a word. He ducked back and wiped a hand across his mouth, trying to settle the tremble in his jaw. Was he being watched right now? His mind spun in circles. Why hadn't they just taken everything? Why leave the shop standing? Why not burn it down? Unless they wanted him to know, to feel the pressure, the consequences, to sit in the silence and understand that they could reach in, take what they wanted, and disappear without a trace. His gaze flicked to the back of the shop, the emergency exit. It led to an alley that wound behind the neighbouring buildings, a perfect escape if he needed it. He could be gone in under a minute. But then what? Where would he go? And what could he do without the tapes, without the proof? The evidence was gone, but they weren't. A dozen half-formed escape plans bloomed and wilted in his mind. He could go to the press, but without the documents, they'd laugh him out the room. The police. Maybe, if he wanted to disappear under unusual circumstances. No, he had to think. He was in deep now. Too deep to pretend it was just a bad dream, and that car still hadn't moved. The bitter tang of cigarette smoke still hung in the air, just faint enough to be unsettling. Sam swallowed hard, wiping his damp palms on the thighs of his jeans. He hadn't even realized how sweaty his hands had gotten until now. His thoughts were a mess, spiraling in too many directions at once. He had to focus. He had to think. But that car outside, that goddamn black sedan, it wasn't moving, wasn't doing a damn thing, and yet it screamed danger. It sat there like a loaded gun with no trigger finger. Sam took a step back, trying to steady himself, but his heel landed on a loose screw. Crunch. The sharp sound echoed like a gunshot. He froze, spine stiffening, head snapping toward the sound like prey hearing the snap of a twig. For a split second, he half expected someone to lurch out of the shadows. His heart thundered so loud it drowned out everything else. The car hadn't moved. Still. Silent. Watching. Sam edged deeper into the cluttered mess of his shop, his safe little cave of wires and dust and static. But now even that familiar chaos felt foreign, like someone had come in and turned it inside out. He ducked, behind his counter, crouching low like a kid playing hide and seek, and tried to slow his breathing. How the hell did it come to this? He wasn't some spy. He wasn't an activist or a hacker or anything like that. Just a guy who fixed old radios in a rundown corner of New Mexico. Hell, most days he didn't talk to more than 3 people, and 2 of them were mailmen, tinkering. With the past, that was his thing. Radios, receivers, reel-to-reels. It was safer than the present, predictable. But now, the past had cracked open and reached back with cold, dead fingers, dragging him into something huge, something dangerous. He glanced toward the workbench, to the spot where the metal chest had been before it vanished, before someone broke in and took it. He considered calling the cops, but what would he even say? Hey officer, someone stole a box that might prove the government covered up alien contact in the 60s. Yeah, that'd go over real well. He could already picture the smirks, the eye rolls. They'd file a report, maybe, then toss it in a drawer marked nut jobs. And besides, what if the cops were in on it? His gaze drifted back to the car. Still, there, still watching. He clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms. He didn't know what his next move was, but he knew one thing for damn sure. He wasn't just the guy who fixed radios anymore. He was in it now. Deep. Over the next few days, the paranoia bloomed like a sickness. The sedan followed him everywhere, down to the grocery store, around the block when he walked to the post office, even out into the damn desert when he tried to clear his head. It never got too close, never made a move. Just lingered, like a shadow he couldn't shake. Then the phone calls started. First, it was just static. Then, clicks. Then, voices. Low, measured, like someone reading off a teleprompter in hell. "You've seen too much," the voice said one night, slow and steady. "Leave it alone." Sam stood frozen in his kitchen, the cordless phone pressed to his ear, every hair on his body standing on end. His fridge hummed behind him. His knees felt like jelly. He tried to laugh it off, tell himself it was a prank, but he knew better. They knew, whoever they were. He paced for hours after that. No sleep. Just thinking, shaking, panicking. He couldn't go to the cops. Not again. Not with this. Aliens. He could barely say the word out loud. It sounded ridiculous, even in his own head. Desperate, he turned to the only person he trusted, Martha Green. She was in her 60s now, grey-haired but sharp as hell. Ran the antique store 2 blocks down. Her father had worked at the nearby military base before it shut down in the 80s. When Sam told her everything, her face went pale. She sat down hard on a stool, clutching one of the faded photographs he'd managed to scan before the break-in. "My father always said he had secrets," she whispered, her voice catching. "But I never imagined this." Together, they came up with a plan. Martha had a friend, a journalist in Santa Fe. One of those guys who didn't spook easy, the kind who dug up stuff the government didn't want found. They'd send him everything, anonymously, let him run with it. But getting there was a nightmare. The sedan followed them the whole way, like death on wheels. Its headlights always. In the mirror, a constant, slow pressure. Every mile felt heavier than the last. Every turn was a chance for it to pull up beside them and end everything. When they finally reached the diner on the edge of Santa Fe, Sam could barely keep the car on the road. His hands were slick with sweat, his jaw locked tight. The journalist was already there, sitting in a corner booth. Late 40s, scruffy beard, a leather jacket that had seen better decades. He nodded as Sam slid into the seat and handed over the envelope. Photos, notes, copies of the tape he'd found before it all went to hell. Sam's voice shook as he told the story. Every detail, every fear. The journalist didn't flinch. Just listened, eyes narrowing. "This is big," he said, tucking the envelope into his jacket. "But listen to me. If they're already on you, they won't stop just 'cause I've got this." Sam nodded once. Slowly. He already knew. His throat tightened. The journalist was right, and Sam knew it. Even as he stepped out of the diner, into the cool New Mexico night, the weight of everything he'd uncovered pressed down on him like storm clouds ready to burst. The drive back to Albuquerque was a blur of headlights and rising anxiety. Every taillight he saw in the rear view, every car that lingered too long in the lane beside him, he couldn't help but wonder if they were watching, waiting. Paranoia had burrowed deep now, refusing to let go. When he finally reached his apartment, he slammed the door shut, twisting the lock 3 times like a ritual. He didn't bother turning on the lights. Instead, he collapsed onto the worn couch, the glow of the city outside, casting faint bars of light across the room. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. His mind spun with questions, with fears, with the weight of having seen too much. But underneath it all, there was a strange, solemn calm. The truth was out there now. He'd made sure of that. No matter what came next, whether they found him, silenced him, erased him, the truth couldn't be buried again. Ryan Jacobs wasn't the kind of guy who chased trouble. If anything, he avoided it like the plague. At 32, his life was quiet, deliberately so. He worked from home as a freelance video editor, the kind of guy who spent most of his time hunched over a laptop, wearing noise-cancelling headphones and a hoodie, tweaking audio levels on wedding reels and polishing product videos for small-time clients. Nothing glamorous, nothing risky. And that's how he liked it. Until a rainy Thursday afternoon in early November turned everything upside down. He'd been hired to digitize some old reels of film, stuff pulled from a dusty archive somewhere. in Santa Clarita. The client said it was NASA-adjacent, historic footage, but vague on details. Ryan figured it was B-roll or test footage for a documentary. What he didn't expect was that. He sat frozen in his chair, the low whir of the projector the only sound in the dimly lit room. His eyes were locked on the black and white images flickering across the screen, surreal and unmistakable. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths. The footage wasn't just weird, it was wrong. The camera lingered on the astronauts far too long. There was something off about them. One adjusted his helmet, not slowly, carefully, like you'd expect in low gravity, but with casual ease, like he was suiting up for a Halloween party. Another bounced impatiently in place, arms crossed, tapping his boot as a crew member scrambled over to reposition a fake boulder. Ryan's gaze flicked to the edges of the frame. Cables, sandbags, barely visible, but definitely there. And then came the audio, crackling, but chillingly clear. A voice barked out commands in a tone that was anything but scientific. Hold the flag higher, needs to look more heroic. Cut the glare on the visor, we need that reflection sharper. And then, like a punch to the gut, don't forget to kick up the dust, it's not supposed to look like Earth. Ryan leaned forward, eyes wide, heart pounding. His sense of reality began to unravel. It couldn't be real, it shouldn't be. But there it was. In the background, behind the actors, astronauts, you could just make out the steel scaffolding of a sound stage. Crisscrossed beams supporting massive lights. A faint exit sign reflected in the metallic panel of the supposed lunar lander. A crew member strolled through the set, oblivious, sipping coffee, clipboard in hand, his shadow stretching across the painted grey terrain. Then came the wide shot. The whole thing laid bare. A massive sound stage, artificial craters. The faux lunar module standing too straight, too clean, like it had been lowered there by crane. The dirt looked sculpted, not formed by eons of impact. And at the edge of the frame, like an afterthought, stood a director's chair, Kubrick printed in bold white letters across the back. Ryan stared at it, breath caught in his throat. No way. The conspiracy theories he'd laughed off for years, the whispers about the moon landing being a Hollywood fabrication, all of it came roaring back with terrifying clarity. Had Kubrick, the genius behind 2001, A Space Odyssey, really been enlisted to fake the biggest achievement in human history? His hands trembled as he paused the reel. The final frame froze on the screen. A man in a jumpsuit leaned against the backdrop wall, sipping coffee like it was any other day on set, but it wasn't, and Ryan's life would never be the same. The astronauts rehearsed another take, moving through the motions like actors stuck in a loop. Ryan sat still, stomach churning. The sheer normalcy of it, the casual air of the crew, the offhand remarks, was what disturbed him most. It was just another day on set. Only this set was built to mimic the surface of the moon. And if what he was seeing was real, then everything he thought he knew about history was a lie. He rewound the reel, fingers trembling, watching segments again and again, looking for a slip-up, a flaw, something to prove it was fake. But no, everything felt too natural. The film, grain, the overlapping conversations, the jargon that flowed so effortlessly, the cracks in the set, the tired voices, the worn-out way they moved. It all reeked of authenticity. This wasn't some YouTube conspiracy mock-up. This was something else, something sinister. How the hell did this end up here? Ryan muttered, aloud, rubbing his temple as his eyes flicked toward the dusty box it came from. Just sitting there in the back room of a forgotten historical society in some podunk New Mexico town, not locked away in a government vault, not shredded or erased, just there, like someone had left it, on purpose. He leaned back in his chair, the room suddenly colder. The hum of the projector filled the silence like a warning bell. His eyes drifted to the remaining reels in the box. Their labels were scrawled in fading ink, Lunar Sim Prep, Comcheck alt angle, lunar simulation, final take. That last one seemed to glow faintly in the low light, almost daring him. Ryan's fingers hovered over the reel, frozen. He could stop, seal the box, pretend he never saw it. Nobody would ever know, but his curiosity gnawed at him. That dark itch in his gut that every editor has when they know there's more. Something buried, something big. Shit, he whispered, finally reaching out. His hand brushed the cool metal. The label felt like it was pulsing under his thumb. He slotted the reel into the projector, heart thudding in his chest. One thought looped endlessly in his mind. This changes everything. The reel began to spin, the familiar click and whir of the machine starting up again. Ryan leaned back, but his muscles were tense, like coiled wire. His chest was tight. His breath came shallow. The images flashed again in his mind. The elaborate sound stage, the fake lunar dust, the harsh overhead lights casting jagged shadows. That damn chair with the name Kubrick stitched across the back. He always considered himself a realist, a man of logic. Conspiracies were just noise, distractions for people who couldn't handle the real world. The moon landing hoax. He used to laugh at that stuff. But now his logic was cracking at the edges, and doubt was bleeding through. The seams. He ran a shaky hand through his hair, sweat damp at the roots. His gaze flicked back to the other reels in the box. They looked almost innocent, but they weren't. Not anymore. What the hell do I do with this? He thought. He could close the lid, stash the box in a closet, forget it ever existed. That was the smart play. He wasn't an investigator, just a guy paid to digitize old film. This wasn't his problem, but the idea of leaving it behind clawed at him. This wasn't just some relic from a dusty archive. It felt like a thread, one that, if pulled, could unravel the fabric of something much bigger than himself, bigger than all of them. The editor in him, the part that lived to uncover the buried, the unseen, couldn't walk away. But neither could the human, the one who felt fear creeping into his bones, whispering that he was already too deep. Still, the possibility, the weight of what this might be, settled over him like a lead blanket. He leaned forward, elbow on his knee, staring at the humming machine, and whispered to the empty room, "What the hell did I just find?" State, with no explanation, just a short note that read, "Keep this safe. I'll explain when I can." Ryan's life, once so routine and uneventful, now felt like a spy thriller he never asked to be part of. The quiet safety of his world had evaporated, replaced by a constant thrum of anxiety in his chest and the ever-present sense that someone, somewhere, was watching. He stopped answering unknown numbers, kept his curtains drawn, started taking different routes home from the grocery store. Every time he passed the SUV, now sometimes white, sometimes black, sometimes just a different make, he felt his stomach turn. It wasn't always the same one, but it was always there. By the end of the week, he had finished digitizing the last of the reels. The final clip, one labeled Broadcast Angle, Take 3, was the most disturbing. It showed the famous scene, the one broadcast around the world. The first step. Only this wasn't what the world had seen. There were multiple takes, resetting footprints in the dust, adjusting the lighting. A voice off camera saying, "Okay, Neil, let's try that again. Little. More gravitas this time." Ryan watched the take that made it to the world. He watched it again, and again, and then he turned off the monitor and just sat there. That was the moment it hit him fully. Not just the footage, not just the implications, but what he'd become. A keeper of something no one was ever supposed to find. A witness to the unthinkable. That night, someone knocked on his door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. Not the friendly kind. Ryan didn't move. He stayed frozen in his chair, barely breathing, heart hammering in his chest. The knocking didn't come again. Just silence. He waited for what felt like hours before crawling to the window and peeking through the blinds. Nothing. No car, no person, just the night, quiet and still. But he knew he wasn't alone. The next day, he booked a one-way ticket out of Albuquerque under a fake name. Left his apartment just as it was, only taking a backpack, a burner phone, and a laptop with one final copy of the footage. He didn't tell anyone where he was going, not even the friend he mailed the drive to. He disappeared. But before he left, he did one last thing. He wrote a letter, anonymous, sent it to several independent journalists, documentarians and truth seekers, people who had been called conspiracy theorists, crackpots and fringe lunatics. He included snippets of screenshots, transcribed lines of audio, timestamps, and just enough information to make them want more. The footage was too big for one man, too dangerous to keep hidden. If they wanted the rest, they'd have to find it, and they would. Eventually. Somewhere out there, in a forgotten archive, in a dusty lockbox, in a friend's closet across the country, the truth waited. And the truth doesn't stay buried forever. Ryan reached out to the only person he knew wouldn't brush him off. Clara, a journalist he'd worked with years ago during a whistleblower case that nearly cost her career. She had a reputation for diving headfirst into the stories no one else would touch. And when he called, she didn't hesitate. They met at a busy downtown cafe, the kind of place where the hum of conversation and clinking mugs gave a false sense of normalcy. Ryan sat at the back near the window, laptop already open. Clara slid into the booth, scarf still wrapped around her neck, eyes sharp despite the weariness in her face. "Show me," she said. No small talk. He turned the laptop toward her and hit play. As the clips rolled, Clara's expression shifted. Her jaw tightened. She pushed her glasses up, blinking hard. When the last video ended, her hand hovered near her mouth. "Ryan," she whispered, voice low and shaky. "Do you have any idea what this means? If this is legit, if this gets out, it has to get out." Ryan cut in, leaning forward. "People deserve the truth, Clara. They need to see this." But she didn't look convinced. She scanned the cafe like she expected someone to be, listening. "You don't get it," she said, voice taut. "This isn't just some internal scandal. If you're right, the people behind this, they won't just scrub the footage. They'll come for you, for me." Ryan nodded slowly. He already knew. He'd known for days, but knowing didn't make it any easier. The days that followed were a fog of tension and half-whispered plans. Clara used her contacts to check the metadata, trace sources, verify footage frames. Ryan stayed close, helping, where he could, but the pressure was mounting. Then it started. His apartment was broken into, nothing taken, but everything overturned. Drawers open, contents dumped like someone had been searching, precisely. His phone wouldn't stop ringing, blocked, numbers, always hanging up the second he answered. He started noticing the same black SUV parked near his building, always a different spot, always just far enough to pretend it was coincidence. Paranoia crept in like mold in the walls. Sleep became a stranger. He jumped at every sound, every knock. Clara noticed too. "You need to back off for a bit," she said one night, eyes red from reading transcripts. "Let me take it from here. You're too close to this." He wanted to argue, but he didn't have the energy. So he left her office around midnight, driving aimlessly, windows down to shake, the fog from his brain. That's when he saw them. Headlights. Close. Too close. At first, he figured it was just another driver, but they stayed behind him. Every turn he made, they matched it. When he sped up, they sped up. Panic hit like a sucker punch. He veered off, into a side street, then another, winding through empty back roads. Still there, still following. White-knuckling the wheel, Ryan didn't go home. Instead, he drove out past the city limits and checked into a grimy motel that reeked of cigarettes and disinfectant. Paid in cash, parked out back where the security, cameras didn't quite reach. He spent the night on the bed, staring at the door, a chair wedged under the handle. His bag beside him, the hard drive inside, a hard drive that could shatter everything if it ever saw daylight. The next morning, his mind made up. Ryan called Clara. They agreed on a secure drop. A different cafe this time. Neutral ground. Safe. Or so he thought. But when he got there, Clara was nowhere in sight. The cafe was closed. Chairs still stacked. On tables. On the inside of the glass door was a single piece of paper, scrawled in black ink. Trust no one. They're watching me too. Ryan felt his stomach twist, a cold sweat prickling the back of his neck. He stood there, staring, heart pounding in his ears. He knew right then he had no more allies. That night, he boarded a Greyhound heading halfway across the country. No destination in mind, just away. The hard drive was sewn into a secret pocket. Inside his jacket, the last proof. The last piece of truth. He didn't know where he was going or how he'd get the footage out to the world. But he knew one thing for sure. He couldn't stop now. Evan Carter didn't believe in conspiracy theories. He thought they were just bedtime stories for people who couldn't accept how random and screwed up the world really was. The kind of stuff you'd hear from the guy in the break room who always whispered about what they don't want you to know. He'd heard the chatter about Denver International Airport, of course. Everyone had. The murals, the tunnels, the weird horse statue with glowing red eyes. But it never meant anything to him. Just internet rabbit holes and stoner podcasts. So when his flight got rerouted through Denver, he figured it'd just be another layover. Maybe grab a beer, kill time scrolling on his phone. But as his cab approached the airport, something tightened in his chest. The first thing he saw was that statue, Lucifer, locals called it. Massive, cobalt blue, rearing back with veins like rivers of shadow. Its eyes glowed red against the dusk, not just lit up, burning like it saw him coming. Creepy bastard, ain't it? The cabbie muttered, catching Evan staring. Killed. The guy who made it, you know. Crushed him before they even got the thing installed. Evan glanced at the driver, unsure if he was joking. I'm serious, the man added. Statues cursed, whole damn places. Evan gave a weak chuckle, brushing it off. Right. Bet the Illuminati built it too. The cabbie didn't laugh. Inside, the airport buzzed with the usual controlled chaos. Families, businessmen, tourists. But something about it felt off. The ceilings too high. The silence between announcements too sharp. He kept catching airport staff exchanging glances, as if they were in on something he wasn't. And then there were the murals. He stopped in front of one. It showed children in coffins, soldiers with gas masks, fire and ruin behind rainbow-coloured flags. A message beneath it. Peace through authority. Evan stared. Who the hell greenlit this? No one answered. He started walking again, faster now, luggage wheels squeaking behind him. He tried to shake the feeling, but it clung to him like static. Maybe it was the lack of windows, or the way every hallway curved just slightly, like it didn't want you to know where you were. Or maybe it was that, no matter how far he walked, he never saw the same people twice. His gate was at the far end of Concourse C. As he waited, he noticed a maintenance door cracked open just down the hall. A man in a grey jumpsuit slipped through, eyes darting. When Evan looked again, the door had shut. His phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Don't go underground. He looked around. No one was looking at him. His stomach turned. Maybe conspiracy theories weren't bedtime stories. Maybe they were warnings. Standing in its shadow was something else entirely. Evan paused, suitcase handle clenched in his hand. The thing loomed over. Him. The blue horse, its glowing red eyes practically pulsing in the fading light. The air felt wrong, heavy, like a thunderstorm was coming, but the sky was clear. He shook it off, tried to laugh at himself. Get a grip, man. You're just tired. It had been a long day. 2 delays, 1 gate change, and a middle seat next to a guy who coughed the whole flight. The airport loomed ahead, its white, peaked roofline rising like snow-capped mountains. Or maybe tents from some surreal circus from another world. It was striking, sure, but also off. There was something too purposeful in its design, like it had been built to resemble something specific, but no one could quite say what. Inside, the terminal buzzed with motion. The rhythmic chaos of rolling suitcases, overhead announcements, and footsteps bouncing off vaulted ceilings gave the place a kind of sterile energy. Evan checked his watch. 2 hours till his next flight. Enough time to stretch his legs, maybe grab a coffee. He wandered. That's when the murals caught his eye. They weren't just decorative, they were loud. One spanned an entire wall, fires devouring forests, soldiers in gas masks marching over, ruins. Children huddled beneath a storm-black sky. It looked like a scene out of some dystopian nightmare. But just a few feet away, another mural, this one bright, almost blinding, showed kids from every continent holding hands, a rainbow overhead, doves in flight, unity, peace, hope. The contrast made his skin crawl. What the hell? He muttered under his breath, stepping closer. He tilted his head, examining the mural more closely. Amid the chaos, just barely visible, were strange symbols. A pattern in the clouds, a triangle hidden in the folds of a cloak. Even the shadows cast by the painted figures seemed intentional, too precise. It was like the artist had buried something in plain sight. "Strange, ain't it?" came a voice behind him. Evan turned, startled. An older man in a janitor's uniform stood nearby, mop in one hand, the other resting on his rolling cart. His face was lined, his grey stubble, uneven. But his eyes, they were alert, watching. "What is?" Evan asked. The man nodded toward the mural. "These paintings, people think they're just art. Nah, they're more like messages, warnings even." Evan laughed, but it came out thin. "Warnings about what? The TSA line?" The janitor didn't smile. He just shrugged, eyes still locked on the wall. "Depends who you ask. Some say it's about the end of the world. Others think it's about what's buried under our feet." Evan frowned. "What, like metaphorically buried?" The man leaned in slightly, voice dropping. "You ever hear about the tunnels? Underneath this place? Go on for miles. Some say they're just for luggage and security routes, but others..." He hesitated. "Others say there's stuff down there we're not meant to find." Evan blinked. "You serious?" The janitor didn't answer. Instead, he straightened, pushed his cart forward, and started whistling. Something old and vaguely military. It echoed strangely off the walls. Evan watched him go, unsure whether to laugh or chase after him. He turned back to the mural, but now it felt different, like it was watching him. As he walked away, trying to shake the unease, he started noticing more. The weird gargoyles near baggage claim, one of them smirking like it knew a secret. The way certain corridors seemed to bend just slightly, like they were nudging him somewhere. And the symbols, once he saw them, he couldn't unsee them. Carved into the walls, etched in the tiles, hidden in the carpet patterns like a breadcrumb trail for the paranoid. Geometric shapes, spirals, sigils he didn't recognize. It was like the building was speaking a language he didn't understand, but his gut did. With over an hour left before his flight, Evan kept walking. The main terminal faded behind him. The noise dimmed, the crowds thinned, and the further he went, the less the airport felt like an airport, and more like something else entirely. The lighting dimmed as Evan moved deeper into the corridor, the polished airport floors giving way to old scuffed tiles that didn't reflect much except the flicker of a dying fluorescent bulb overhead. The change wasn't just visual, it was atmospheric. Like the air had thickened, growing heavy with something he couldn't name. He tried to brush it off. Probably just nerves. Airports made him jumpy, always had. Too many people, too many signs, too many chances to miss a gate or lose your bag or worse. And Denver. Denver was a maze. He'd gotten lost here once as a teenager during a layover and swore he'd never come back. Yet here he was, walking into God knows where with a stupid coffee cup in his hand and no real reason for it. But this was different. There were no people around now. No distant murmur of conversation, no beeping carts or rolling luggage. Just silence. And that silence pressed on him. The seating areas looked abandoned. Kiosks were dark. Even the vending machines had their lights off, like they hadn't been touched in years. It was like he'd slipped into a forgotten wing of the airport. One no one had used in a long, long time. That's when he saw it. At the end of the corridor, between two maintenance doors, was another door, plain, unmarked, and slightly ajar. The flickering light above it buzzed softly, casting pale, twitchy shadows across the threshold. It didn't scream restricted, but it didn't belong either. It had that odd quality of being both visible and hidden at once. Evan stopped, heart ticking faster now. Logic screamed to turn around. Go back to the terminal, grab a snack, rejoin humanity like a normal person. But the door gnawed at him, like it was waiting for someone to finally notice it. Waiting for him. He glanced around. No security cameras. No warning signs. No airport staff. Hell, he hadn't seen another person in at least 10 minutes. That, more than anything, unsettled him. Airports don't go quiet. Not completely. Not like this. He stepped closer. His sneakers squeaked on the tile, a soft sound that echoed far too loudly. The door resisted slightly when he pushed it open, the hinges letting out a slow metallic groan. Beyond was a narrow, industrial stairwell, the kind that smelled like concrete dust and mildew. The air hit him like a draft from a basement, cooler, a little damp, tinged with the metallic tang of rusted pipes and old machines. The stairwell descended in a tight spiral. A single fluorescent light buzzed overhead, stuttering every few seconds like it was struggling to stay awake. Evans swallowed hard. Just a service corridor. Probably just leads to maintenance or baggage or something. Still, he stepped inside. His footsteps echoed off the concrete, each one sounding like it belonged to someone else. The deeper he went, the more off balance he felt. It was like the stairwell was tilting slightly, pulling him in. The light overhead flickered one last time, then died, leaving him in near darkness. At the bottom was a hallway. It stretched out, in both directions, long and sterile, bare concrete walls, brushed steel doors, no windows, no markings. The air was colder down here. The humming he'd noticed upstairs was louder now. Not mechanical exactly. More organic, rhythmic, like a pulse. A low-frequency thrum that vibrated faintly in his bones. He turned around. The stairwell behind him was empty. The door at the top now closed, and somehow impossibly distant. A weird sense of finality settled in his chest, and still, he walked forward. Each footstep bounced off the walls and came back louder. The doors he passed were all the same. Thick, grey, industrial. No labels, no handles on the outside. Like they weren't meant to be opened from here. The flickering lights above created short bursts of clarity, glimpses of the hallway's details, before plunging him back into a jittery dimness. He wasn't sure how far he'd gone. The place bent time. The uniformity of it all made it impossible to tell where one section ended and another began. Then, a door that was different. It was wider, taller, heavier looking. The surface was etched, not just scratched but carved with strange geometric patterns, the same ones he'd seen upstairs, buried in the murals, the floor tiles, the carpet designs. They weren't abstract after all. They were instructions, a language, a map. His hand hovered over the handle, fingers trembling. He leaned in, pressing, his ear to the cold metal. Something was humming behind it. Not machinery, something else. Fragmented, like they were slipping through his fingers faster than he could catch them. He shouldn't be here. He knew that now, knew it in the cold, primal part of his brain that had kept humans alive for millennia. by telling them when to run, but his feet wouldn't move. Something about the room, the people, the symbols. It was like he'd stepped into the hidden spinal cord of something massive, something ancient, something operating just beneath the skin of the world he thought he understood. The woman at the head of the table lifted her eyes again. They flicked once toward the monitor wall, then slowly, deliberately, to the door, to him. Evan's lungs froze, and then, one by one, the others turned to look. No shouts, no alarms, just a slow, synchronized pivot of attention that somehow felt worse. As if they'd known he would come. As if they'd been waiting. The woman didn't speak, she just gestured, a single, sharp flick of her fingers. And in that instant, every screen in the room went dark. The lights overhead cut out a moment later, one by one, in a sequence that echoed like dominoes falling in reverse. Click, click, click. The humming stopped. Evan's instincts finally took over. He slammed the door shut and staggered back, his shoulder hitting the wall behind him. Panic clawed at his throat. He turned to run, but the hallway wasn't the same. The stairwell was gone, no doors, no signs, just a smooth concrete corridor stretching endlessly in both directions, swallowed in flickering shadows. He spun in place, disoriented. Had he turned the wrong way? Had the hallway changed? His heart raced. His breath came in short, stuttering, bursts. From somewhere behind the wall, he heard the soft hiss of hydraulics, a mechanical click. Then another. They were coming. Evan bolted. He didn't think, just ran. His footsteps thundered down the corridor, echoing like a drumbeat chasing him deeper into the labyrinth. But the hallway didn't end, no matter how far. He ran, no matter how many turns he took. Each corner led to another. The lights above flickered erratically now, casting him in and out of darkness like a strobe. And behind him, faint at first, but growing, the sound of footsteps, measured, calm, too calm. He glanced over his shoulder and saw shadows moving, in the distance, figures, silent and slow and unrelenting. They didn't need to rush. They knew this place. It belonged to them. And now, so did he. Evan's mind was moving slow, like it was stuck in molasses, but his heart was sprinting, trying to catch up to what his eyes were seeing. This wasn't just some forgotten back corridor or a dusty maintenance tunnel tucked behind security. No, this was something else. Something wrong. It wasn't supposed to be here. Not in a place like an airport, where everything had a purpose, a label, a rule. This place felt like a secret that had been buried too deep, and somehow he'd stumbled right into the middle of it. He stood there, unmoving, barely breathing. He didn't belong here, not just in a "you're not allowed" kind of way, more like he'd wandered into a world that wasn't meant for human eyes. A dark, silent world that hadn't noticed him yet. But then, one of the figures at the table moved. It was small, just a turn of the head, like they were stretching their neck. Then their eyes locked onto him. Evan's stomach dropped. The air changed. He could feel it. It thickened, grew cold. That stare, it didn't just see him. It read him, like it knew who he was, what he'd done, what he was thinking before he even thought it. He tried to move, run, anything, but his body betrayed him. His feet wouldn't lift, his knees wouldn't bend. He was stuck, frozen in that silent, watching moment, caught between logic and terror, his brain scrambling to make sense of it. And then a hand landed on his shoulder. He flinched hard. The grip was strong, too strong. Not angry, not frantic, just firm, controlled. He turned sharply and came face to face with two men in black uniforms. Clean, official looking, no logos, no names. Their expressions were blank, not bored, not curious, just flat, like they'd done this 1,000 times and didn't need to feel anything about it. The taller one stepped in, close enough that Evan could see the faint scar above his eyebrow. "You're not supposed to be here," he said, voice low, almost conversational, but with an edge that made every word feel like a warning, like each syllable was carved from stone. Evan opened his mouth, but nothing came out. His brain was screaming for him to say something, anything, but the words just died. What excuse could he give? I got lost. I was curious. None of it would work. They weren't looking for explanations. They were assessing. The two men exchanged a quick look, just a flick of the eyes. Before Evan could react, there was a sting at his neck. Sharp. Quick. His whole body jolted. What the hell? He tried to spin away, but the world was already slipping. The lights overhead stretched like smudges on glass. The edges of everything blurred. The last thing he saw, right before the darkness swallowed him whole, was her. The woman at the table. She hadn't moved, just sat there, watching him. Eyes, like steel, cold, intelligent, emotionless. Not afraid, not angry, just calculating. And then, nothing. He woke up in a chair, hunched near his gate in the main terminal, surrounded by the hum of chatter, the clatter of luggage wheels, the muffled boarding announcements. The contrast hit him hard, too loud, too bright, like waking from a nightmare you're not sure was a dream. His head pounded, a slow, pulsing ache at the base of his skull. He sat up, woozy, blinking through the fluorescent light. His neck. He rubbed the spot where the needle had hit, but there was nothing. No mark, no bruise, no sign. He checked his watch. Barely any time had passed. What the hell just happened? The speaker overhead crackled. Final boarding for Flight 273 to Los Angeles, Gate 16. His flight. He stood shakily, legs uncooperative, and reached for his bag. Something was off. He lifted it and froze. Lighter. He dropped it to the floor and unzipped it, his hands trembling. His camera was gone. So were the memory cards, all of them. The ones he always kept in the side pocket, like they'd known exactly what to take. He stood there for a beat, heart thudding, surrounded by travelers who didn't even glance his way. He zipped the bag back up and slung it over his shoulder, but that chill hadn't left him. If anything, it had burrowed deeper. As he boarded the plane, something felt wrong. Not just the missing gear. Him, his thoughts, his memory felt shredded, fragmented. He knew he'd seen something down there. The room, the symbols, the woman, the silence that pressed against his skull. But now it all felt like smoke, just out of reach, like someone had gone through his mind and erased the parts they didn't want him to remember. He left Denver that night, but Denver didn't leave him. What he saw, or thought he saw, became a splinter in his mind, always there, not bleeding, just nagging. He tried to talk about it once, twice, friends, co-workers, just to get it out, but the words sounded crazy. I found a hidden room in the airport. Yeah, right. Every time he mentioned it, he saw the polite nods, the sideways glances. That look people give when they're trying not to say, "Are you okay?" So eventually, he stopped talking about it, but he never forgot the woman's eyes. And sometimes, even now, when the night gets quiet and the house feels too still, he swears he can hear that voice again, low and deliberate. "You're not supposed to be here." They'd smile, nod. Sometimes offer a distracted, "That's wild, man," or a soft chuckle. Never outright calling him crazy, but always with that look in their eyes, that careful distance. The kind people use when they're humoring someone they don't quite trust. Eventually, Evan got the message. He stopped bringing it up, stopped trying to explain the gnawing feeling in his gut. He buried it deep, like a bad dream you convince yourself wasn't real. And for a while, that worked. But then he'd be flipping through the news and catch a segment about Denver International, or scrolling through a feed and stumble across a photo of its jagged white roofline, those spiked peaks like mountains trying to pierce the sky, and that same old feeling would crawl back up his spine. Cold, familiar, unfinished. The symbols, the murals. That room beneath the airport, humming with static and secrecy. They never fully left him, just hovered at the edge of his memory like smoke, like something he'd almost grasped but could never quite name. A dream where you know something is wrong but you can't wake up. In the years that followed, Evan made it a point to avoid Denver. If a flight connected there, he'd rebook, take the long route, drive even. It wasn't just fear, it was instinct, like staying away from the edge of a cliff when you're not sure what's real anymore. But no matter how many miles he put between himself and that airport, the unease stayed. It lived in him now, in the quiet moments, in the pauses between thoughts, because deep down he knew he'd seen something that night, something vast, buried, protected, a truth too heavy for daylight, and no matter how far he ran, he couldn't unsee it, couldn't unknow it, and worse, he couldn't prove it. Still, one question scratched at the back of his mind, persistent, sharp, unrelenting. What the hell had he seen under that airport, and how far would someone go to make sure he never found out? The curious and the hauntingly beautiful stories that make you wonder what's really out there. Tonight's journey takes a different turn. A tale of one woman, a quiet life, and an encounter that would forever alter the fabric of her reality. But before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? And what time is it in your part of the world? It always amazes us how these stories travel, connecting curious minds across continents. If you enjoy these calm explorations of the unknown, be sure to subscribe and join our growing community of night thinkers and dream wanderers. Now, settle in. Take a deep breath. Let the noise of the day melt away, and prepare to step into a story that blurs the line between earth and sky, between truth and memory. Evelyn Harper never thought of herself as anyone particularly special. She lived in a quiet corner of the Midwest, in a town so small that folks still left their doors unlocked and waved to each other from porches. She taught third grade, read thick novels, talked to the crickets out back when the nights got long. It was a simple life, predictable, and she liked it that way. Most days, her world was defined by the rising sun and the rhythm of routine. Coffee in the chipped blue mug, the crossword puzzle from the town's only paper, a cat named Waffles who came and went as he pleased. Mornings began with the soft trill of birdsong outside her farmhouse window, the breeze stirring the lace curtain like an old friend. By the time she poured her second cup of coffee, the horizon would already be glowing amber over the cornfields. She loved her job, even when it exhausted her. Her classroom buzzed with the laughter and noise of 8-year-olds trying to outspell each other or splatter finger paint across every surface in sight. Evelyn had a gift for storytelling, for making long division feel like a magic trick and vocabulary words like clues to hidden treasure. Her students adored her, and she adored them right back. When the final bell rang, she'd tidy up the art supplies, erase the whiteboard, and take a moment to just breathe in the stillness. The echo of her own footsteps down the hallway reminded her that some spaces are only ever truly quiet when children leave them. Evenings belonged to her. Home, solitude, peace. She'd cook simple dinners, zucchini and squash from the garden, maybe a slice of cornbread if she felt indulgent. She ate alone, with the hum of the fridge and the low murmur of the radio to keep her company. Afterward, she'd curl up in the armchair by the front window, the old one with the faded cushion and creaky joints, and lose herself in a book or the silence. Out here, the stars felt closer, like if you just stood still long enough, the sky might speak. Evelyn didn't know it yet, but something was coming. And the stillness she loved so much, it was about to be interrupted. Book in hand. Sometimes a well-worn novel, sometimes her leather-bound journal. Evelyn Harper cherished this time of day. Dusk, that soft hush when the world seemed to exhale. The sky would melt into hues of lavender and peach, the kind of colours that made everything feel like it was holding its breath. One by one, stars would blink into view, timid at first, then bold. She'd step out onto her creaky front porch, her chipped ceramic mug warm in her hands, and watch the heavens come alive. The crickets would start up, sharp, rhythmic, comforting, like the earth itself was humming her a lullaby. The breeze would rustle through the tall grass, just enough to stir the edge of her shawl. To most people, her life might have looked empty, too quiet, too still, but for Evelyn, it was perfect. She'd carved this place out of the noise, a corner of the world untouched by city clamour or blinking notifications. No traffic, no shouting, no rush, just her, the stars, and the promise that tomorrow would arrive in the same gentle way as today. Still, some nights, when the moon hung low and fat over the horizon, something stirred beneath all that contentment. A quiet unease, a whisper she couldn't name. Evelyn would catch herself staring up longer than usual, her tea forgotten, her thoughts drifting. Not toward adventure. No, she didn't crave that. She loved her life, loved the routine. But there was a tug, a slow curiosity about what lay beyond that night sky. She didn't speak of it. Not to the women at church who asked if she was lonely. Not to the cashier who always offered a kind smile and a, "You doing all right today, Miss Harper?" It was just a soft question that lived in the back of her mind. What else is out there? Evelyn believed in small joys. The giggle of a child spelling elephant wrong with confidence. The warmth of the sun on her back while she weeded the tomatoes. The way the stars seemed to wink at her like old friends. Her life was small, and she'd built it that way. But the universe doesn't ask permission to intrude. And for Evelyn Harper, the stars she loved so dearly were about to answer. Her silent wondering with something real, something vast. It started on a Tuesday, nothing unusual. The air hung thick with the scent of wildflowers blooming along the fence line. She'd just settled into her porch rocker, the tea steeping strong in her favourite mug, cinnamon and clove, warming her nose. Her house sat at the edge of a wide, open field, just endless grass and sky. No neighbours in sight, no lights except for the stars. The quiet was like a balm. The wind brushed through the grass like fingers through hair. The cicadas were winding down, the crickets coming alive. She let the stillness wrap around her, deep and grounding. But then, something shifted. The air felt wrong. Not cold, not dangerous, just off, like the world was holding its breath. Evelyn sat up slightly, her brow furrowing. The crickets chirped on, oblivious. She tried to shake the feeling, chalked it up to nerves or too much caffeine, but her grip on the mug tightened anyway. She tilted her head back to look at the stars, unusually bright tonight. They stretched across the sky in dizzying clusters, as if someone had spilled glitter across black velvet. The moon was low, casting an almost silvery hue over the field. She exhaled, let her shoulders drop. But then, they stopped. The crickets. Gone. Just gone. Not fading out, not pausing. They were just there, and then they weren't. The silence slammed into her like a vacuum, not a sound, not even the wind. It was thick, too thick, the kind of silence that made your own heartbeat feel intrusive. Evelyn froze, mug still half raised, fingers trembling. She set it down, slowly, carefully. Something was wrong. Maybe a coyote, she thought, or a bobcat. The crickets always paused when predators passed through, but not like this. This was longer, heavier. She leaned forward in her chair, every nerve stretched taut. Her eyes scanned the horizon. Nothing moved, not the grass, not the trees. It was like the world had turned to glass. And then she saw it, a light, faint, bluish white, hovering just above the field. Someone, had seen her just as clearly as she had seen it. She smiled through spelling tests and read aloud from Charlotte's Web, with the same gentle cadence as always. But beneath the calm exterior was a storm of thoughts. Every time a child asked a question, her eyes flicked towards the windows. Every time the intercom buzzed, her heart skipped a beat. It was as if something in her perception had shifted, cracked, and she couldn't tape it back together. During recess, Evelyn stood at the edge of the playground, watching the kids chase each other under the brilliant blue sky, the kind of clear, cloudless day that should have soothed her. But instead, it made her feel exposed, vulnerable. Back home that evening, the familiar quiet that once comforted her now felt oppressive. The creaks of her house were no longer quaint. They were suspect. Her routines felt robotic. The warmth of her kitchen, the tick of the clock, even the smell of the tomatoes ripening on her windowsill. None of it anchored her like it used to. As dusk fell again, Evelyn found herself staring at the horizon long before the sun had fully set, her heart already picking up pace with every inch the sky darkened. She didn't sit on the porch this time. Instead, she remained just behind the screen door, tea untouched, eyes wide, scanning. Nothing came that night, nor the next. But the feeling didn't go away. It deepened. She began to notice small things, flickers of static on the old television screen whenever she turned it on. Her radio turning itself on to a frequency she didn't remember ever using, one that hummed with distant, garbled voices. Lights flickering for a split second when she entered the room. One morning, she woke to find her back door ajar. Not wide open, just slightly, just enough to suggest someone had either left or entered. The lock, she swore, had been set. That same morning, her garden rows looked off, as if something heavy had passed over them. A faint pattern of pressed grass curved through the space between her tomatoes and the corn. She tried to write it, off as wind, or a deer. But the arcs were too perfect. The grass bent in deliberate swoops. Still, she told no one. Not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't know how. What could she say? I think something is watching me. Something not from here. She didn't want to be the woman people whispered about at the supermarket. The woman the kids laughed at behind her back. So she stayed quiet. But each night, the unease grew. One evening, as she finally dared to step back out onto her porch again, against every screaming instinct not to, she brought with her a camera. Not a digital one, an old Polaroid. It felt more real, less likely to fail her. She sat, waiting. Nothing happened. But when she flipped through the photos the next morning, one of them showed something strange. A faint blur of light in the corner. Nothing distinct, but there. And Evelyn hadn't seen anything like it when she took the picture. The next night, she brought the camera again, and this time, she didn't sleep at all. And that's when it happened. A soft hum rising up just after midnight. Not mechanical, not man-made. It pulsed, low and rhythmic, vibrating through her floorboards. She stepped outside again, heart pounding. The field was empty, but the stars, those familiar companions, they were gone. The sky was wrong. The constellations were missing, or moved. Evelyn's breath hitched in her chest. Her skin tingled with a feeling she couldn't name, like standing on the edge of a cliff, unaware you're about to fall. And then, the light returned, this time closer. Lower. It didn't hover, at a distance. It approached. Evelyn didn't move. Couldn't. Her feet rooted to the porch. The glow washed over her, soft but powerful, bathing the world in otherworldly hues. She felt something then, a presence, not hostile, not exactly, but immense. It wasn't just looking at her, it was inside her, seeing, measuring, knowing, and just like that. It was gone. No sound, no breeze, just silence. Again, the stars returned, slowly, sheepishly, and Evelyn collapsed to her knees, her heart hammering so loudly it drowned out everything else. She never told anyone what she remembered from that night, because she didn't know if it was memory or dream. All she knew was this. From that moment forward, she was not the same. And deep down, beneath the fear, beyond the confusion, Evelyn Harper had one undeniable truth anchored in her soul. They would be back, taken to keeping with her at all times. Not for the dark, but for control, some semblance of it. Semblance. She hadn't slept in over 48 hours. Her eyes were bloodshot, her thoughts fragmented. The tea had gone cold beside her, untouched. The house creaked under its own weight, each sound now amplified by her fraying nerves. The humming had returned, louder. It came in rhythmic pulses, like a heartbeat, but not hers. She could feel it in her ribs, as if something alive was pushing through the air itself, sinking with her body, testing its boundaries. Her skin prickled with electricity, not metaphorically, literally. Static danced along her arms and fingertips when she moved. She hadn't told anyone, not even her sister, who'd left a voicemail 2 days earlier. "Hey, Ev. Just checking in. Call me back? You sound a little off lately." Evelyn never returned the call. She knew she was unraveling, but she also knew it wasn't just in her head. That night, something new happened. As she sat there, sleepless, eyes trained on the front door as if daring it to open, the flashlight in her hand flickered. Not out, not dim, just shivered, like something unseen had passed in front of it. Then came the knock, not loud, not aggressive, just 3 gentle taps. Tap, tap, tap. Evelyn froze. The flashlight trembled in her grip. She didn't move, didn't breathe. Tap, a 4th, softer, closer. She stood, moving toward the door as though pulled by invisible thread. Her feet felt numb, her head light. She passed the mirror in the hall and caught her reflection. Something in her eyes looked wrong, dilated, feral, not like her at all. She reached the door, placed a hand on it. Silence. No wind, no animals, not even that haunting hum. She opened it. The field lay stretched before her like a canvas of silver under the moonlight. But she wasn't looking at the field. She was looking up, and it was there, no longer hovering at a distance. It was above her house, directly. The light wasn't a beam. It was a sphere now, encompassing, wrapping her world in that strange, pulsing glow. She stepped forward without realizing, her flashlight dropping from her hand and rolling off the porch. The air felt thick, charged. There was a voice, though no mouth spoke it. It didn't come from the sky or from within. It came from through her, a single thought, planted like a seed. You are known. Evelyn dropped to her knees, and everything went white. She woke up in her bed. Daylight, but not morning. Afternoon. She sat up slowly. Her clothes had changed, her nightgown replaced with the long flannel dress she hadn't worn in weeks. Her fingernails had soil beneath them. Her ankles were bruised, as though shackled. She stumbled to the bathroom and gasped. New mark. Not a circle, a symbol, etched just below her collarbone, as though burned there. Not by heat, but by something deeper. It was intricate, geometric. It pulsed faintly under her skin, like an echo from a language she couldn't comprehend but felt nonetheless. That afternoon, she didn't go to work. She didn't call in. She sat on her porch for the first time in weeks. Not out of comfort, out of surrender, because now Evelyn Harper knew whatever had come for her had left something behind. To fight them, what was the point? Resistance only brought exhaustion, and the exhaustion made it easier for them to come. Evelyn Harper had surrendered, not out of weakness, but out of sheer depletion. The flashlight she once carried religiously now gathered dust on the mantel, untouched since the night it slipped from her trembling hands. She no longer checked the locks on her windows. She didn't close the curtains. She just waited. The silence in her house became a second skin. No crickets, no wind. Even the refrigerator seemed to hum less than it used to. Only the ticking of the old clock persisted, each second falling like a drop of water in a well too deep to see the bottom. And then there was the object. It remained on her nightstand, unmoving, always cold to the touch, no matter the temperature in the room. She hadn't dared throw it away. Not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. The one time she tried to take it out to the field and bury it, she collapsed before she reached the fence. Her body simply stopped responding, her vision narrowing to a tunnel of white noise and static, until she dropped to her knees, gasping for breath. When she came to, the object was back on the nightstand, exactly where it had been. She tried not to look at it anymore, but sometimes, out of the corner of her eye, she thought she saw the patterns on its surface shifting, moving like circuitry, alive. She stopped sleeping for more than a few hours at a time. Each night brought a new interruption, the humming returning just beneath the threshold of sound, a sudden flash of light reflecting off her bedroom walls, the sensation, always the sensation, that someone was standing just outside the room, just beyond the door, waiting, watching, and sometimes they were. She never saw them directly again. Not like that first night, but they lingered at the edge of her senses, in the bathroom mirror where a second shadow would flicker behind hers, in the reflection of the TV screen when it was off and the room should have been empty. Once, she found footprints in the soft dirt outside her bedroom window, bare, human-like, but impossibly long. The marks on her skin kept appearing. More now, always symmetrical, always perfect. Some were patterns she couldn't decipher, concentric circles, jagged triangles, a line of dots that trailed down her spine like a constellation. Some faded within days. Others never did. The worst part wasn't the physical, it was the knowing. The deep, inescapable knowing that she wasn't alone, that she'd never be alone again, that her mind, her body, her existence had been rewritten in ways she couldn't begin to understand. She'd tried to tell herself she was imagining it, at first, sleep paralysis maybe, hallucinations from stress or loneliness. But those thoughts didn't hold water anymore. Not when she woke up standing in her garden with dirt under her nails and no memory of getting there. Not when her phone recorded hours of silence each night until, at 3:14 a.m. on a Tuesday, it captured a sound that made her blood run cold. A voice, not hers, not anyone's she recognized. Soft, mechanical, layered, saying her name. Evelyn Harper. Known. The next day her phone was gone. She didn't look for it. What would be the point? She didn't tell anyone. Not her sister, not her co-workers, no one. She stopped going to. The grocery store stopped answering her door. School had become a distant memory, like another life. She knew if she tried to explain, they'd call it delusion, sleep deprivation, psychosis. But she wasn't crazy. She knew what was real because every night, whether she wanted it or not, they returned. And whatever they had done to her, however they had marked her, they weren't finished. And now, neither was she. Then she started keeping a journal, just scraps at first. Dates, times, a note about the lights, a scribble about the humming, that strange static sensation crawling across her skin like invisible ants. Evelyn wrote everything down, trying to make sense of it. She'd sit hunched over the kitchen table at night, pen in hand, jaw clenched, ears straining for that low, ever-present hum she swore she could still hear, even when everything else was silent. She dove into research, Reddit threads, fringe blogs, dusty library books with cracked spines and titles like Visitors Among Us and Beyond the Veil, alien abduction stories. God, there were so many. And weirdly, they brought her comfort. The terrifying kind of comfort that comes from knowing you're not alone in your madness. But none of it, not even the wildest claims, fully explained what was happening to her. She tried telling her friend Hannah once. They were drinking coffee at the diner, the one off Route 18 with the peeling red booths and flickering sign. Evelyn said quietly, "Have you ever felt like you weren't really alone? Like maybe someone, or something, is watching you?" She didn't say aliens. She couldn't. But Hannah's polite smile, that uncomfortable chuckle, the way her eyes darted toward the exit. That was enough. Evelyn saw it written all over her face. "You've lost it." After that, she stopped talking, buried it deeper. She knew no one would believe her, so she clung to her journal like it was the only tether left to reality. But the most disturbing part, it wasn't the lights, or the burns that looked like symbols on her wrist, or the tall, silent figures she sometimes saw standing by her window. At 3:17 a.m., no, it was the dreams. They started creeping in a few weeks after the second incident. Vivid, brutal fragments. Her body frozen on a metal table, skin icy against the cold steel. A blinding light above, whiter than anything man-made. Shapes moved around her, not quite human. Gentle hands touched her like they were studying her, not helping her. And whispers. Sharp, rhythmic syllables in a language she'd never heard before, but her bones recognized. She'd wake up choking on her own breath, drenched in sweat, heart hammering so hard she swore it would crack her ribs. Evelyn didn't know what they wanted. She didn't know why they'd chosen her. But slowly, frighteningly, she began to accept it. Like her mind, overwhelmed, had flipped a switch. She stopped resisting. She stopped trying to explain. She just endured. And every night, before she closed her eyes, she'd whisper into the darkness, "Please, just let me remember everything next time. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories." Evelyn's story is just one of thousands. A chilling reminder that sometimes the truth isn't out there. It's already here, in the dark, watching, listening. Sleep well, if you can. Jake Wilder wasn't what you'd call adventurous. He was more microwave dinner at 10 p.m. than thrill-seeking explorer. Lived alone in a tight little apartment in Paramus, New Jersey. Freelance videographer by trade. Weddings, promos for dentists, the occasional indie music video if someone begged hard enough. It wasn't flashy, but it paid his bills and let him work in sweatpants. Jake liked that. He kept his space neat. OCD level neat. Lenses in custom cases. Cords zip-tied and color-coded. Hard drives labeled with dates and tiny notes like Jansen. Wedding. Fix audio. His corkboard above the desk looked like something out of a detective show, minus the murder. Sticky notes for clients. Deadlines. A photo of his dog Max, who died last year. That little apartment was his control center. Safe. Predictable. Just how he liked it. So when he got an email from one of his usual contacts about filming a corporate retreat up in the Catskills, he didn't think twice. Good pay, free food, hotel covered, cakewalk. The company was some finance group, Zelcor or Zeltrex, something like that. He didn't care. His job was to show up, film a bunch of team bonding crap and a few speeches, then cut together a highlight reel to the tune of some royalty-free inspirational track. He'd done 5 just like it in the last year. Friday morning, he made the 2-hour drive through foggy back roads and rolling hills. He was tired, slept like trash the night before, but the thought of crisp mountain air and a soft hotel bed kept him going. And then he saw the place. It rose out of the trees like some medieval fantasy dropped in the middle of New York. Stone, turrets, ivy curling up the walls, carved gargoyles perched on every ledge like sentinels. The kind of hotel where a room costs more than his rent, and every window looked like it held secrets. The circular drive was packed with Teslas and matte black, SUVs, valets in red uniforms zipped around like chess pieces. Jake sat in his Honda Civic for a full minute before getting out. "This place is something," he muttered, grabbing his gear from the back seat. He couldn't shake the feeling. Something. About the air, the quiet, the way the building seemed to watch you, but he shrugged it off. Just nerves. Probably hadn't had enough coffee. He was wrong. Jake couldn't help but feel like his Civic stuck out like a sore thumb in a sea of glossy luxury sedans. Still, he'd been to high-end venues before. Mansions, in the Hamptons, rooftop galas in Manhattan, and he knew how to keep his head down and get the job done. Just another gig, just another paycheck. He parked in the designated staff lot, gravel crunching under the tires, and hauled his gear toward a discreet side entrance, following the instructions from the email. Inside, the hotel was even more extravagant than he'd expected. The lobby hit him like a movie set. Vaulted ceilings with intricate carvings, a chandelier the size of a small car dripping with crystals, and the soft crackle of a fire in a stone hearth at the far end. The air smelled like lavender and lemon, polish. Somewhere in the background, a piano drifted through the speakers. Something old, something graceful. He approached the front desk and was directed to the event coordinator, a woman named Lauren. She was tall, trim, and moved with a no-nonsense efficiency that reminded Jake of a stage manager on opening night. "You're Jake, right? Good. Here's your schedule," she said, flipping through a clipboard before handing over a printed packet. "We'll need a mix of wide and tight shots. Start in the conference hall. The CEO's speaking at 3, and it has to go smoothly. Be set up early. No hiccups." "Got it," Jake replied, already scanning the layout in his head. He wheeled his cases through the maze of pristine hallways, his sneakers squeaking slightly on the polished marble floors. Every surface gleamed. The kind of place where even the houseplants looked expensive. He passed hotel staff adjusting floral arrangements, fluffing chair cushions, checking symmetry with the precision of engineers. They barely looked up. Everyone had a task. Everyone moved with quiet purpose. The conference hall was enormous, like something out of a royal estate. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over dense pine forest, sunlight slanting in through the trees like golden fingers. Jake paused at the back of the room, letting the calm wash over him, before diving in. He set up quickly, checking his angles, testing the mic, adjusting for the light. Years of experience had taught him what could go wrong, and he was borderline obsessive about backups, a second camera, extra batteries, redundant audio feeds. He wasn't getting caught off guard again. Not after that disaster at the Syracuse wedding 3 summers ago. The morning blurred by in a flurry of lens changes and slow panning shots. He got footage of the hotel exterior, guests laughing politely, over tiny cups of coffee, speakers prepping their PowerPoints. The attendees were mostly middle-aged, all of them dressed like they'd stepped off the cover of a corporate lifestyle magazine. Blazers without a wrinkle, watches that whispered 6-figure salary. Jake, in his worn jeans and windbreaker, kept his head down and did his job. By lunch, he'd captured more than enough. He grabbed a quick bite from the buffet, a lineup of gourmet sandwiches, quinoa salads, fruit carved into flowers, and chuckled to himself. A step up from his usual instant ramen and half bag of trail mix. Returning to the hall for the afternoon session, Jake felt good. The day had a rhythm to it. Nothing surprising, nothing difficult, just the way he liked it. But then, something shifted. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw them. 4 men in tailored black suits, slipping in through a side entrance like shadows. They didn't belong, not in the way the other guests did. Their presence was too sharp, too controlled. No name tags, no idle chatter. just quiet purpose. Government, maybe? Private security? Jake's camera stayed steady, but his eyes followed. Them. They moved toward Lauren. She didn't look surprised, just tense. She nodded once, tight, clipped, and gestured to the far end of the hall. The men turned, walking in step toward a pair of heavy double doors that Jake hadn't noticed before. Without a word, they vanished inside. Jake blinked. Something about the moment pressed against his nerves. He shook it off. Not my business. He had footage to collect, edits to plan. But even as he turned back to the stage and adjusted his focus, the image of those men lingered in the back of his mind, silent, sharp, and out of place. Something about the whole scene felt off. And for the first time all day, Jake didn't feel entirely in control. Jake kept his head down, reminding himself that corporate retreats often attracted VIPs, CEOs, government types, even celebrities sometimes made low-key appearances. He'd seen it before, executive entourages with sunglasses and earpieces, all the pageantry of wealth and power. Probably nothing, he told himself, just another high-profile guest and their security detail. But deep down, something didn't sit right. What had started as a routine weekend gig, a basic shoot in a stunning location, was starting to feel off. Jake didn't know it yet, but the strange, creeping sense in his gut wasn't paranoia. It was intuition, because everything was about to change. The first crack in normalcy came the next night. Jake was heading back to his room after a long shoot. His camera bag weighed heavy on his shoulder, his mind drifting to color correction and B-roll placement. As he cut through the lobby, he spotted them again, the men in black suits, clustered near the side entrance like shadows. He slowed without meaning to. These weren't hotel employees. No badges, no rehearsed smiles. They didn't move like concierge staff. They didn't smile at all. Their postures were military, spines straight, arms still, eyes constantly sweeping the room in subtle arcs. Each wore a coiled earpiece, murmuring in low tones too faint for Jake to catch. He paused near a floral arrangement, pretending to check his phone while watching from the corner of his eye. One of the men said something into his sleeve. Another nodded almost imperceptibly. Outside, through the tall windows, Jake saw the row of matte black SUVs, sleek, identical, unmarked. Their windows were tinted so dark, they reflected the pine forest behind them like black mirrors. His gut tightened. He'd filmed events with private security before, some even with off-duty cops. But this wasn't standard protection detail. These men moved with quiet, lethal efficiency, the kind of coordination you didn't learn guarding CEOs at conferences, the kind of intensity that didn't match the casual, buttoned-up world of corporate icebreakers and PowerPoint presentations. Jake stepped into the elevator, his bag bumping the wall. As the doors slid shut, he caught one final glimpse. Lauren, the event coordinator, standing near the men. She was speaking to them in hushed tones, her face unreadable. By the time he reached his floor, the question had burrowed into his brain. What kind of event needs that much muscle? The next day, things got stranger. It started around 10 a.m. Jake was setting up in a smaller conference room. Just a couple of cameras, soft lights, a mic rig. Pretty straightforward. But then he noticed them. New faces, walking in through a side hallway he hadn't seen used before. A dozen or so. Men and women. No name tags, no logos. All wearing suits sharper than the typical conference fare, tailored cuts, Italian leather shoes. They walked in pairs, tight and synchronized, eyes always flicking toward the edges of the room. No laughter, no coffee cups, no idle chatter. Jake crouched behind his tripod, pretending to adjust a lens. His instincts were buzzing. They weren't ordinary guests. Some carried slim, leather-bound folders, clutched like they held national secrets. Others had worn briefcases with pristine chrome buckles. One woman, tall and angular, had a messenger bag that looked more tactical than fashionable. They moved with discipline, like they'd done this before, like they were following a pattern only they could see. Jake tracked them through his viewfinder as they slipped through another set of doors at the rear of the conference wing. The way, doors were different. No signage, just a keypad with a glowing red light and a tiny black camera perched above it like a watchful eye. He stared, a chill climbing his spine. Those doors weren't on the floor plan. He was sure of it. He'd studied the layout that first morning. Nothing had been marked back there. He looked around, trying to spot Lauren or another coordinator. No one. The hallway behind him was empty. That ripple of unease he'd felt yesterday. Now it was. A wave. As the day wore on, more new arrivals trickled in. Not many, just a few at a time. But Jake started to notice a pattern. How they never checked in at the front desk. How the regular staff seemed to avoid eye contact with them. How even the other attendees steered clear. He kept filming, kept telling himself to stay in his lane. But, deep down, something told Jake he was standing on the edge of something he wasn't meant to see, and it was already too late to look away. Catch in his throat. Earlier that day, Jake had already sensed something was off. The atmosphere was too polished, too practiced. People talked in murmurs, casting glances over their shoulders like someone might be listening. The staff wore their professionalism like armor. Jake had an eye for this. Years behind a camera had trained him to spot the moments most people missed. And this place, it was brimming with them. He first noticed her in the lobby, early 40s maybe, hair in a perfect bob that hadn't moved, in the breeze. She wore a navy pantsuit so sharply tailored it could have cut glass. She was holding a slim tablet against her chest like it held state secrets, whispering to an older man with silver hair slicked back, military style. Their exchange was brief, tense. Then the man's eyes flicked across the room, quick, calculated. Jake looked away fast, pretending to adjust the focus ring on his lens, heart tapping a nervous rhythm in his chest. Later, he stepped outside for lunch and spotted them again. The black SUVs. Same ones as before. Engines off, but positioned just so. The drivers looked like they'd been printed from the same mold. Black suits, clean cuts, not a smile between them. One leaned on the hood, arms crossed, an earpiece catching the sunlight. Not security, not really. Too still, too focused. This wasn't about keeping people safe. It was about keeping people out. By evening, something in the hotel's energy had shifted. Where there'd been chatter and clinking glasses, now there was a hush. The employees moved quicker, heads down, no small talk. Even Lauren, always poised, the kind of woman who could juggle flaming knives if it meant saving an event, was fraying at the edges. She snapped at her crew, eyes darting toward the back doors like she was waiting for someone, or something, to come through them. Jake's instincts kicked into overdrive. He'd spent the last 10 years filming weddings, retreats, and launches, catching fleeting smiles and awkward glances. And none of this was normal. The security, the silence, the looming pressure in the air, it all whispered that something big was being hidden behind those double doors. Still, he told himself to let it go. Get the shots, deliver the reel, move on. That's what he always did. He wasn't a reporter, he wasn't a spy, but walking back to his room, passing that hallway bathed in quiet shadow, he felt it, like standing on the edge of a sinkhole, the ground not yet giving, but not solid either. Later, he was reviewing footage. Nothing strange, nothing helpful, when a knock startled him. He opened the door to find a staff member, young guy, looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. The man handed over a plain envelope, avoiding eye contact. Clients made a few adjustments, he said. You're asked not to film in these areas tomorrow. He pulled out a map and pointed to a section near the south wing, the part Jake hadn't even scouted yet. Jake raised an eyebrow. There anything going on there? No, sir. Just follow the map, please. And just like that, he was gone. The Request made no sense. That wing wasn't on any of the itineraries. No events, no guests. Why seal it off? Sleep didn't come easy that night. Around 2 a.m., Jake gave in. He slipped on his shoes, grabbed his camera, just in case, and stepped into the hushed hallways. The hotel had a different kind of quiet now. Not peaceful, expectant, like the walls were holding their breath. He wandered, feet taking him toward the off-limits wing. The corridors were dim, the gold lighting making everything feel a little too warm, a little too still. When he reached the end of the hallway, he saw them, 2 guards by the double doors. Not hotel security. These guys were bigger, bulkier, dressed like they didn't care if they blended in. Jake hung back, ducking behind a column. The guards were talking softly, casual enough to seem bored. Then one of their radios buzzed. He nodded, and the 2 walked off together, vanishing down the opposite hallway. Now or never. Jake slipped through the doors, each step silent, measured. The air on the other side was colder, filtered, like a hospital wing. The lights were fewer, casting long shadows across the sleek floor. He passed empty rooms, conference tables neatly set, untouched. Then, voices, low, layered, rising and falling in rhythms too measured to be casual conversation. He moved closer, body tight against the wall, heart hammering. He reached a room at the end of the corridor. The door was cracked, just enough. Jake leaned in, and what he saw made the camera tremble in his hands. Inside was a vast conference room, dressed in old money elegance. Dark wood paneling, crown moulding, a chandelier that hummed faintly overhead. Around a long, polished oak table sat nearly 3 dozen people. The only light came from a projector screen casting a pale glow across their faces, half shadowing them like a painting. Jake's breath caught. He didn't know most of them, but a few stood out like ghosts from a newsreel. A tech CEO who'd been grilled by Congress, a senator from the Midwest, whose name was always attached to classified briefings, and, Jesus, a royal, the kind whose face appeared on currency. They were deep in discussion, voices hushed, calculated, the kind of quiet that made your skin crawl. Jake couldn't catch their words, but the projector behind them didn't mince any. Global, economic transition strategy. Phase 3. His stomach turned. He raised his camera, fingers trembling as he adjusted the focus. Slowly, carefully, he panned the room, zoomed in on faces, on thick binders of documents, on flickering slides as they advanced. Media consolidation plan, energy, resource redistribution, population control measures. This wasn't a retreat. It wasn't a summit. It was a blueprint for something terrifying. It felt unreal, like some paranoid fever dream, but the camera didn't lie. This was happening. These people weren't just shaping policy. They were reshaping the world. So focused was he on filming that he didn't hear the footsteps behind him. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Hey!" a voice barked, deep and authoritative. Jake jumped, adrenaline slamming into his chest. He spun around to find a guard. Same black suit, same dead-eyed stare. Radio in one hand, the other already yanking the camera from Jake's grip. "What the hell are you doing here?" the guard growled. Jake stammered. I got turned around. I thought this was..." "Don't." The guard cut him off, already dragging him away from the door. Jake turned his head for one last look, just as the projector flicked to a new slide. Future meeting locations. 2025, 2030. Then, the door slammed shut. "Come with me," the guard ordered, voice low but loaded with menace. Jake's mind reeled. He wasn't just in over his head, he was drowning. These weren't VIPs. These were power incarnate, operating in total secrecy. And now, he'd seen them. They shoved him into a small, windowless room, cold, sterile, lit by a single buzzing fluorescent light. The door locked behind him with a dull click. No clock, no phone, just a plastic chair, and his spiraling thoughts. Would they call the cops, or something worse? Would they make him vanish? He'd heard rumors about whistleblowers disappearing, but that always felt like conspiracy theory nonsense. Until now. These people weren't just powerful, they were untouchable. Time crawled. Minutes, hours, he couldn't tell. Then finally, the door opened with a hiss. A man entered, late 50s maybe. Sharp charcoal suit, expensive cologne, face like carved stone. He sat across from Jake, placing the camera between them on the metal table. "No memory card, Mr. Wilder," he said calmly, his voice like polished steel. "You've stumbled into something you weren't meant to see," Jake said. "Nothing." His throat was dry, tongue thick. "This footage," the man continued, tapping the camera, "never leaves this room. Do you understand?" Jake nodded slowly. He didn't really have a choice. The man studied him for a long beat, then leaned, in slightly, voice softening just enough to chill the blood. "You seem like a smart guy. So here's some advice. Walk away. Forget what you saw. This isn't your fight." Before Jake could respond, the door creaked open again. 2 more guards entered. Wordlessly, they hauled him out of the room, down a maze of sterile hallways, and out into the cool night air. His camera was handed back, lighter than before. "You're leaving," one said flatly. "Now, and you don't come back. Ever." They didn't wait for an answer. Jake stood on the curb, heart pounding, the hotel behind him glowing like a haunted cathedral. But he wasn't thinking about the guards or the threats. He was thinking about the faces in that room, the words on the screen. He couldn't walk away. Over the next few weeks, Jake dug deeper. He stopped staying in one place, used burner phones, encrypted his files. He researched the Bilderberg Group, old interviews, public appearances, whispers online. He matched names and faces to those he'd filmed. Found breadcrumbs, meeting invites buried in calendar PDFs, flight logs, hotel bookings. It became an obsession. He started uploading clips, redacted, blurred, careful, anonymous forums, deepnet message boards. He left trails, hoping someone would follow or at least take notice. But it came with a cost. One night, his apartment was still. The only light came from his laptop screen, lines of code and video timelines flickering as he pieced together another upload. Then, a knock. Soft. Once. He froze. No one knew where he lived. He'd been careful, paranoid even. But the knock came again, louder. His breath caught in his throat. He reached for the power button, closing the laptop. He didn't move, didn't make a sound. The knock echoed one last time, and then, nothing. Just the hum of the fridge and the distant traffic outside. Thank you for joining us tonight on Sleep Theories. Let this story remind us the truth isn't always hidden in the shadows. Sometimes it's right in front of us, veiled in suits, strategy, and silence. And sometimes it takes one person willing to see it, to risk everything. Sleep well. May your dreams be filled with curiosity and wonder. And may you sleep soundly knowing that even the darkest mysteries can be brought to light. Sweet dreams. And good night. Liam. Mercer had always been the kind of man who believed in patterns, not fate, not intuition, patterns, predictable, testable, measurable. In a world flooded with misinformation, viral nonsense, and overblown emotions, Liam found comfort in logic. Cold, quiet, unwavering logic. His co-workers called him Mr. Fix-It, though never unkindly. If a server went down or an app broke, mid-demo, you called Liam. He wouldn't panic. He'd roll up his sleeves and get to work, eyes focused, hands steady. To Liam, everything was just a system, hardware or human, made of variables waiting to be aligned. He woke every day at 7 say, AM sharp, no exceptions, never hit snooze. His alarm, a soft chime, nothing jarring, went off once. That was all he needed. He brewed exactly 1 cup of black coffee. No cream, no sugar, no frills. The bitter taste grounded him. While he sipped, he scanned the headlines. On his tablet, weather, tech news, financials. He skipped the op-eds and human interest pieces. Facts only. Everything else was noise. His apartment mirrored his mind. The walls were painted a matte grey. Furniture, modern, minimal, functional. His bookshelves held volumes on software architecture, cryptography, machine learning, plus a few worn-out sci-fi novels he'd sheepishly admit to if asked. His closet was color-coded, stocked with navy, charcoal, and black, because decisions about clothing were unnecessary clutter. Work was a natural extension of his personal philosophy. He arrived 10 minutes early, always. He nodded politely to the front desk staff. Never late, never rushed, and made a beeline for his cubicle. Second from the end, near the window, but not too close. His desk was pristine. Monitor centered, keyboard spotless. A small cactus sat in one corner. It didn't need much. Neither did he. He wasn't passionate about his job exactly, but he respected it. It was stable, clear-cut, efficient, predictable. Liam liked predictable. His co-workers often theorized wildly whenever the system hiccuped. Maybe it's a virus. Could be sabotage. But not Liam. He didn't speculate. He troubleshot. Let's look at the error log, he'd say, fingers already tapping commands before the others finished their wild theories. He had no time for stories, only data. Outside of work, Liam lived simply. Saturdays were reserved for the same coffee, shop on Pine and 6th. He always ordered a tall oat milk latte, even though he didn't love it, because the barista once smiled when he ordered it, and now it was a habit. He always sat in the corner booth beneath the old mural of a sailing ship. On Sundays he hiked local trails, always marked paths, no off-trail wandering. He had no taste for risk. His social circle was small, college friends who preferred chess to clubbing, argued over plot holes instead of politics. It suited him. To outsiders, Liam might have seemed dull. To himself, he was disciplined. He didn't chase adventure or romanticize chaos. His life ran like clean code. Every function had a purpose. Every variable was under control. So when that control started slipping, when the pattern broke, it rattled him more than he could say. The shift began slowly, subtle, almost imperceptible. Just a glance too long from a technician. A question that felt like a test. A log file with inconsistencies he couldn't trace. Something beneath the surface wasn't right, and Liam, who prided himself on knowing how to fix anything, couldn't fix this. Now, in the dim hum of the server room, he stared at the monitor, trying to keep his breathing steady. His palms were damp, and the familiar clack of his keystrokes felt suddenly foreign, jittery. Across from him stood a technician, Anders, he thought his name was, mid-30s, sharp jaw, blazer over a hoodie, a little too observant. Anders leaned forward, eyes narrowing at the screen. "You good?" he asked, his voice casual but clipped. "Yeah," Liam said, forcing calm. "Just a weird cache error. I'm clearing it now." Anders didn't move, didn't blink, just kept watching. The silence stretched. Finally, Anders straightened and crossed his arms. "Good," he said, but there was a strange finality in his voice. He turned and walked away, leaving Liam alone with the soft hum of cooling fans and a single blinking cursor. Liam stared at it, heart thudding in his chest. Something wasn't right, and unlike every problem he'd ever solved, this one didn't have a clear fix, and that terrified him. A door he was never meant to find. A door that didn't just creak open, it had swung wide, and something was staring back. Liam sat in the driver's seat, engine off, the hum of traffic around him fading into background static. His hands rested on the steering wheel, but he wasn't gripping it, not yet. He just sat there, breathing, trying to feel normal again. But normal had left the building with him. The diagrams had been too precise. The language in the logs, phrases like non-linear persistence zones and conscious state synchronization, they weren't corporate buzzwords. They were something else. Experimental, dangerous, classified maybe. Definitely not for tech support to stumble across during a routine patch. He thought of the technician, Anders, or whatever his name really was. The way he'd stood too still, his hands too calm, like someone trained to look casual. Liam had written enough automation scripts to recognize when a human was trying too hard to act like one. Was he a handler? A plant? That rhythmic tapping on his arm hadn't been idle. It had felt coded, deliberate. Liam's skin prickled just thinking about it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a scrap of paper, one of those leftover slips from the office printer tray. While pretending to adjust a cable earlier, he'd scribbled what he could. The initials PCS D7, the phrase Cascade Directive, and a timestamp 03/17/29. That timestamp haunted him most, because at that exact second, the screen had flashed an image of a man vanishing into static. Digitally, not physically, like the pixels couldn't hold him. He knew better than to believe in ghosts, but code that could erase someone from surveillance footage in real time. That was another story, one terrifyingly possible. Liam turned the key and started the car. The dashboard lights blinked on, normal, mercifully normal, and he pulled into traffic. At the next red light, he opened the Notes app on his phone and typed a single line. Whatever this is, it's buried deep, and they know I saw it. He didn't save the note, just stared at it for a second, then deleted it. No trails. Not yet. Back at his apartment, he triple-locked the door and shut every blind. His laptop was already on the table, sleep light pulsing like a heartbeat. He sat down, hesitated, then booted into his Linux partition. Clean, air-gapped, paranoid. He opened a command prompt and began a trace on the IP string he'd memorized from the diagnostic console. The keylogger he'd embedded wasn't sophisticated, just enough to ping his remote shell when that machine went idle. He wasn't going to steal anything, not yet, but he had to know what the hell PCS D7 meant. An hour passed, 2, no ping, no response. Then, just as he was about to shut it all down, his terminal flickered. Connection received. UID, system.root. Access level, full. Liam leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. There it was, the rabbit hole, open and waiting. And for the first time in years, Liam Mercer didn't know what he was walking into, but he was going in anyway. The door was one he was never meant to see, let alone walk through. And yet, Liam had done just that. Part of him was sick with nerves, but another part, dark and electric, thrummed with exhilaration. If the tech he'd uncovered was real, it could change everything. History, science, hell, maybe even reality itself. He pulled into the cracked driveway of his beat-up apartment complex, the engine ticking as it cooled. A flicker of doubt licked the back of his mind. What if someone had seen? What if the tech caught the keystroke injection? What if the tech guy knew I was bluffing? Liam shook his head, gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles blanched. No, he muttered to himself. I was careful, surgical, no way they'd know. Still, his stomach flipped as he stepped out of the car. He paused, eyes scanning the street like a man stepping onto a battlefield. A black sedan sat parked a few houses down. Tinted windows, too dark to see inside. He didn't recognize it. Could have been a neighbor, could have been nothing. But it felt wrong. His pace quickened as he climbed the concrete steps to his second-floor unit, key already in hand. The feeling, like eyes crawling along his skin, only grew stronger. He didn't look back. The rest of the day passed like a dream dipped in static. Liam moved through the motions, tightening server panels, running diagnostics, tucking his tools into the worn black case he'd been hauling for years. To anyone watching, he was just another overworked IT contractor finishing a job no one else wanted. But inside, his mind roared. Those blueprints, that grainy video looping endlessly in his head of a man vanishing, not running, not cloaking, disappearing, like he'd been plucked from time, temporal displacement protocols. The words echoed like a curse, heavy and unnatural in his brain. He kept questioning himself. Was any of it real? A test? Some deep-fake simulation? Was he a handler? A plant? That rhythmic tapping on his arm hadn't been idle. It had felt coded, deliberate. Liam's skin prickled just thinking about it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a scrap of paper, one of those leftover slips, from the office printer tray. While pretending to adjust a cable earlier, he'd scribbled what he could. The initials PCSD7, the phrase Cascade Directive, and a timestamp, row 3, 1729. That timestamp haunted him most, because at that exact second, the screen had flashed an image of a man vanishing into static, digitally, not physically, like the pixels couldn't hold him. He knew better than to believe in ghosts. But code that could erase someone from surveillance, footage in real time, that was another story, one terrifyingly possible. Liam turned the key and started the car. The dashboard lights blinked on. Normal, mercifully normal, and he pulled into traffic. At the next red light, he opened the Notes app on his phone and typed a single line. Whatever this is, it's buried deep, and they know I saw it. He didn't save the note, just stared at it for a second, then deleted it. No trails, not yet. Back at his apartment, he triple-locked the door and shut every blind. His laptop was already on the table, sleep light pulsing like a heartbeat. He sat down, hesitated, then booted into his Linux partition. Clean, air-gapped, paranoid. He opened a command prompt and began a trace on the IP string he'd memorized from the diagnostic console. The keylogger he'd embedded wasn't sophisticated, just enough to ping his remote shell when that machine went idle. He wasn't going to steal anything. Not yet. But he had to know what the hell PCSD7 meant. An hour passed. 2. No ping. No response. Then, just as he was about to shut it all down, his terminal flickered. Connection received. UID system.root. Access level full. Liam leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. There it was. The rabbit hole. Open and waiting. And for the first time in years, Liam Mercer didn't know what he was walking into. But he was going in anyway. The door was one he was never meant to see, let alone walk through. And yet, Liam had done just that. Part of him was sick with nerves, but another part, dark and electric, thrummed with exhilaration. If the tech he'd uncovered was real, it could change everything. History, science, hell, maybe even reality itself. He pulled into the cracked driveway of his beat-up apartment complex, the engine ticking as it cooled. A flicker of doubt licked the back of his mind. What if someone had seen? What if the tech caught the keystroke injection? What if the tech guy knew I was bluffing? Liam shook his head, gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles blanched. No, he muttered to himself. I was careful, surgical. No way they'd know. Still, his stomach flipped as he stepped out of the car. He paused, eyes scanning the street like a man stepping onto a battlefield. A black sedan sat parked a few houses down, tinted windows, too dark to see inside. He didn't recognize it. Could have been a neighbor, could have been nothing. But it felt wrong. His pace quickened as he climbed the concrete steps to his second-floor unit, key already in hand. The feeling, like eyes crawling along his skin, only grew stronger. He didn't look back. The rest of the day passed like a dream dipped in static. Liam moved through the motions, tightening server panels, running diagnostics, tucking his tools into the worn black case he'd been hauling for years. To anyone watching, He was just another overworked IT contractor finishing a job no one else wanted. But inside, his mind roared. Those blueprints, that grainy video looping endlessly in his head of a man vanishing, not running, not cloaking, disappearing, like he'd been plucked from time. Temporal displacement protocols. The words echoed like a curse, heavy and unnatural in his brain. He kept questioning himself. Was any of it real? A test? Some deep fake simulation? But if it was real, why store it on such a garbage tier server? One so busted they had to call in an outsider like him to fix it. It didn't add up. None of it did. But somehow, all the pieces clicked. He wasn't supposed to see any of it. As he stepped out of the server room, the technician, balding, with nervous eyes and coffee-stained teeth, gave a short nod. Liam nodded back. Casual. Too casual. But the tech's eyes dipped, lingered, just a second too long, on the flash drive poking out of the case's inner pocket. Liam zipped it closed, smiling like he didn't notice. All set, he said, voice light. Should hold up for now, but you might want to think about upgrading that OS. It's ancient. The man didn't respond, just kept watching as Liam walked away. Getting out was slow, like wading through tar. He passed checkpoint after checkpoint, flashing his ID, signing clipboard after clipboard. His palms were slick. He forced his breath, steady, movements calm. The guards looked at him longer than they had this morning, eyes narrowing, fingers hovering a little too long over the zipper of his case. Breathe, Liam. Just breathe. There was no reason to suspect him. No way they could know. He had done the job, repaired the hardware, smiled, nodded, played the part, and, yet, when he finally stepped out into the late afternoon air, the sun was dipping low, gold slicing across the parking lot in long, sinister shadows. He stopped, took a deep breath. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rolled. The smell of rain, wet pavement and ozone, hit him like a slap. His car sat alone in the far corner, isolated, exposed. The flash drive felt heavier with every step. Not just weight, but pressure. Like it knew what it carried. Like it was pulsing, with things that weren't meant to be understood. He hesitated before unlocking the door. Should he leave it? Toss it in the sewer? Burn it? Forget it ever existed? But he didn't. He slid into the seat, slammed the door, and started the engine. The drive home was a blur. Streetlights smeared across his windshield, the hum of the tires fusing with the looping reel in his head. Did they know, eh? Was that not a warning? Did I miss something? He glanced over at the flash drive on the passenger seat. The plastic casing caught the fading light. Innocuous, harmless, but it wasn't. It was a fuse, waiting, and he didn't know what kind of bomb it was wired to. Liam sat in the car for a moment, fingers gripping the steering wheel. Part of him wanted to throw the flash drive out the window, forget he'd ever seen it, pretend like the whole thing had been a bad dream. But the other part of him, the one that couldn't stop asking what if, couldn't let it go. His mind raced. The need to understand, to know, pushed him forward. He had to see this through no matter what. By the time he pulled into his apartment, complex, dusk had settled over the city like a heavy blanket, the sky a bruised purple. The lot was mostly empty, save for a few cars parked beneath the low, flickering glow of porch lights. But his eyes immediately zeroed in on a black SUV near the entrance. It was hard to make out in the dim light, the windows so dark they reflected, the faint street lamps like a glossy, ominous mirror. It could have been anyone's car, but something about it made his skin prickle. Liam shook his head, dismissing the thought. Paranoia, he told himself. Just a coincidence. But the feeling lingered as he grabbed the flash drive from the passenger seat and stepped out of the car, a nagging tightness in his chest. Inside his apartment, the silence hit him like a wall. He locked the door behind him, setting down his tools with a soft clink. The only sound was the low hum of the fridge. the buzz of the fluorescent light overhead. He stood there, holding the flash drive, staring at it for a moment. His heart drummed in his chest, the weight of what he was about to do settling over him like a cold shroud. He moved to his desk, sat down, and powered up his laptop. The screen blinked to life, casting a soft glow in the dim room. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, every nerve on edge. Don't do it, he thought. You know what's on there. You've seen enough. But he couldn't stop himself. He clicked open the files. At first, it was just a blur of data, calculations, logs, and jargon he barely understood. But then he found something that stopped him cold. Temporal excursion log. There were entries about objects being sent back in time. A coin, a watch. The condition of the items changed after each trip. Minor scuffing, abrasion from unknown forces. Then, there was an entry that chilled him to his bones. Subject failed to return. Possible instability in the temporal anchor. Liam's breath hitched. He leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. People were disappearing. For the next few days, the discovery consumed him. He barely ate, barely slept. His thoughts were a whirlpool, pulling him under. If time travel was real, it could explain so much. Historical anomalies, artifacts that shouldn't exist, sudden leaps in technology. But what did it mean? Was the government controlling history? Were they altering the past to shape the future? Paranoia clawed at him. He noticed the black SUV parked outside his building every night. Glitches. His phone kept dropping calls, acting up in ways he couldn't explain. One evening, when he returned home, the door to his apartment was slightly ajar. He hesitated, his hand on the knob. It didn't look like anything was out of place, but the feeling of being watched crept over him, cold and invasive. Then came the package. It arrived 2 days later, plain and unmarked. Inside, a single note, typed in bold, cold letters, "Stop digging." Liam stood frozen, staring at the words. His hands trembled, but he didn't throw the flash drive away. He couldn't. The world deserved to know the truth. They had to know. So he called Sarah. Sarah was an investigative journalist, an old friend from college. He trusted her, and he needed her help. They met at a coffee shop that night. Liam kept glancing over his shoulder, his nerves on edge. He handed her the flash drive. "If something happens to me," he said, his voice low, "you have to promise you'll get this out there." Sarah eyed him, concern creasing her brow. She tucked the drive into her bag, but her expression didn't soften. "Liam, are you sure you're okay?" she asked. "You look..." But before he could answer, the door to the coffee shop opened and 2 men walked in, tall, dark suits, expressions hard as stone. Liam's stomach sank. Something wasn't right. "We need to go," he whispered urgently, grabbing Sarah's arm. But it was already too late. The men reached their table in a flash. One of them spoke, his voice flat, like he'd rehearsed the lines too many times. "Mr. Mercer," he said, "we need you to come with us." Liam's heart slammed in his chest, his instincts screaming at him to bolt, but his body froze. The men didn't give him a chance to react. They grabbed his arms, firm but controlled, their grip unyielding. Sarah jumped up, her voice rising, in panic, but the second man cut her off with a glare. "This doesn't concern you," he said, cold as ice. Liam tried to speak, tried to tell her to run, but they were already dragging him out of the coffee shop, past the stunned patrons, and out into the street. His head spun as they shoved him into the back of the waiting SUV. The door slammed shut, and the engine roared to life. Liam sat in the back, staring out the tinted windows, feeling the weight of what he'd gotten himself into. They hadn't told him where they were taking him or what they planned to do. But one thing was for sure. The truth about time wasn't just dangerous, it was deadly. Jacob Grant wasn't the kind of man who sought out adventure. His life was one of quiet rhythms, a routine that offered him a sense of control in a world that often seemed unpredictable. As the librarian in a small New England town, His days were steeped in the smell of old books and the soft hum of fluorescent lights. He found comfort in the order of his job, organizing card catalogues, helping a young reader find their next favorite story, and watching sunbeams shift across reading tables as hours passed. Each morning began the same: wake at 6:30 a.m., brew, coffee, and retrieve the local paper from the porch. He found solace in the rustling of pages, the way ink stained his fingers, and the predictable cadence of small-town headlines, local charity drives, the annual fall festival, Mrs. Patterson's award-winning garden. He read every article, not out of interest, but because it was part of the ritual, a tether to a world that was always the same. Afternoons were spent among the towering shelves of the library, a building as old as the books it housed. Jacob knew every corner, the creak in the third step, the spot where sunlight hit the stained glass just right, the faint scent of mildew in the history section. He had worked there for over a decade and took quiet pride in being the town's unofficial keeper of knowledge. The library was more than a workplace. It was a sanctuary. The soft murmur of patrons, the rhythmic clatter of the card catalogue drawers, and the occasional thud of books being reshelved created a comforting symphony. Time seemed to slow here. In the evenings, Jacob returned to his small home, a cozy bungalow with ivy climbing its brick facade. He'd prepare a simple dinner, soup, or a grilled cheese, and settle into his favorite armchair with a novel. On warm nights, he'd stroll through the quiet streets, nodding at neighbors as they sat on their porches or walked their dogs. The town transformed under the glow of streetlights, and he loved the way the stillness of the night amplified the sound of his footsteps. Weekends were equally uneventful, filled with small pleasures. A Saturday morning visit to the farmer's market, an afternoon spent tinkering with the old clock in his living room, an inherited hobby from his late grandfather. Sundays were for church, not out of deep conviction, but for the sense of community. Jacob wasn't lonely exactly. He had friends, though his relationships were more cordial than close. He preferred solitude, retreating into his thoughts and books. He was the kind of man who blended into the background, known but not truly known. And yet, despite the comfort of his predictable life, there was a part of Jacob that longed for something more. It wasn't a craving for excitement, but a quiet hunger he couldn't name. Sometimes, late at night, when his house was too still, Jacob wondered if there was more to life than this. Was there something beyond the pages of the novels he read, something he was missing? But he would always push it aside. Life, he thought, was better lived in the quiet, in the routine. That was until one fateful day. Jacob Grant yearned for something more, though he rarely acknowledged it. Sometimes, as he walked through the quiet town or shelved books in the library, he felt a faint tug of curiosity, whispers of longing for something beyond the predictable. It wasn't dissatisfaction exactly, but an itch he couldn't quite scratch, a sense that there might be more to the world than the comfortable bubble he'd built for himself. Jacob didn't think of himself as the adventurous type. He didn't chase excitement or seek the unknown. But life has a way of finding you when you least expect it, of pulling you into the extraordinary when you're content with the ordinary. Jacob Grant's quiet, predictable life was about to be turned upside down, and he had no idea how much everything was about to change. It began on a chilly autumn afternoon, the air crisp, the kind that made the leaves crunch underfoot as Jacob walked to work. He had always loved the quiet charm of his town, with its cobblestone streets and ivy-covered buildings. It was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where secrets were few and far between. Or so he thought. That day, as he arrived at the library, he found a small, unmarked package sitting on the steps. It was plain, wrapped in brown paper, with no return address, and his name was scrawled across it in uneven handwriting. Frowning, Jacob picked it up, his fingers brushing against the coarse paper. He assumed it was a donation. People often dropped off books for the library. But something about this package felt different. Curiosity burned brighter than caution, As Jacob carefully carried the package to the library's back office, a dimly lit room cluttered with forgotten tools and dusty archives. The quiet hum of the building seemed to amplify his unease as he set the package on the desk, the weight of it sending an unexplainable chill through him. His hands trembled slightly as he peeled back the brown paper, revealing a worn, leather-bound notebook. Its age was evident, the edges frayed, the leather cracked in places. The faint outline of an eagle clutching an unfamiliar insignia was embossed on the cover, faded but unmistakably deliberate. It wasn't any symbol Jacob had seen before, and its presence seemed to carry an unspoken gravity tucked into the front. Of the notebook was a folded piece of paper. The words scrawled across it in bold, uneven letters sent a shiver down his spine. "Do not ignore this." Jacob stared at the message for a long moment, his breath shallow. His first instinct was to laugh it off, to tell himself it was some elaborate prank. But there was something about the notebook, the weight, the smell, the tangible history, that made the warning impossible to dismiss. Taking a steadying breath, he unfolded the notebook's brittle cover and began flipping through its pages. What greeted him was a chaotic maze of handwritten notes, precise diagrams, and what appeared to be official documents. The handwriting varied in style and intensity, some pages neatly scripted, others frantic, as though written in haste. Many of the documents bore stamps and seals. Top secret, classified, and eyes only were repeated throughout. Jacob's pulse quickened. These weren't the kinds of words you found in old notebooks left lying around. As he scanned the pages, certain terms leapt out at him like fragments of a dark puzzle. Operation Paperclip V2, rockets, biological warfare research, intelligence collaboration. Diagrams of rockets and chemical compounds were interspersed with lists of names, some neatly typed, others scratched into the margins as though added later. The notes told a fragmented, haunting story about an operation conducted by the US government in the shadow of World War II. Jacob leaned closer, his fingers tracing over faded ink as he pieced together what the notebook described. According to the notes, Operation Paperclip was a covert program orchestrated in the late 1940s. Its aim was to recruit German scientists, engineers, and technicians, many of whom had worked for the Nazi regime. These men weren't just scientists, they were individuals with ties to dangerous experiments, some involving biological warfare, mind control, and more. Jacob's throat tightened as he read further. The program's success was built on secrecy and deception, recruiting these men not for their expertise, but for the information and research they could provide the United States in the aftermath of the war. The notebook seemed to suggest that Operation Paperclip wasn't just about rockets and chemical warfare. It was about something much darker, something hidden in the shadows of history. Jacob's hands trembled as he turned the brittle pages of the notebook, each one lined with yellowed typewritten secrets. He sat alone in the back corner of the university library, where the smell of old paper mingled with the faint scent of mildew. The heater clanked to life behind him, but he barely noticed. His stomach turned with every word he read. "They brought them here," he whispered, voice barely audible. "Monsters, and gave them jobs." The entries weren't vague, they were disturbingly specific. Dates, places, military seals he didn't recognize, names too, familiar ones. He stopped when he reached Werner von Braun. "No way," he muttered, eyes darting across the page. Here, in black and white, the same man hailed as a national hero for launching America into space was listed alongside operations from Hitler's inner circle. V2 rockets, psychological trials, biological, testing on prisoners. Jacob leaned back, heart thudding in his chest. He wiped his clammy palms on his jeans, trying to ground himself. His mind raced. Could this be real? The entries talked of files being scrubbed, fake job histories made up from scratch. Scientists with blood on their hands tucked away into small-town labs with new names and new lives. Even family members were relocated, given fake identities, homes in quiet suburbs. The sheer coordination of it all made Jacob's head spin. He flipped back to the cover, scrawled in bold red ink. "Do not ignore this." He couldn't. Not now. A sudden creak echoed from the stacks, and Jacob's eyes snapped toward the aisle. Nothing. Just the dim flicker of the overhead light buzzing above. Still, a chill crawled up his spine. He wasn't used to feeling watched. He was just a librarian, cataloguer of dusty tomes, reader of long-forgotten history. Until now. He shut the notebook gently, fingers lingering on the worn leather. Something told him this wasn't meant to be found, and if someone knew he had it. Over the next few days, Jacob stopped sleeping. His tiny apartment filled with manila folders and printed articles, sticky notes lining the walls like some conspiracy nut from a thriller movie. He barely ate. He didn't return calls. The story had consumed him. What started with von Braun's name led to others. Arthur Rudolph, Kurt de Bus, Hubertus Strughold, men whose achievements were etched into America's space legacy. But behind those smiling NASA photos were shadows, underground factories run by forced labor, experiments on children, SS ranks hidden beneath white lab coats. "Jesus Christ," he muttered one night, thumbing through a declassified document. "We gave him medals." Operation Paperclip wasn't just a dirty secret. It was the skeleton key to a darker understanding of America's rise in the post-war world. It connected the Cold War arms race, the moon landing, even the CIA's early experiments with mind control. Jacob began seeing patterns in things he'd never questioned before. He wasn't sure what frightened him more, the horror of what he'd uncovered, or the idea that no one had ever talked about it. One night, as he sat cross-legged on the floor, notebook in his lap, his desk lamp flickered. He froze. The air felt heavy, dense. The radiator clicked once, then went silent. Someone knocked on the door, not loud, just 3 short taps. Jacob didn't move, didn't breathe. The words echoed again in his mind. "Do not ignore this." He knew 2 things for certain now. First, this story was real. And second, someone didn't want it told. They'd sanitized everything, whitewashed atrocities into accolades, woven these men's names into the myth of American innovation. Each new revelation made Jacob's chest tighten like a vice. It wasn't just the moral rot that sickened him. It was the sheer depth of the lie. This wasn't accidental. It was orchestrated. The memos he found were blunt. Blunter than he expected. Government agencies he'd grown up trusting, had forged employment records, choreographed interviews, stage-managed entire media profiles. Heroes, they called them, not war criminals. He sat hunched over his desk late one night, flicking a pen nervously between his fingers. The words on the pages blurred, but the implications rang out with sharp clarity. What else had they rewritten? Then came the names of other programs, ones he hadn't expected to find tangled in Paperclip's shadow. Operation Bluebird, MK Ultra. Those weren't space projects. They were darker. Mind control, psychological warfare, drug experiments on unwitting civilians. Jacob's fingers trembled as he typed keywords into archived databases, stumbling onto declassified fragments, enough to piece together something horrifying. How much of this country was built on lies? He murmured. The paranoia started slowly. A black sedan parked across the street one afternoon, innocuous at first. Maybe a neighbor had company. But the next day, it was there again. Different time, same spot, tinted windows, engine off. "Okay," Jacob muttered to himself, pulling the curtain closed. Coincidence, but the car kept showing up. Different places now, down the block, on the next street over, always just out of reach. Once, he swore he saw a silhouette shift inside, just for a second. When he stepped out to confront it, the engine coughed to life, and the sedan slipped away without a sound. Jacob started double-locking his doors at night, triple-checking the windows. The click of the deadbolt became a ritual. His curtains stayed drawn from afternoon on. Every shadow on the sidewalk made his pulse spike. Sleep became a luxury. Still, he couldn't stop. Whoever was watching him, whoever made that call, only confirmed what he already suspected. He was onto something they didn't want out. He went deeper. Government databases, obscure academic papers, articles from defunct magazines with names like Probe and Countercurrent. He started calling up retired professors, old reporters who once sniffed around the same truths. Most didn't pick up. Some hung up fast, but one agreed to meet. Howard lived in a cramped house on the edge of the city, stacked floor to ceiling, with boxes of paper and faded newspaper clippings. He was thin, almost skeletal, with trembling hands and watery eyes that had seen too much. "I tried," Howard rasped, flipping open a mouldy folder. "Wrote the stories, sent them to every editor in the country. No one printed a damn thing." "Why not?" Jacob asked, scribbling in his notepad. Howard looked up, his eyes suddenly sharp. "Because the government silences people like us. Always has." He told Jacob about anonymous threats, sabotaged finances, a colleague who vanished after publishing a single exposé. Gone. No trace. "You've already crossed the line," Howard warned, voice like gravel. "They know your name." Jacob left shaking. The old man's words rang in his skull the whole. "Drive home. You've crossed the line. They know your name." That night, his phone rang. Landline. Only a few people had the number. Jacob hovered over the receiver, dread crawling up his spine. He picked up. "Hello." A pause, then a voice, low and flat, male, no accent, no emotion. "You've gone too far, Mr. Grant. We won't warn you again." Click. Jacob stood there, receiver still pressed to his ear, heart hammering. He never gave his full name to anyone involved in this research. Panic surged. He backed up everything, scanned notes, encrypted files, external hard drives. He sent a copy to Lena, a friend he trusted without question. No context. Just, "Hold on to this, please." Still, the fear lingered. Not just fear, futility. A growing sense that no matter how much truth he uncovered, he was up against something massive. Institutional. Impossibly well hidden. And now, it was watching him. Jacob never even heard the knock. By morning, the black sedan was gone. The street looked normal again. Just trash bins lining the curb. A jogger passing with earbuds in. Birds chirping like it was any other day. But when Jacob stepped out to grab the paper, he saw it. A small, pale envelope slid neatly under his front door. No stamp, no markings. His stomach dropped. He closed the door behind him, locked it, then locked it again. At the kitchen table, his fingers trembled as he unsealed the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the kind from an old typewriter. The message was short. No signature, no address. "This is your last chance." Jacob sank into the chair, the weight of it pressing down on him like a slab of stone. His eyes drifted to the notebook on his desk, the one that had cracked open this whole nightmare. It sat there, calm and unassuming, a trap he'd walked into willingly. He was out of time. He had two options: burn everything, erase the files, pretend none of this ever happened, return to the quiet rhythm of cataloguing books and sipping chamomile tea at midnight, or keep going, step into the fire and never look back. He stared at the page for a long time. The paper, the threat, the dare. And then he made his choice. 2 nights later, Jacob was gone. No forced entry, no signs of struggle. The lights were still on. A half-drunk mug of tea sat on the kitchen counter, slowly turning cold. His laptop was missing. So were the notebooks, the printed files, the external drives. The only hint that anything had happened at all was a faint tire track in the gravel, stretching from the edge of his driveway into the woods. Deep, heavy, like someone left in a hurry or was taken. The police never opened a case. To them, Jacob, Grant was just another reclusive academic who'd decided to disappear. Maybe he cracked under the pressure, they said. Maybe he just walked away. But those who knew him, really knew him, whispered a different story. They whispered about the things he found, the names, the documents, the black sedan, the phone calls. They remembered the paranoia in his voice, the obsession in his eyes, and they whispered that someone had silenced him. In the weeks that followed, rumors crept through town like fog. Some said Jacob had finally snapped, packed a bag, and vanished into the night. Others swore he'd uncovered something so dangerous it had cost him his freedom, or worse. The truth, just like the files he tried to expose, stayed buried. Another shadow in the dark. Thank you for joining us tonight on Mr.X Files. Let the story of Jacob Grant remind us. History doesn't always stay in the past. Some secrets are still breathing, hidden just beneath the surface, waiting for someone curious enough to find them. Sleep well, dream deep, and remember, not everything that disappears is lost. Sweet dreams.